Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Monday, January 12th, 2026. It is 60 minutes before the New York opening bell, which means it is time for us to get you ready for your trading day. Coach Duncan will be on with us momentarily to talk about the news that is coming, and some very interesting and potentially big news this weekend with the potential, definite investigation and potential criminal indictment of Federal Reserve Chairman Powell. I'm sure it'll be interesting to see how the markets react to that. Now, last week, guys, you guys just had me. We had some good times. We told some stories. We took a few trades, and we set a lot of F-bombs at the market. So hopefully the price action is a little better this week. And this week we will, starting tomorrow, be back full strength. Obviously, Nick is not with us today. Nick had some big news over the weekend. For those of you that follow him on social media, we're not going to get into that because I want him to tell those that weren't paying attention to that. But back on the show this week is, of course, Miriam. Miriam, good morning. How you doing? How was your break?
Hey, good morning, guys. Break was good. Break was really good. I'll get into that a little bit later. I am drinking some roasted matcha latte here. That is a Japan-specific drink that I brought back with me. So I'm very excited to be back from my trip and be back with you guys to trade. I feel like it's been a minute since I've actually looked at the markets today, looking at it, and we're gonna get into it, guys. We're gonna get into it. I hope you guys are ready for this week. It's gonna be a jam-packed week. We've got some data. Of course, as Matt mentioned, we have Coach Dunk coming on a little bit, actually, not too far from now. But we're gonna get into the markets, guys. I'm glad to be back. I hope you guys are ready. We're gonna get into the charts and what we're looking at for this week. But before we do that, let's do the market wake up. All right, so it looks like we're on Matt's chart right now, but let's go ahead and get into the ES and the NASDAQ. Let me just, I'm on the daily here. I had to put my levels on because it's been a minute since I've actually done this, but so we're gonna go ahead and look at the 1 hour chart of both ES and the NASDAQ, guys. So interestingly enough, right? ES is sitting here at all-time highs, and NASDAQ's not doing too hot here, but we're gonna go into what we can expect for today. So we pretty much took back all of Friday's move. Friday was a pretty volatile day. I did trade on Friday. I will say I did trade on Friday, but it was a very volatile day. We came down to the 650 level on the NASDAQ. If you do not have 650 on your charts, I recommend that you put a line right at 650. I have mine at 649.25, but this 650 level has been a key level that I've kind of noticed we've held many times. I mean, we've broken below it, but it's been a pretty significant level from what I've noticed. It was significant on Friday. We tapped into one on Friday in the pre-market, and then we were not able to completely hold below it. We did attempt to make a low at 615.50, and then we just obviously, had, I think it was whatever data came out on Friday. I forgot what it was that came out that I think really.
We had non-farm on Friday, non-farm and some ISM data and housing starts and Michigan consumer sentiment.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Well, yeah, so we had a lot of data on Friday apparently, so that pushed the market to the upside, but we pretty much took back that whole move, right? We weren't able to tap yet into the previous day low on the NASDAQ. We did break it on ES though. So we are right now kind of testing and hovering around VWAP. So I'd be curious to see what we do in this area come into the open. Right now, I do have a level sitting here at 778, 780. I almost got into a short yesterday over in the pre-market, or I guess the overnight session, at 685 was, or 785 was really the level that I was looking at. So right now, I think the main levels that we want to keep in mind on ES is going to be 6990. Okay, 6990 is going to be that level, and then 7,000 to the upside. If we can come into these levels and tap into them, I will be looking for a potential short, just kind of depending on where we're sitting. If we even do get into those levels, those are going to be key levels, not just from Friday, but definitely the 7,000 level has been an area that we've barely been able to really hold above. So I'm going to be looking at 6690 on 6990 on ES, and then 7,000. That same area is going to be about 800 on the NASDAQ, 25,800, 25,815. So I'm going to be looking for those to potentially hold as resistance and see what we do from there. Now, again, if we do continue to find some weakness here coming into the open, I will be looking for previous day low, which was Friday's low here on the NASDAQ, sitting at 615. I would like to see 600. I want to see 600 break, because we could possibly find a liquidity sweep, come back up, and then, just kind of hover around between like 800 and 650. So that's what I'll be looking for on the NASDAQ. Breaking the downside though, 600, we do have a demand zone sitting down here at 493, call it 500. And that's a 3-hour demand zone. And then we'll be looking for that to potentially hold. Otherwise, we could be expecting a bearish week going into this week. I don't expect, anything like major, but I do expect some movement. So let's see if we get the follow through that, as traders, we all love to see. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. Again, ES does feel a little bit weaker. It does, obviously we're tapping into VWAP right now here on the 1 hour. If we can get back above, call it like 69.71, I do expect that we come down into the 69.50 area, possibly break. Next level on ES, I would have a 69.25, and then 69.15, and then I really don't see much until like 6,900, 68.90, that sort of those areas right there. So that's kind of what I see so much on futures right now. It's not something that I would like initiate a trade. I want to see how the market's going to open up. But Matt, why don't you walk us through gold and the rest of futures?
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, I'm really eager to talk to Coach Duncan in a few minutes as we talk about this news with Chairman Powell over the weekend. I think the markets, as they are in a lot of these types of situations, they're a little hesitant, and we are seeing, of course, 0.75% pullback in the NQ. Gold, however, guys, we got a 4-hour chart of gold. Gold had a tiny little gap up, pretty much filled the gap if we're going to count the prior 4-hour candle from last Friday, and it's been a slow, steady uptrend basically since then. The open last night actually it was a pretty quick uptrend, followed by a little grinding to once again new all-time highs. So this kind of tells us that traders are probably hedging their bets a little bit as far as this whole scenario in terms of I really hope people understand. And again, guys, like, we're not coming in here saying this is good, this is bad, this politician good, this politician bad, this policy good, this policy bad. That's, as traders, you get into a lot of trouble doing that when you form a bias based on politics. Trust me on that. But at the same time, this is major news, right? Like that the president, we have said very consistently, has taken his shots at Chairman Powell. Now, the timing on all this is a little interesting because Powell's out of a job regardless in a few months. I don't think he has more than one, maybe two meetings left. Somebody can if somebody wants to give me a heads up on that, I would appreciate it. But this, if he had 5 years left on his term and Trump was trying to force him out, I guess this would make a little more sense. But the timing is odd. So I think, like everyone, at least that I saw, commentators all over the spectrum, are just very, very confused by this. So I guess we'll see what happens. But as far as gold is concerned, guys, we look at the 4-hour. Again, we're at new all-time highs in gold. So there's not a whole lot of technical analysis to be done up at new all-time highs. For now, I would probably use this prior swing low from late last excuse me, I can talk, I promise, late last December as a little bit of a support area. And as you can see, this was kind of a break, retest, and go pattern on the 4-hour here. If we break it down a little more to the 1 hour, you see we've got a nice little zone of consolidation that has formed basically right after, and as soon as I can get my drawing tools, there we go, right after the move up yesterday. And I'm going to put that from about 45.80 up to about 46.20. And as you can see, we are breaking now this current swing high, which sits at about 46.12. So that'll be an area if we're keeping a bullish bias, that'll be an area to potentially look for entries as we pull back. Now, again, as we talked about last week, guys, and I've changed a little bit of what I do with the pre-market analysis. We go from 4 hour to 1 hour. We look for zones of consolidation. We look for what we're calling the line in the sand, the area where we flip our bias. Now, as I've said, that doesn't mean we don't take trades on both sides. It just means if we have a bullish bias, we're going to be looking at bearish trades with a smaller position size and a little bit of quicker moves. Whereas if we're looking for a trade that aligns with our 4 hour and 1 hour time bias, we're basically going to look for a little heavier size, and we're going to let that sumbitch run, hopefully a little bit longer than we have. And this is, again, something I talked through a lot last week in terms of being one of the changes to my trading and one of the little tweaks that I'm making into 2026. So as long for me, as long as we stay above we're going to call it the 46.13 area. This is going to be a little bit of my line in the sand today. I'm going to have a bullish bias above this area. And I'm not saying I'm going to have a bearish bias below it, but probably neutral as long as we're in this zone. So I would have at least a short-term hourly bearish bias if we break below the 45.80 level. But again, guys, I think this is on gold today. This is going to be one of those days. I think it's going to be strap in and just hold on for the ride if you end up in a trade, because I feel like gold is going to be the asset that's going to react most strongly to this news, and it has so far, right? But as far as oil is concerned, guys, I again remain a little skeptical of oil as a trade overall, simply because, again, all the oil news and stuff coming out of Venezuela, I would anticipate there would be some sort of reaction either from OPEC or Russia as well. Prices have gone down, which for those of us with gas cars is still a good thing, but I do expect there to be some sort of correction there in price. Now, as far as oil is concerned, oil has dipped back below our current swing high here at about 58.90. So that to me is a little bit of the line in the sand. I would say I would be bullish for a move back to short-term highs, maybe back to $60 if we can push back above 59. The short-term. The 4 hour swing high is sitting here at about 58.87. So I would need us to push above 59, and that would sort of flip my switch to bullish. And hopefully then we could see a little run there. Now, if we break this down to the 1 hour, you see that this area here basically slices through a lot of different price action, right? So on the 1 hour, I almost feel the need to bring us down here to about 58.65, our current swing low. And let's see if we can push back up to the 1 hour swing high here at 59.80. So I would say right now, as we head into the open, I have a neutral bias as far as the CL is concerned. But if we can push back above $59, I would definitely look to flip to a bullish bias. A move below 58.50 probably brings me to a bearish bias here on the 1 hour chart. As far as the Russell is concerned, guys, this is going to be one for me to watch, I think, over the course of the next couple of days. Not quite reacting as negatively to the news as the ES and the NQ. And maybe as, there continues to be concerns about the whole AI bubble, whatever that means at this point, right? We could see a little bit, and we've seen the Dow, we've seen the ES act with a little more bullish intentions over the last couple of weeks. So the Russell may be more interested in following that price action. So with that in mind, guys, I see in the background we have Coach Duncan joining us here. Duncan, good morning, man. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back, Miriam. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Perfect. Excellent. No, good to see you guys. It's certainly plenty going on, and always on a Friday. It just seems to be the big day where obviously we had payrolls. We knew that element was going to happen. But I just wonder if it was coincidence, the timing of the next swipe at the next swipe at Powell, based on what the payrolls gave us, I think. Because payrolls came out, and I'd spoken last Monday about the kind of permutations around payrolls. Now, the headline figure came out at 50,000, which was a little bit weaker than expected. Now, that should have been and broadly was bullish for the stock market, and that kind of give it a nice little push up. The key parts that kind of detracted from it a little bit was the employment data, which came in at 4.4 versus 4.6. Now, whilst it didn't show in the markets, what it has done is tempered the expectation for rate hikes as we go into this year, because January wasn't off the table. If it was relatively low, around about 20% chance we were going to see action in January, but people had been kind of penciling in March as the first movement. Now, with the unemployment rate coming down, it showed a degree of improvement. This kind of, over the weekend, you'll have seen, well, you may or may not have seen, a number of large banks have come out and started pushing back their rate cut expectations to later in the year. So really, was Trump getting wind of this fact and going, right, okay, we need to do something? Because what he's doing isn't good. Now, Matt, you said a minute ago, politics. I am not a political person, even in my own country. I'm a trader, and as a trader, I cannot be political, because the minute I have politics in my head, that is what I try and put on my screen. So I try and stay out. I try and stay politically neutral. But in terms of central banks, they're really important. And just to go through the reason, just really briefly, the reason why we have a central bank is because you cannot rely on a government to govern the major monetary decisions, because they will do what suits them when it suits them. And what I mean by that is, if you're coming up for an election, what do? It depends where the economy is at the time, but if we're in a bad state, you take interest rates to the floor. You give people what they want, and that is what I'm not political, but I'm on Powell's side here. These guys were employed because they know and understand the numbers, and Trump doesn't like the numbers, but that doesn't make them wrong. And basically, just to go back to a point you raised a minute ago, Matt, Powell isn't gone this year. He resigns his Fed chairmanship on the 15th of May.
Okay.
I remember that because it's my wedding anniversary. I'm not super smart. It just coincided a date. Yeah. But he actually stays on the Fed till 2028.
Oh, okay.
So he will be lingering in Trump's view like a bad smell. But ultimately, Trump just wants him gone, and he's going to do look, the legalities of what has happened. Basically, Trump's saying they've overspent and been over exuberant in doing up the Fed head HQ, but ultimately, this is a kind of push. Just break the guy until he goes. So really, obviously, the markets have picked up on it, and the biggest problem with what's happening is the fact it undermines the US. It quite simply does. It makes it look a bit, I don't know if it's a word used in America, but makes it look a bit of a shambles, a bit of a mess. And the markets will reflect that, and that's kind of what we're seeing. And gold, the chart that's in front of it, probably best reflects that on two counts, because people often forget when we're looking at a gold chart, we're looking at two things. We're looking at gold and we're looking at the dollar. And what's in front of us is showing us that one, the dollar is going down, and two, gold is going up. Sorry, it doesn't always show us that, but the dollar is going down, gold is appreciating. Gold will always appreciate in any time of conflict. Obviously, we've got what's going on with Venezuela, which is settled to a degree, but what it's done is it's opened up the possibility that we may see more of this type of action. Iran is obviously top of the list. Greenland is getting, I don't know about over in the US, but over here, Greenland's getting spoken about an awful lot with the EU and the implications there. But yeah, really, that's just a kind of broad overview. Any questions or anything I should further go through on any of those points, guys?
Well, I think what was interesting to me was I didn't hear anything about this until I was, I think, scrolling Twitter last night and saw Powell's video message. And that is very out of character for him to release not only a video message, not only do it like basically in front of the Fed, symbol, do it on the weekend, but also speak as I mean, you know, we've talked many times on this show how good of a communicator he is, whether you like him or you don't like him, and how careful he is what he says, to not only flat out deny all the accusations, but to throw those back and say this is because we didn't cut rates. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing a little bit there. That really struck me, because that is not. I think Miriam's even made the joke in the past, like the tone of his good morning is like very practiced when he has a press conference, and yet this struck me as, I mean, like this was like him. This is the equivalent of one of us like screaming into the microphone at the top of our lungs. So, like, what did you take away from that? Is that as big a deal as I seem to think it is?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the guy's being attacked. Like I say, I don't know if it's rightly or wrongly, but I would suggest that a video message like he put out and the written statements like he's put out makes me think this is a smart man. He's not going to be doing this unless he can't back it up. But I think he's doing it on a personal level, but he's a very measured guy. He believes in central banking. I think he's defending central banking because one, on a personal level, because he sits surrounded by central bankers, but two, from a US level, because as I said a minute ago, you can't, if you undermine a country's central bank, you undermine the country, you make it less investable. And suddenly banks are looking at, obviously we're not about to see a US credit rate cut or anything like that, but it starts nudging the dial towards it. And like I say, I just think he's just reaffirming the fact he's staying. I could see him being belligerent enough to not quit outright when his Fed chair term ends. But yeah, it's a very strong statement. The markets have absolutely picked up on it. Trump does kind of like to do what he pleases, but every now and then there has to be a line, and this is a line. And I think Powell was making it very, very clear. This is a line you do not cross.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I didn't actually watch the video. I mean, obviously, I understand how this can affect the overall markets, but like in terms of how you see the markets reacting now, I mean, I just mentioned too, we've been sitting at all-time highs on the S&P 500, whereas the NASDAQ, for example, has not been able to necessarily get there. Do you feel like this sort of fundamental is going to affect the NASDAQ more than the ES, or in terms of everything together? Like how can traders take something like this fundamentally and look at it from a technical aspect going into this week?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So obviously the NASDAQ has not quite gone at the same pace as everything else last week. I wouldn't necessarily equate that to what's going on with the Fed, because I think what we're seeing is a few more now obviously the AI bubble is a big concern. I've commented before that I think the market had, due to the period of the government shutdown, the market kind of hyper-analyzed and looked for a problem because it wasn't getting its feed of constant data to be concentrating on for a day or so. Now, my personal view is that, look, things aren't, they can never keep going at the rate they've been going. Sorry, the Mag 7, I should say. Not basically, there was always going to be a period where things start to slow down. That doesn't mean to say that we stop going up. It just means to say we start to tear off. And I think what we're potentially seeing, drawing on my own experience as well, I mean, obviously we're investing in these things, is people just being a little bit more selective. Before it was a case of just buy any of them and you'll see good grounds. They could well all keep going up, but what you're seeing now is probably people being a little bit more fussy and looking to pick up the right one. Is it going to be Alphabet? Is it going to be Nvidia, Intel? All these things, being a little bit more selective, and that's, I think, what is tapering off. I think what we could see throughout the first quarter is a couple, 2 or 3, maybe really start to emerge. The others, again, as long as the market keeps on going up, as long as there's not a major disruption, they'll likely all keep appreciating. It will just be the pace of which one, the pace that they move at, and which ones move at the more aggressive rate. Because look, the multiples aren't too high on the AI side of things, so therefore there's no reason they can't keep going. But obviously, any escalation, as always, the disclaimer: any escalation on Fed policy, any major change in unemployment, and of course inflation as well. And tomorrow brings us CPI, so that will be interesting. So CPI is generally perceived as the inflation figure, but I will say the Fed do prefer the PCE to CPI, because it strips out more, and I can't remember which exact ones off the top of my head now, but they find PCE more meaningful. But that doesn't mean to say CPI isn't important. So a lot will be resting on tomorrow. We've got a few Fed speakers coming up today. Now, it's an interesting time to listen out. I think it's Bostich, Barkin, and Williams we have today. So it'll be interesting to see, because obviously, I don't know the settings in which they're speaking. Often they stand up and give a prepared statement. But if there's questions, you can be pretty sure what they're going to be asking about Trump's comments on Powell. But yeah, CPI tomorrow will, of course, be interesting. It's a few bits of data this week. So obviously, in CPI tomorrow, it's expected, the month-on-month is expected to come in around about 0.3, with the year-on-year around about 2.7. And now, just to give you an idea, I think in line or slightly lower will be markets positive, because that kind of plays to the tune of conditions that the Fed will want to move. And that doesn't mean to say they'll suddenly come out and go in January, but we perhaps bring this date back in. So as I say, in line at 0.3 month on month and 2.7 year on year, and that should be positive. If we see inflation start to run away to the upside, again, that will be obviously higher inflation, never necessarily going to be good for the stock market. So that's what to watch out for tomorrow. Wednesday, we see PPI and retail sales. Thursday, we've got jobless claims, and Friday, US industrial production. So really, inflation tomorrow will be the big one. But this week, we actually start to see the earnings come back, and really at the crux of it is the banking sector. Let's look at how the banks are getting on, and of course that's going to have a big bearing on the markets in front of us.
Absolutely. You brought up the Greenland situation, and purely from a market perspective, like let's say it comes to the U.S. putting troops in Greenland and just saying this is ours now. Like I know there'll be some geopolitical stuff there that will just be way beyond at least most of us on Tradeify TV's pay grade. But as far as the markets are concerned, what type of effect could that possibly have on the markets?
It's a big effect, that one. It really is. Now, obviously, it's fairly easy to put troops on Greenland, because Denmark. I saw something on Twitter yesterday, and it was basically the area of Greenland with a fort of Lego built around the outside of it, because that's about all they've got to defend themselves with. But it's not necessarily about Denmark. It's about NATO. It's about Europe, because they're actually already talking. France and the UK are already talking about putting troops on Greenland. Now, this shows you Europe does not want this to happen. Now, Greenland is obviously positionally, until I looked on the map about 3 weeks ago, I hadn't noticed, but it's actually a lot closer to the US than it is to Denmark. But ultimately, it's about control and bullying, and you start a process of just walking in. We've seen it in Venezuela. There's justification for that. just. But you start doing it elsewhere, and suddenly US relations globally will struggle. And what you're going to do is, again, what could happen? Europe will look at Europe takes a hell of a lot of goods out of the US. Again, all of these things, that one, the political harmony will be gone. Two, trade, they'll look elsewhere, rightly or wrongly, they will look elsewhere. So really, it's not something you just do on a whim. And for me, that's a big concern, because all of these areas, it's not just like Venezuela, for example. Venezuela was selling all their oil to China. Now, for me, the biggest positive about the Venezuela situation is that China have done nothing. They've not spoken about it. They've not got involved in any way, but they could. Again, the Panama Canal was another one. Again, it's another. All of these little mini battles. That it's not to get Greenland. It's to get positioned better than China. Get positioned better than Russia. Now, as I say, for the US, these may be good things, but for the rest of the world, they won't be seen that way. And again, this is what we talk about: major disharmony. That's troops on ground in Greenland is massive, and will have a very detrimental effect on the markets. Unless you're in the defense sector, that's for sure.
Yeah. They seem to always make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a packed week full of data. I kind of want to bring this a little bit more into the general, psychology. Whenever we have weeks like this, right? What do you feel like is a mistake that traders usually make during data heavy weeks?
To be honest with you, data heavy weeks of payrolls is the one I spoke about it last week. There's just too much data coming out in one go. You just cannot trade that. It's just a mess. It wasn't too bad, to be fair, last Friday. In other times, the data like we're seeing this week, I don't mind. I don't mind trading in and around it. There's nothing really that spooks me too much. For my short-term sort of in and out in the day trades, I'll be out on inflation, but I was straight back in afterwards. It's just about tempering. If we see volatility as we come into the week, obviously I'm in London, so I've seen the end of Asia, the predominance of the UK session, and now into the US. Volatility doesn't look too bad this morning. But obviously, if volatility starts to increase, just scale back your position size just a fraction if you need to. But really, this week shouldn't pose too many challenges. The data isn't. For me, the big data points to avoid is payrolls, unemployment, and obviously on the stock side, when we start to see the major earnings. Now, banking's not really gonna ripple in that way. Arguably, one of the biggest pieces of data that we'll get out this week is Taiwan's semiconductors, which I think is out on Thursday. I should have written that down. But that gives us a glimpse into kind of AI again. And that these sort of AI, the Mag 7s, they're really what are going to dictate. But really, going into this week, it's just a normal week. Really avoid the actual avoid the actual announcements themselves, but around that, trading should be fine, unless anything significant happens.
Yeah, we typically see, like, when we have weeks that have PPI and CPI. Well, we don't have CPI necessarily this week, do we? I think it's just Yeah, we do. Just kidding.
Yeah.
So, whenever we have weeks like this, we tend to see Mondays usually be a little bit choppier, especially since we don't really have anything today other than a few Fed members speaking and then the 10-year bond auction. Other than that, it's really just going to be waiting on tomorrow and the rest of Wednesday to kind of see a move. Do you anticipate any sort of follow through? It seems like we've been getting some of that, at least. Well, it doesn't really seem like last week had some great trading days. But in terms of going into this week, what do you feel like is, possibly going to give us?
Yeah, I think at the start of the year, you typically see the kind of fund community and investment managers and the major banks start to really position themselves. I think a little bit of that might have been held back last week because we came off the coattails of Venezuela. We come into this week with the with Powell under attack. So there's probably a decent amount of money that's not actually invested yet. Again, that's my assumption, but I don't think I'm wrong. So there is money to come to. I think the market wants to start getting positioned. There's things that you'll start to put on, but you'll maybe just hold that little bit of cash that little bit longer, and just wait until things start to steady a bit. But if we see the CPI print come the right way tomorrow, it's not a game changer, but it might just, it's all these little things that start to give confidence. And obviously the backdrop of another thing that was kind of kicked down the road a little bit was the kind of investigation into the Trump and the tariffs. Now, I'm not an expert on that side of things, but again, that's something people are very mindful of, because look, at the end of the day, if the tariffs are viewed as illegal, he'll find another way to do them, and the same will be achieved in another guise. But again, it just creates this disharmony, distortion. But at the moment, I think there's probably a fair bit of cash, and the markets, and that cash will come in, and it will come in to these kind of probably in a reasonable percent the Mag 7. But at the moment, the participants might just not have the confidence to do that. But if we start to get a trend to the upside, suddenly you get the FOMO, and everyone, even at the highest level, you'll get the, okay, the market's going up. Okay, we've got momentum now. Let's take it. And we're not talking about the momentum of last year. We're talking about the momentum of this year. And last week wasn't a bad week, actually. It was okay when you look back at it. But yeah, I think the biggest theme will be when we just get a little bit of settle, the market settling down without adverse news, then a slight trend to the upside, and then we could quite sharply see that escalate.
One thing I've been kind of, as I've followed things over the course of the past few months, specifically with some of the data. We're talking about all the data numbers that we get, et cetera, et cetera. Over the summer, there was a big kind of a coordinated attack on the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That person resigned, and there's now one of the president's sort of handpicked people in there. I've heard a lot of rumblings like, how much can we actually trust these numbers that are coming out of the BLS? Is that something that is concerning to you or to the people that you work with, or is it just we assume it's just going to be business as usual?
Yeah, I mean, it is a concern. I mean, the accuracy of data, because look, billions of pounds rest on the accuracy of this data. But of course, you have to assume it's an anomaly. You can't always assume that way. But the fact that the right action was taken at the time, you've got to be relying on this data, because this data is what feeds into the Fed. The Fed do the maths. They don't go for populism. They do the maths and react to it, and therefore the numbers that go into the equations they do need to be absolutely accurate. But from my side, look, the final question you asked there is not really something. I mean, for example, China, we completely discount the numbers we see because we don't necessarily believe. If you just look at their inflation level on a historic chart, you can see that it's a straight line. And therefore, is it to be believed? No. There's control and there's control, but no, you have to just take it at face value and believe in what you're getting is correct. But the problem that the market sees, and this underpins the story about Trump trying to get his men in to do what he wants, is people will believe it less if the source of it feels tainted. if it feels influenced, if it feels like he's put people in and he's told them you are doing that. And that may not be, but that's how it looks to the rest of the world. And whilst when that happens, the US becomes less attractive. And with a debt level like the US has, you need your bonds to be bought. And don't get me wrong, I'm not singling the US. God, I live in the UK. We're a terrible place at the moment. But ultimately, you need if you've got a lot of debt, you need people buying your bonds, because otherwise, especially if you're looking at kind of military initiatives, some of the most expensive things you'll ever do. Again, they'll be raising bonds. If something was to happen, bonds would be raised, and again, you need people to be prepared to buy those bonds. So really, it's about credibility. It's about Trump knowing his lines and knowing when to stop. Yes, he can do what he does in the White House, but don't go to the Fed and start telling them what to do.
So before we let you go here, Dunk, is there anything else this week that we should be keeping an eye on? Maybe something a little under the radar that could have a big effect on the markets?
Nothing more than what we've spoken through. I think earnings, we just want to see momentum from earnings. We want, like, the last quarter was good. Maybe slightly tapered off just towards the end, but broadly it was good. We just want to see get off on the right foot. Now, the one thing banking is, as a 20-year banker, the one thing I know better than anything is banks make the most money when the market's volatile, because it piques people's interest, and suddenly they're tweaking things, they're doing things. Every time they do that, the bank's getting a commission, earning a spread, whatever it is. But we want to see the bank. So for that reason, I think the banking earnings should be okay, relatively, from what we've seen. Unless they've already got any skeletons in their closets, we should see on market price action, we should see it go okay. But no, other than kind of what we've spoken through, all I just listen and keep abreast. I know some of the guys on the stream and who are new to Tradeify, they not quite started to build their economic knowledge, but do just push a little bit. Just read a few articles every day. Whilst it doesn't make sense now, in time you'll start to piece the bits of the jigsaw together. But you've got to start somewhere. So hopefully what I'm doing here can start to just bring what I'm saying into the markets. But to the guys on the stream, just start reading, listening to you guys when you talk about it. Don't just concentrate on the charts. It will take a long while before you can actually trade based on your fundamental knowledge. A long while. But start to build it up, because it won't come until you start.
Absolutely. Can I ask one more question before you leave here? Because I'm curious to know, speaking about Trump, he recently, I think it was yesterday, that he came out with a proposed 1-year cap on credit card interest rates at 10%, right? And right now, obviously, we were talking about the banks coming out with earnings. And as we all know, a lot of credit cards charge north of 20%. So obviously, this would be a big change if it became real. Obviously, it's not law yet. It's a proposal, but I'm curious to know your side of this. Like, how do you think markets would react to something like this? Is it just something, fluff and noise for now, or does it actually matter when you're looking at banks and consumers and this credit condition that we're in right now?
No, it's a very good point, and it's something I should have mentioned, actually. Look, on the face of it, I like this policy, and I don't often say that about Trump, but I like it, because this is like, the people at the rough end are getting charged extortionate fees. I mean, don't get me wrong, they put themselves there in the first place, but it's not always their choice, and it's not always something they wanted to do. Now, as a policy, I like it, but in terms of who it will hit and who it will hurt, obviously these guys who've been making a fortune and really making a fortune. So look at these lenders, and you will have seen that some of them start to tail off into the end of the week. Just like last week, just think through the news. Like Venezuela, what happened straight after that? We saw energy, we saw defense go up, credit cards get cut, credit cards interest gets capped. Those that benefit from that are going to hit that. Now, obviously, in banking, I don't think of what's happened on Friday isn't going to affect the numbers we see this week or those that come out next week. But the one thing to watch out for is everyone looks at the EPS and the revenue. And I do it. When earnings come out, I quickly jump EPS revenue. But really, the statement's key, because this is where the market gets a glimpse of next quarter. And it might be a little early yet, but we might start to see some of these banks mention it. These banks let's just use one bank as an example, Barclays. Now, Barclay cards, huge. I don't know if it's huge in the States, but in UK and Europe, it's huge. It would, if they're going to be affected by it, they may come out and say, look, what you do, because when you're giving your results or a statement, it's almost like the Fed and forward guidance, where you're not necessarily always talking about what you're doing now. You're trying to give the market a hint at what you might do in the future. Because if you just keep your mouth shut and then in the future do something different, the market goes, whoa, panics. If you just gradually throw a little bit of information, the same effect happens at the end. The news that you wanted out is out, but instead of going from here to there, you've maybe just gradually, and you've maybe not quite gone as far. So for those who are going to be affected by this, now I think this piece of legislation, there's a bit of work to do. So I really don't think we'll see anything about this. But in the future, if this does get through the House and becomes the law, then of course it's going to impact upon them. But the market will trade around that anyway, and we'll potentially see a little bit of selling on those who could be hurt by this new law. But obviously, if it gets pulled away, we've seen this with Trump quite a lot. He flirts with some ideas and then he pulls them back. So, but look, he's coming into a campaign. I can't remember. I always forget the terms of the midterms, isn't it? So he needs to be not necessarily on the defensive on one side and on the offensive on the other. But at the end of the day, populism is what he's after. So wherever he sees he needs the votes, he'll change things around. So, but yeah, it's a good point, and just little things like that are what we need to be looking out for.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love that perspective, Coach Dunk. But I mean, we'll be here for next week. Maybe we'll see some sort of change or update in that. But until that, we're very glad to have had you on the stream. Do you have any socials that anyone can follow you on?
No, I'm 48 years old. No, I've never done Facebook. I know.
We have to get you on that, Coach. There's people asking. You have an audience waiting for that. So
that was the most polite English equivalent of "fuck no" that I've ever heard in my life.
No, I've never done it. That's a lie. Actually, I do have a Twitter account, but I just use it for following football or soccer, you guys call it. I use it for that. It hasn't got a picture of it. It's not my name.
Who's your team?
It's a fake Twitter?
It's not fake. It does kind of have my name on it. It's all verified. And I don't even post on it. I just use it so I can follow stuff. But yeah, I'm an Aberdeen fan. You probably won't even have heard of them.
I have not, no.
No, I'm actually Scottish. I'm not English.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No. It's, my voice tells you I'm English, but I've lived in England for 39 years of my 48. So I only speak Scottish when I speak to my parents. So
that's great.
But,
well, maybe we'll get you on something. I mean, the chat.
I will do something. Yeah, I spoke to Coach Tank about that. He tries to modernize. He was trying to get me to send a voice message the other day, and to me I was like, no,
asking too much.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, whenever you need any sort of insight on that, we're here to help with that as well. So, but until then, Coach, glad to have had you on today, and we will be seeing you next week, as I understand.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much, guys. And to you guys at home, have a great week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. You too.
Excellent. Take care.
Oh man, what a guy.
Yeah, and guys, for those of you that maybe were not here last week, we this will be a regular segment now. Coach Duncan will be joining us on Monday mornings to kind of break down the news. It is always interesting to just hear how many moving parts there are with all this, and I echo what he said. It is well worth traders' time to start learning this. Now, doesn't mean you can't trade the charts in the meantime, make money in the meantime, take your payouts in the meantime, but having a little bit, as we talk about that feeling that where you're comfortable trading, right? Because you understand to some degree the technical patterns are at play and the fundamentals that are behind them. You can't do that unless you're at least willing to look at some of this news. And I don't encourage you to look at it again from a partisan perspective, or I would generally advise you to not look at certain partisan sources when it comes to economic news, but try to seek out a nice neutral perspective. Hey, not is this good or bad, but here's what it is and here's what it could mean in either direction. I think Coach Dunk does an outstanding job of that. So really look forward to him guiding us through 2026 as far as the macros are concerned.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely great having his insight. What are you seeing here on the chart so far? I'm actually eyeing up a short on the NASDAQ here. I'm kind of watching this 728, 730 area, 723. I think I'm kind of eyeing that up with a stop above 745. That's something I'm looking at right now.
And I was just looking at, actually, I was finger on the trigger when Doug was on there about taking a gold long at near the close of the last candle, and then it just sort of rolled. I was really hoping for a push up. Now we're heading towards the VWAP area, but I was hoping for a push back up above the +1 standard deviation area, and it just we didn't get it. And it was looking. I mean, this is a really nice rounded bottom pattern, which has now obviously been blown up by this particular candle. But yeah, interesting that we're seeing a little bit of a decline across the board heading into the open. I would figure if the NQ was going down, GC would be as well, because I figure it would be a nice little battle between them. And speaking of battles, it's time for the opening bell battle.
All right, guys. I did take that short on the NASDAQ here. Colin, if you don't mind, actually, sorry, if you can keep on Matt's chart, because I got to switch over to mine real quick. Let me switch over here. So I do have a stop. I entered at 728.75 as my entry. My stop is going to be 745.25. I know we're just entering the market here, so I'm going to probably trail this pretty tightly, but I just wanted to get this up real quick. If I can, that'd be great. Let me see if I can. Nope, not the right one.
All right, guys, we are now under 2 minutes from the New York Open. Check your orders. I think it's going to be a good tradable week, guys. I really do. I think between all the news, and maybe this is just wishful thinking because we generally had a shitty trading week last week. But I think between the news, the volatility, I think it's going to, if you're oversized and not giving your trade room to breathe, I think you're going to be in trouble. But if you're willing to mind your size and give these things room, I think it could be a very lucrative week for all of us. Well, I hope it's a very lucrative week for all of us.
All right, let's see. So I might get tapped out of this into the open here. But let's see.
I've been using the iceberg indicator on Bookmap this last week, so I'll keep everyone appraised on that.
How's that going?
So far, so good. We haven't actually traded off it, but I've been when there's big ones, and I have it set to only, if you hear the robot voice, guys, I apologize. But if there's big ones, I actually will go in and put a little zone on the chart. And again, we're not trading off of them yet, guys, but we're just seeing what is the market reaction to those. We've seen a good number of them that have been the beginning of big moves. And we've seen a few that maybe don't really have a whole lot of significance, but we'll see. All right, guys.
It is stopped out of that trade, by the way.
All right. Well, guys, it is Monday. It is time to get ready to go. As I said, check your orders, watch your position size. Big week ahead, guys. Ding, ding, motherfuckers. Let's get to work. Wow, that was a good stop out there.
Yeah.
Holy crap. What was that, about 40 points in the first 10 seconds? Jesus.
Clear above it. We're pushing. 800 has some sellers sitting on book maps.
Gold finding some buyers here too. Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy into Monday morning.
Oh yeah, that gold was a good long there. Let's see if ES can clear this 975 level, and then NASDAQ would need to clear this 780. This is a strong level, guys. So if we pump into 800 and clear here, could get a nice push. Otherwise, we will reject most likely.
We guys, keep in mind, we have seen, and we did see last week several times, reversals in these first 5-minute candles. So be very, very careful.
I am in a long here. I entered that long at 88. My stop is going to be pretty tight. All right, I'm selling some there. My stop is moved to 794. I'm targeting 825. 825 is my target. There we go. Nice. Trailing tightly now. 837 is next, and then 850. I'm going to sell a few more here. All right, I'm only in 2 contracts. My stop is 813. Like I said, 837 is that next level, and then 850. All right, sold one more there. Trailing 824. 850 just cleared here. 862 is next, and then 875. I just trailed to 824. 826 is my stop. 863 is going to be that, probably that final level for me, honestly. I'm in 1 contract, guys. I already sold the majority of my play. I would not try to chase this right now, so I might get stopped out. See if they hold. All right, I just got stopped out. This might be the rejection here. We were not able to make it up to 863 just yet, but watch and see if 812 holds on NQ. All right. Took a first loss on that trade, but was able to make that back.
So the realize there includes both trades, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good recovery there.
Yeah, that initial push was pretty intense. I was watching book maps there. We got a nice hold of the level that I essentially, the level that I was looking for us to clear was 720. Well, technically I got in at 728. I should have waited for 720. Really, I should have waited for 700. So I did take that short a little prematurely, which obviously I'm glad I got out of. But yeah, this hold of the 720, 700 level clearly was a nice hold. So let's see.
I'm very interested, not here, I'm not getting in a trade, but I'm very interested in a gold long if we can push above 613. That's basically the +1 standard deviation line. And on the 1 hour, it sort of pushes us above the prior swing high as well. That was an area we talked about in the pre-market. We'll see. I mean, if this candle bottoms out and it heads for the low of the zone, of course that trade is off the table. But that's really what I'm eyeing up potentially to start the day today.
That same level though that I'm still watching here on ES is 69.90. I do want to see how we react in this area if and when we do come up there. Right now on ES, if anyone's trading, we have some sellers sitting at 69.83, 85, and that 90 level to the upside. Obviously, bulls are still very strong, specifically on the NASDAQ. So we are coming into the 65 level on NQ. Let's see if we can clear it. I do have a level there. So that level pretty much goes to 870. So if we can get a strong, which this is a very, very strong candle, very, very strong candle. But if we can get acceptance above this 863, I think we're looking very good to head up to the 930s.
Yeah, I mean that was, yeah, that NQ, man. Bears? What bears?
Yeah, right.
Well, and it was interesting because we hear all, and this guy's just goes to show you that there's so much going on behind the scenes we don't really know, right? And I still think I agree with Dunk that a lot of this news over the weekend is concerning in a lot of ways with Powell, and then again the market's basically, what do we do? Just about 100-point candle to start the day, and we're now well within the range of going from red to green.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be looking to chase along here, guys. Wait for a pullback. I did enter that like off the momentum push, but I don't recommend getting in right now. So especially, like I said, ES, that 69.90 is going to be a pretty key level. Bulls are very strong right now. So if you're still in along, this looks good. 900 would be that next level on the NASDAQ. Even into this level right here, 885, 882. And then I can see 900 next. But again, I would not be chasing along here. Wait for a pullback.
Yeah, guys, our 5-minute ATR here is just a tick under 25. And our standard deviation width is 62. Those are pretty good numbers. Those are numbers we like to see. They give us some nice ranges to trade. They are layering up some longs on gold on Bookmap. I really like that potential setup. It's just not quite the setup is good. Just the price action's just not quite cooperating yet. So again, let's see. It may need to pull back a little bit. And I'm not, again, guys, with this much consolidation below, I would probably be more apt to look for a break, retest, and go in that level. And if it just throws up a 5-minute candle like the NQ just did, I'm just going to have to sit and watch it. So we'll see what happens. But that's probably my major trade on the board right now.
Yeah.
This pullback heading into the open, I don't think that was anything other than profit taking from the overnight session. It was such a strong move up. I think that was the last group of pre-New York traders saying, you know what, we're going to book a little profits here before the crazy Americans get into the market.
Not yet able to hold a 5-minute candle above this 863 area on the NASDAQ. ES getting some resistance here at 988, where there are sellers, I see. So let's see if we can continue. SPX in the gap fill here. Gap fill ends at 69.65 on SPX, which would on ES be probably around that 7,000 level. Watching the 69.90 here on ES. Like I said, if bulls really are, I mean, this is going to be that level. If bulls really are going to be strong and they're going to push this up, if they push it up above 69.90, I mean, we have a clear shot to 7,000 on ES. I'll be watching that. Getting some buying pressure still coming in here. Wow.
All right, guys, there's my long on gold right there. It's 46.14.
Nice.
We'll see. It may give a little pullback, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to give this a little run. It's 2 minis, so that's pretty good weight in gold. First target's probably going to be up here at 28, and then I may see if we can run above highs.
Nice. Yes, in this 69.90 area here. Let's see. 69.88 needs to hold. Otherwise, we do get probably a rejection here.
We have a few buyers on the board, or sellers on the board in gold up at the 35 and 45 level. They're not huge enough that it's like, okay, like these are major areas of weight on the board, but it's enough to note. So that moving towards that area is probably where I'm going to look to take first profit. So like I said, probably about 28 as we head up here. So that's going to be my first sell area. My stop right now is going to be probably at the real body low of this candle at 08, because I think that gives me a lot of room, even if we retrace a little here. Going into a trade, guys, you should always know how much you're willing to risk. But as far as where you actually place your stop, if the trade goes for you, like this one initially did for me, whether it comes back, stops me out, whatever, you can wait a couple minutes to put your physical stop in the market. Again, you should still know right away, listen, I'm not risking more than $2,000 on this trade, or one. Again, it depends on your account size and are you in eval funded, whatever. But this is, for me, you should know that, but you don't always have to physically place the stop right away if the trade immediately ticks into your, in your favor. So this could do what I thought it might, which is kind of this break, retest, and go. As long as we hold probably the 12 level, I'll feel pretty good about this trade. If we break below sort of 11.5 here, the lower end of this negative standard, +1 standard deviation, that would make it a little concerning, and that's why I'm not going to give it much room below that.
ES does have a bunch of orders now. That's just put in at 69.93. Bulls are still strong, though. Bulls are still strong. I'm watching this here. Oh, those just got swiped. And they're gone.
And they're gone. Little degen soundboard.
Yeah. All right, those are 69.95, and then I think once that clears, got 7,000 on deck. Watching here though for still that potential rejection. I'm still watching.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for the expert analysis there, Real Crispy. Appreciate that. I will say our chat earned their reputation last week. We had a couple of days where the market was really, really not tradable. And as I commented a couple of times, we had some guests that decided to no-show us, sort of in the with no notice. So it was interesting. But the chat picked me up last week. They did a great job asking questions, making some comments, and with our chat, you know what kind of comments they are. But it was fun. We had a good time, didn't we, chat?
That's good. Yeah, you definitely held down the fort. That's for sure.
All right, guys, this is looking all right here. We seem to not. If this candle that we're on here reverses back and breaks 46.20 in the next 2 minutes, I feel really good about this trade. But we need a little buy. We're holding this upper highway band, this +1 standard deviation band. Yeah, we did Napoleon time. We did movie quotes for giveaways because the bot was broken.
Nice.
So we did Ghostbusters. We did Napoleon Dynamite. We did a lot of them. It was. That's
definitely up your alley. That's for sure.
It is. Yeah. And of course, we had some people not happy with the way we did it, but it is what it is. So,
oh man.
All right, so some sellers stepping in here on gold again. I feel good. I was just about to say I still feel good about this trade, and this one, the bulls need to hold this here, guys. We get below here, it's not looking good. Yeah, they're swiping stops in here too.
Happy Monday.
Yeah. We didn't do Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. Yeah. Well, that one's too easy. Everybody knows that. Tina, go get some dinner. Yeah, Brett, that's it. Gosh.
Watching a potential short here on ES. Yeah, it gets back down below 69.90.
Looks like I might get that old one candle reversal on this.
Still
excited for Matt to come. So that's one of our running jokes from last week, is that somebody said asked where were Matt and Miriam early in the week.
Oh.
I was like, I'm right fucking here, right? I said, I think you mean Nick. And so yeah, so now everybody has jumped
excited
onto
for
that.
Matt to come back.
Yeah.
He's not gone just yet.
Yeah. I don't know which one of us should be more insulted by that, Nick or
Right.
me. You know, we'll ask him tomorrow. Nick's back tomorrow, guys. He's got some fun news to share. Those that follow him on socials already know, but yeah, we will appropriately razz him tomorrow.
ES held that 90 level actually really nicely. This could be a good long if we can get back above 95. Otherwise, NASDAQ kind of looks like it might be rejecting here. Let's see.
Rex Kwando. There is no Napoleon Dynamite, guys. It's one of those movies. There's no way that movie should work. There's no way, and it does.
And it does.
And it does. Yes, it does.
You're still in it, huh?
It's now this one's gonna come down and get me, but I got what is that? 2 ticks away from my stop. If this reverses to highs, this is going to be one of our all-time trades in terms of, I think what Nick had a trade a couple, like before he took his vacation, where he was, I think he was like 3 ticks away from getting stopped out, and then it ran to profit. Amos had one last week, and he had somebody in the chat like shit talking him.
Oh gosh, of course.
He was, here we go. So, oh, it did. So it actually took one of my contracts there, and it just took the other one, guys. So yeah, so I'm stopped out there. Yeah, no, Amos had a trade. He was, I believe, 2 ticks away from being stopped out, and it ran all the way to his PT after that.
Rude.
Yeah. Somebody's like, no, you got to get out here, man. You got to get out here. Protect your capital. You know, and I was like, but he set his stop. He stuck with his plan.
Yeah.
You know, protect your capital. That's a good, of course. We say that all the time on this stream.
Right.
But yeah, he stuck with his plan, and it worked. So I don't know. The kid may know what he's doing.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Watching ES here still. Holding. They're really holding.
The movie wouldn't work except for Napoleon's sick ninja skills. That's right. Also, guys, when it comes to Napoleon Dynamite, if you've never seen it, I'm not like going to say that it's a much better movie on a substance or two, but it's a much better movie on a substance or two.
You didn't hear it here.
No, that's not what I said. Anyone who says it is lying.
Oh, man.
Ooh, flush and gold. Yeah, I think I set my stop at the right place there. Holy cow. They just swiped it hard on that one.
Dang.
NQ holding the +1 standard dev band right now.
This looks like it might be flagging a little bit here. Holding 69.90 was pretty good from the bulls, but not able to get back above 69.95 is problematic. So there's a seller sitting at 69.96 and then that 7,000 level. So what are we doing? What are we doing, bulls?
Yeah, it feels like everything kind of made a big move right out of the gate, and then it's stalling out a little bit. This is what now, to be fair, it's what we saw last week, I think 3 or 4 of the days where we would have a pretty strong first 5-minute candle and then just a whole lot of crap for the next hour or so. So I hope that's not the case, but we should be prepared for it. And again, as for those of you that wait till the open to tune in, you missed a great breakdown of the market news by Coach Duncan, who joins us every Monday to do so. It's a big news week when we've got some major news tomorrow. So it may just be kind of a wait and see day. The market moves a little, finds an equilibrium, but maybe doesn't make that huge secondary move or a big reversal move. So just kind of, this just may be a shitty Monday, or we may get a big move on the next candle. So just be careful, guys.
Watching ES. I'm still watching ES. I think ES actually looks pretty good, but unless we can get back above 69.96, Just curious. Nasdaq's really holding here.
And the Nasdaq 1 hour has room up to, gosh, almost 26. Yeah, this is guys, this is kind of what we saw last week. We saw some initial momentum. We couldn't sustain it. And then we also couldn't reverse it. It was sort of a move and chop. I hope that's not the case today, but we'll see.
There it is. ES trying to clear here. $7,000 is next on ES. Oh yeah, let's see.
Wow. Strong move right out of the gate here. Well, looks like we may get that secondary move in the NQ here.
I did try along here on ES. 69.9650 was my entry. 7,000 needs to clear here. I'm only in 3 minis. So I'm gonna have my stop sitting at 5 points below. So 69.9175 is my stop. If we can't get the clear, there we go. If we can't get the clear of 7,000 here, which we literally just tapped into, we just tapped into that level. So I have my stop sitting at the lows of the previous 1 minute candle. So I pretty much just took the breakout of this move. I was watching the 69.96 level to see if we can get the break. And I want to see 7,000 clear here. Did I say 3? Oh gosh, I guess I'm in 5. Well, I'm going to reduce my position size because I did not mean to take 5 on that. All right, so I'm in 3. Again, stop's going to be 91.75.
Throwing a little weight on the board on the ES above the price action here, guys, but it doesn't look...
I don't like the sellers stepped in at that 7,000. They did just get removed though, so I'm just watching this very carefully. This is one of those trades where, yes, I have a stop, but if I start seeing that they're struggling, which they are right now, I might get out of this a little bit sooner, especially if we start breaking down below this 69.95 level. I know I have only a, like I said, it's only a 4-point stop right now on ES, but it's one of those where I'd rather cut my potential losses than, you know, sit in a trade that I don't feel good about. They're still holding 69.95. Just need to get, we need to break above 7,000. This was also, keep in mind, 7,000 was the level that I was initially planning on shorting. So if we can't get back above that, I might flip pretty quickly here. So let's see. I'm going to take a 3-point stop here because I don't want it getting back down below. $7,000 and then 702 and then 7,005. 7,005 is really my main target here.
Yeah, they were playing games at 7,000. They had some orders on the board and they pulled them when the price action ran away. And when they do that, I always think they're tipping their hand, right? They're showing you that those were some bullshit orders.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that very often. The price action will head back up in there and kind of give it an, oh yeah, you got some orders. Let's see.
Yeah, see, they keep putting those orders in at 7,000, which I don't like.
We saw this a lot last week as well on the NQ and a little bit on the GC. They were throwing some big orders on the board to spook the price action one way or the other, and it was working very consistently. We were running away from price action last week, or from liquidity.
this is what I mean. Like, yeah, this is one of those trades where I'd rather just, I'm going to reduce more risk here because this is what I don't like. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm reducing risk here. So I'm only in 2. My stop is 2 points now because honestly, I don't trust this. The NASDAQ's barely able to hold above orb right now. If we don't get the push above 7,000 right now, I'm just going to take this L. I'll still be green on the trade. I should be green on the trade. Yeah, I'll be green on the trade, but this is what I don't like to see. Especially as a momentum trader. You guys know me. I'm impatient with this sort of shit. I'm like, make the move.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, and to be honest, we've seen a lot of that, like even kind of before the holidays, sort of one of the big kind of market changes in terms of the way the market moves as we move like past Thanksgiving and into the holidays, and it's maintained into the new year, was if you're in that style of trade, a momentum trade, it either is going to go right away or it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, so it'll get you that move pretty quickly, or it's gonna stall out. And like we just saw that in that gold trade I took. It was a nice little move, and then it completely went to shit at that point. So yeah, I mean, that's just it's sort of a see green, take green, especially if you're dealing with you know, evals or points in your funded trading account where you can hit consistency milestones or hit like don't try to overextend that. You know, this is very much a base hit kind of week. I think, you know, it's going to be, yeah, you can catch some big moves, you know, especially at the open when there's going to be some big moves. But other than that, it's going to be base hits all week.
Absolutely.
Big order up there at 04. If it runs up to that, I think you got a good area there.
I literally have my order. So I have a supply zone that's actually at 7,004. That's literally where it starts. So I think I set my take profit at, you know what, I'm going to move this down because that's something that I always do, is if we can't make it up there, then I'd rather just be in one contract, which I'm going to move to break even, guys. I'm about less than 1 point in profit right now. So 7,004, I see over 1,000 orders sitting there, which they just got removed. They swiped them. They keep moving it up too. 7,000.
Which tells you they're just playing games.
Yeah, exactly. So it is likely we'll hit this 7,003 level, 7,004, 7,004. But like I said, I do have a supply zone sitting there, so I'm just trying to be cautious. SPX is also almost done filling its gap. So this would be an area to take profits if you have not done so. They are really just slowly grinding this up. Let's see. Moment of truth. This level right here.
Hey, Adam, nice to see you as always. Is Nick already fired? Yeah, we fired him 30 seconds into the show today. That was it's a new record.
Somehow I feel like these shorts are going to come in. I don't know why. I just have this inkling.
Well, especially in the ES, I mean, you don't need technical analysis to tell you 1,000 area is an important one, you know? So if they're going to take a stand, and we're clearly seeing a little manipulation with that big order.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if they're trying to pull price action up or push it back down, but it seems I think they're trying to push it down because they they ran towards it and they pulled it, and that's an order that's worth noting. I mean, we're looking at 50, 100 lot orders here or there, which can influence price, but when you basically have 1,000 on the offer, that's gonna be noteworthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Still trying to hold 7,000 here, but my stop's sitting at 69.9875, which I do honestly feel like these shorts might come in here.
Yeah, Matt, that's true, and that's again, this is where we we'll tend to default. I mean, if you give your trade enough room to run, you can default to some higher time frames. The higher time frames look very bullish right now, but that doesn't mean we don't get a little bit of a pullback here.
All right, so I just got stopped out of one. My stop is not honestly in the greatest place. I will admit that. Because if they do bring it down, 97 could hold, which they just stopped me out there. Mm-hmm. So 875 on that, but this probably would have been a better stop. 69.97 would have been a better stop. So let's see though. Like I said, I'm not confident that these longs are necessarily going to come in here.
So now that you're out of this, Miriam, I had a question for you that, and again, it's already partially been answered, but coming off of a break like you've had, and obviously, you still see a trade, take a trade, but kind of what does the mindset look like? Yeah, you said you were looking at some stuff last night, mm-hmm. in terms of getting yourself back to sort of your trading routine, like mentally, what does that look like for you?
Oh gosh. Well, keep in mind, I was pretty much a whole day ahead. So when I went to Korea and Tokyo, and they're on the same time zone, but in terms of like when I would actually start trading, I live on the West Coast. So the market opens at 6:30 in the morning, my time. And in Tokyo, it opens at, I think, 10:30 or 11:30 at night. So very much like a whole day's difference that we're talking about here. So I did not do a lot of trading when I was overseas. Yeah, I took my stab at a few things. At one point, I found myself staying up until 3 in the morning. And so it was quite the difference, right? And so one big thing for me is like whenever I'm traveling or whenever I'm gone for a long period of time, I don't like to stay away from the markets for too long. And I think that for me is because I still like to get an understanding of what's going on. While I do think it's important to take some breaks and take some time away, especially for me, I think, this vacation for me was strategic in the sense where like I don't typically like to trade in December, especially towards the end of December. So this was more of an excuse for me not to have to look at the markets, which I didn't. Like I said, I didn't. But at the same time, I still think it's important to stay in the loop and stay aware of what's going on, because a lot of times what I found is when I take too much time away from the charts, I start to almost forget how to trade. And obviously that's not good for anyone. And so, like I said, for me, it's super important to just be in the know, but not necessarily have to take a trade all the time. I think I took 3 trades when I was out. And this is coming from someone who's on stream with you guys, every single day, trading pretty much every single day. So it was a really good break. But yeah, coming back into it, especially coming into the end of the year, it's always important to just like take a step back and kind of assess where you're sitting with your trading, right? Like I know 2025 was not necessarily the easiest year. And so for me, like I took a lot of those lessons, and for me, like I said, I'm a breakout trader. I'm a momentum trader, which is pretty much the trades that worked out for me. Like I said, that one I got on Friday was a momentum move. So a lot of that is going into it thinking like, all right, am I gonna just like get into a trade because I'm bored because I haven't traded in God knows how long? Or am I gonna, go into the year with a good plan and a good mindset and just kind of reset from there, because everything that I've learned, at least 2025 has been one of the biggest lessons for me in my trading career. And I think one of those has just always been patience. It's always been patience. And when you combine patience with being a momentum trader, it can kind of blur the lines a little bit. But it's yeah, I think that all said, it's, you know, I think a lot of people get excited to go back into trade. But for me, it's been more being aware of that. And that's still something that, regardless if I'm traveling or not, I still have to be aware of. So I think, like today, for an example, I jumped into a trade. I wasn't necessarily patient with that one, but then the second one, I ended up taking the stab at that, making my money back. But even on this one, I'm talking through my trades with you guys, and I'm telling you, like, I don't like the price action here, right? I don't like the price action. I ended up, still taking a green trade, but it's one of those where, like, I've been more cognizant of, like, all right, I'm just not gonna stay in this if I don't feel comfortable in it. And that has been, I think, a result of 2025. Whenever, for me, like I said, if I don't get the momentum, I don't like staying in the trade. And that can be completely different from someone else. Someone else can have, stay in a trade for hours. And that's just not my trading style. I don't like doing that. I've been in trades like that, and I don't like it. So yeah, it's just, for me, being more aware of the type of trader I am and how I can better, like, assist that type. And then just trusting my plan and trusting what I see. Like, even right now, I'm so glad I got out of that trade, because I think these shorts are coming in. So that's all. Yeah, that's all I can say, is not taking too much time away from the charts, but also not being too impatient to jump into it.
Yeah, I've always, even just taking a couple of days, I always want to be very slow when I come back. That doesn't mean, you see a trade, you take a trade, but coming in with a lot of patience and a lot of just understanding it's going to take some time. For me, I think a lot of it goes back to what I've talked about almost since the first day we've been streaming, in that it really means knowing yourself as a trader, right? Some people, guys, I'm not one of them, right? Like, I will, we'll do the morning stream here. I usually take an hour break. I'll trade for an hour or two in the afternoon, but it's total between the 5 days, I'll take maybe 4 to 5 trades. So very deliberate, very slow. But for me, understanding, like, when you need a break, when is when to trade, when not to trade, even if you're on a nice streak of not only being at your screens every day, but also, in a P&L sense, to me, that is one of the most valuable skills as a trader I think you can develop, is that ability to sit down where, 10 minutes from the market open, you close your eyes, you're just kind of, okay, where am I at? Like, what's going on in my trading? What's going on outside of my trading? Am I mentally ready to trade today? And understanding there's days you're not. Now we, the three of us who are usually here, we're here with you almost every day. And so we're, we don't necessarily have that luxury, but that's something you can do, guys, is if you sit down and say, you know what, I'm not here today. I'm not at that level, because again, we talked very extensively last week about how important that mental side of everything is. And everybody that we've had on, every guest talks about that as well. I'm very much a kind of a live and let live kind of guy, and you can have your opinion, I can have mine, but I will at least verbally fight anyone who says trading psychology is not the most important part of trading. So understanding when you need a break and how to go into breaks and how to come on of breaks is very important as well. So yeah, good insight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I mean, it's good too, just to take a mental reset. Like, even for me, not having to think about trading. On my trip, I met some great people. Like, we met some really cool people. We did some food tours. And there were a lot of, shout out to all the Aussies out there, by the way. There's a lot of Aussies that we found in Japan specifically. But actually, I did find this really cool couple. Shout out to them if they are watching. But they asked me what I do, and they were like, "Oh, you're into the stockies." And I just thought that was the funniest thing. I was like, I'm going to use that, the stockies. So
Stockies, okay.
The stockies. So shout out to the Aussies if you guys are watching. Shout out to you guys. But yeah, I thought that was fucking hilarious. I'm like, that's the funniest thing I think I've ever heard. The stockies.
Especially with a good Australian accent. That's
Yeah, no, yeah, it was great. It was great. So
I don't do a good. I got to work on that one.
I know. I don't do a good one. The only one I know is no. No.
But all I know is if I really want to nail an accent, though, it's got to be the English accent because everything sounds smarter. You know,
it does. It does.
Now, like Coach Duncan was giving us some great. He would have given us great wisdom in any accent, but that everything you just trust things better coming from that accent.
It's like the same thing with wearing glasses during an interview. Like you'll probably land that interview because you just look smarter.
All right, we've got some volume moving in here on the NQ, guys. Doesn't really seem to be taking a direction yet, but feels like we might want to. I don't know that I'm eager to take a short in something that's made the move it has, but below 865, we could have a little room to the downside.
I did short one mini on ES at 69.97.75. Stop is sitting at 7. I'm actually going to move it to the highs of these candles. So really only taking, I think that's like a 1.25 point stop. So I'm just testing this out, but this is, like I said, this is one mini, guys. So I think at most I'll lose like $50 on this trade. So we'll see. But I would be targeting 69.91 would be that initial target. And then from there, I'd probably start to move a little bit tighter to see if we can actually get a little bit deeper. NASDAQ also broke below its opening range high, but it does need to break below this 863.75. So if we end up holding that, and actually I'm going to go ahead and move break even on this because I do want to see the rejection of, if we do get back up to 69.96.75, I want to see the rejection there. Otherwise, we could still hold here. If I go to my charts, you guys can see this is essentially the level that I'm looking for. We can get down to 69.91. I don't want us to break back above 69.95. So this is, or sorry, 69.96 would be the opening range. So I want to see these shorts really come in here. Kind of stalling out a little bit. Volume dropped a teensy bit. Let's see. Is anyone else in a trade? Anyone take anything?
Yeah, how we feeling here, chat? How's everybody doing?
See if they stop me out here. They are holding opening range high. All right, so I got topped out of that. Was that like a $25 win? Let's go. Yeah, opening range high. So this is essentially what I was looking for us to break down below. But you can see this candle did not close. The reason I also took that short is, again, that 7,000 level. Look how much we've rejected that. So this still could be in play, guys. I'm just, for me, I would be probably looking for 7,000 to continue holding as resistance. But I think the next entry for me would not be until, if we can get back down below 69.90, I'll look to take another entry there. And that would put NASDAQ very likely below this 850 level. So let's see. See if we get down there. But this is kind of a weird, this is a weird area to get into any sort of trades, just because until we break down below 69.91 on ES, it's not, I mean, bulls can still hold it. Bulls can still hold it.
Yeah, just missed that move in gold. It's looking like it wants to run back up to highs.
SPX. Wow, SPX filled the gap so beautifully. That was like almost to the tick that it filled it. Now we're coming back down. Well, could still hold, but nice gap fill there on SPX.
Yeah, the only big areas on the board that I'm looking at are the 900 level in the NQ and obviously 7,000 in the ES. We're kind of in no man's land on a lot of other areas
Yeah.
in terms of our 1 hour, our 4 hour, our balance zones. Yeah, that's just got to pay attention to those levels.
Yeah, very choppy here right now. I mean, it makes sense why it would be choppy here. Nasdaq's trying to break above opening range high here now. So let's see. ES in terms of levels to the upside, if we can continue to hold this area, I would say 702 obviously would be the next level. We do have that supply zone. I just don't like that we have this supply zone sitting here. And really, that actually comes from, it's not my favorite, but you guys can see multiple rejections of, this area right here. So 7,004 would be where that starts. And if we start breaking down here, I would probably target 6980, 6970, and then see where we go from there. NAS is also has a supply zone sitting at 930, which we got up to 924, but again, same sort of thing. Actually, something I did want to mention on the NASDAQ too that I did notice is, so we had this gap fill from the 11th of December. If I go to the 4 hour here, you guys can see it's not so easy to stay on the 4 hour. So let me actually go to the 30-minute and zoom in. Nope, we're still on. Okay, so you guys can see on Thursday the 11th, we made a nice move up, and then we gapped down in the during the Asia market. So we gapped down and we made this really nice, like, what is that? Probably 100 points. It's not a, anything crazy, but 100-point gap to the downside. And ever since then, we were not able to reclaim this gap. So I did I put it in blue so you guys can see it, but it wasn't so easy to see on the 4 hour. But if I go to the 4 hour, you guys can see, obviously I did not move anything here, but we've had multiple tests of this gap. You can see on January 7th, we tested it multiple times and we were not able to clear it. Same thing happened on Friday, the 9th. And we were not able to clear it again. So for me, I would be looking for us to continue rejecting this until, and possibly continue to make lower highs until we can obviously break into that level. But this, I marked out a 4 hour supply zone just because we had a really strong candle to the upside, a basing candle, which is where the supply zone starts. So again, 930, and it goes all the way up to Friday's high, which is sitting at 985. So it's about a 50-point supply zone. But again, you guys can see we weren't even really able to get to that area. But that's why for me, like, confluence is a really big thing, because whenever I see, NASDAQ coming into a supply zone, ES coming into a supply zone, I'm not really excited about taking along or initiating along until we can find acceptance above those areas. So, which is why you guys saw me like pretty hesitant about my long. Yes, we were getting the bullish move. Yes, we were getting the buying pressure come in, but we were also coming into a supply zone. So I think that's the biggest thing to consider when you're trading, is just because a setup looks like a good setup, or even, for example, in this case, the buyer is really pushing price up, you got to ask yourself, is this a good risk to reward? Right? Like, what are my chances of this really, working out for me? So that's why I said, like, for me, the fact that they were not able to really push it up to 700, really, my next target would have been the supply zone. That's not a very good target. And honestly, this was not the best trade that I could have taken today. So the fact that I got in, I think my entry was at like 66.96, and then my target would have been 7,004. So that's 8 points. Usually I like to shoot for 10. So for me, like, yes, I saw the bulls come in, the bullish action really like coming in and happening, but it wasn't the best place to take profit, right? Because if we would have came into this area and rejected, and I wouldn't have taken my TP, then it wouldn't have been the best, which is why for me, a lot of times you guys will see me trail my stops. Because for me, momentum is more valuable to me than, sitting in a trade for an hour, which for a lot of people that works. But for me and my trading style, I don't necessarily like it. So when I look at this from a higher time frame, obviously we're bullish. We're very bullish, but I'm cautiously bullish, right? Again, the fact that we've gotten multiple rejections of this gap fill to me tells me, you know, there's still probably sellers sitting there. And again, if we can't, like I said, we've developed a new supply zone in addition to the gap. So I'm not necessarily eager to take a long in this area. For me, if I'm going to take a long, I'm going to wait for us to find acceptance above this gap, right? Like the areas that we've rejected, I want to see us find acceptance. And that's just going to be 25, honestly, 26,000. 26,000 would be that area that I'd look for us to continue going through. And like I said, guys, NASDAQ has not been able to make new highs. ES has made new highs and NASDAQ has not. So it's also just other things to keep in mind. But yeah, right now we're just kind of stalling. Matt, you're muted.
Yeah, it feels like we got that initial move across the board, and now we're just kind of stalling out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I see some people long in the chat. Oh, what's up, Nick? Yeah, exactly, Paraloco. He says, Nick, do you know the meaning of vacations? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, Nick. I kind of miss you. I kind of miss you a little bit. I never thought I'd say that, but
I was going to say, you say that like you didn't anticipate it.
I really didn't.
I was glad to be rid of your ass for a little while, but now, you know.
Oh, I'm sure you were glad to be rid of us for a minute.
It was so quiet.
Yep, and the chaos will return tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Now, like I said, the chat did some heavy lifting last week with the shitty markets and shitty guests. It was yeah, and Tank stepped up. Tank stepped up on Friday, stopped in for a little while. Actually had most of his buttons buttoned up. It was weird. But yeah, he was here, and so we talked some trading and some trading psych with him, and
most of his buttons buttoned up. I haven't seen Tank in so long. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to him. I said, well, you know, you got your Wednesday afternoon segment, and that's great. And I think it's good that people can get in there and question. I told him, I said, man, we miss you in the mornings, though. Like coming in and going a little back and forth. Him and Nick would have some great back and forths. That's yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But we got Dunk now. You know, we were required to have one person with a soothing sounding English accent on the program every week.
It's part of the Tradeify contract.
It is, yes.
Oh man, yeah, it's good to be back. It is good to be back. Though it's not fun to trade all-time highs. I will say that it is not fun trading all-time highs. So my bear intuition is kicking in. I think that we're gonna get some sort of move to the downside, or at least I'm hoping for it. So
Nick says he had okay, nah. Yeah, Tank was here and had most of his shirt was buttoned. It was very very formal of him.
Oh boy, Nick. We'll let you describe that when you get back on the stream tomorrow. But you were wearing button-up shirts all the time, but they were still all white.
I call bullshit on that. You were in a white tee, man. Stop it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk down the aisle in a white tee. I refuse to believe otherwise.
Oh man. Yeah, we're not doing much here, guys. Not doing much, unfortunately.
Nick, you have no proof. It's all AI.
How's everyone doing? What did everyone do this weekend? Or I guess what did everyone do over, because I wasn't here clearly, for New Year's. What did you do?
Me? Oh, I thought you were talking to me. We just kind of stayed in. Like that's kind of been our New Year's thing, is just kind of hanging out. And I actually stayed awake till midnight this year, which is a little that's a little departure. My old ass usually falls asleep a little earlier, but made it up, and yeah, it was a good evening. Really good evening. So
stayed up till midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was, again, I was, especially because of just the price action in December, and I literally, when I looked at the calendar last May and saw when Christmas and New Year's fall, I just knew it was going to be shitty markets, because it always is when Wednesday or Thursday of Christmas or New Year's just fucks up the whole calendar, right? Monday or Friday is easy; it just shortens the week. Tuesday, I feel like the markets, like if Christmas is on a Tuesday, I feel like by Thursday afternoon the markets are back to normal, so you get about a half a week to trade.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way if it's a Wednesday or Thursday, it really just fucks up the entire week. So honestly, in that regard, I was ready to kick 2025's ass right out the door. And 2026, again, last week was surprisingly non-definitive price action. I mean, we got moves. I mean, you back off to the 1 hour, 4 hour chart, you see some moves, but it just wasn't very tradable. It was one of those where, like, you could see 5-minute candles in a row that move the NQ 100 points, but each candle has a range of 40 with throwing up selling wicks and buying wicks. It was a week that if you were not minding your stops, your position sizes, you were going to be right on a trade and still blow out your account on it.
Yeah.
So, 2026, I feel, is going to be like 2025 in that it's going to give us some very harsh lessons to learn, and you either will learn them or you'll be out of the markets. But I do think once we get through kind of this initial burst of news data and whatever the situation is in Venezuela and Greenland gets handled, I think we're going to have a nice trend at that point. But, been wrong before.
Yeah, well, we hope. We sit and hope. Watching the supply zone here on the NASDAQ, tapped right into it so far. All right, let's see. I'm not going to overstay my welcome on this, but I did take that short sitting at 69. Sorry. Why did I say 69? I don't know. Don't ask me. 929.25. I'm looking for 910 to break here. We could hold. This is literally an area that we could hold here. But I would be looking for 892.
Nick, which airport? I'm calling security. I'm going to tell him he's smuggling contraband white teas through security. You need to get him, and ketchup. Take any ketchup out of his bags.
Not contraband white teas. Oh
Yeah.
Gosh. Lord. My stop is break even, guys, on this. I'm not, because the thing is with supply zones is they could take a little bit of time to actually respect. So if this doesn't break down from here, it could take a few more times for it to actually do the damn thing, which is why I'm like, you know what, if I'm wrong on this, I don't really want to take a loss. So we'll see. But like I said, I am expecting us to break down here. I have my order sitting at 60. Why do I keep saying 60? I don't know why. 892. But we are holding, like this level right here, 912, that we're holding. We gotta stay below it, which is why I don't think they're necessarily done. But I like to set my stop a little bit above halfway of the previous candle, which is why I have it at 926. So let's see if we can continue breaking down here.
All right, Nick. Yeah, get your ass home so we can get you back on stream, man. We got some questions. But yeah, best of luck. Safe travels
for you.
Yeah. Yep. Hopefully they look for less cavities than the dentist. Yeah, Lee, that's a good one. Yeah.
You guys are funny.
Yeah, I told you, like we've gotten a few new regulars the last 2 or 3 weeks who we're giving some of our regular smart asses a run for their money.
That's great.
The hell's Ozampic this morning? I haven't seen him.
Not ready. Not quite ready for that short. I mean, still, like, this is something that I'm still watching, guys. Like this. This is what I was looking for right here. So I don't mind trying to continue taking a stab at this, especially again if ES cannot break above its high. But I think the next, like, if you want to be convinced on this, I think wait until 892 breaks. I'm just taking a classic supply and demand trade. Ozempic, yeah, where is Ozempic?
Might have poured a little too much Ozempic on the rocks.
Possibly. It's possible. Yes, trying to really hold here. Dude, ES actually looks like a short to me. Way more than NQ. ES looks almost like a double top forming.
It really does, especially if you break it down a little closer in the 5 minute. And it really is just kind of a, yeah, that's a hell of a
there it is.
consolidation there.
There it is. Let's see if opening range high breaks here.
Ahmed, Miriam's broken down some of her key levels before. I mean, maybe if we get a little lull here, she can talk a little bit about that. But that's I
can do that. Yeah. Key levels. So I guess let me start with like supply and demand, because that's usually what I look for first thing in the morning. I start at the 4 hour. Typical like time frames that I look at is I start at the 4 hour, I go to the 1 hour, and then I'll kind of look at the 2 and the 3. But 4 hour and the 1 hour are my main zones that I look for, like bigger areas, right? And again, I look for areas of imbalance followed by balance, or vice versa, and I'll mark those areas. So for example, on this particular supply zone that I got, I was looking for like a really big move, right? That's essentially the way that I can describe it. You're looking for a really big move, a consolidation or a basing candle, and then a move out of that, almost equal to or even bigger, or maybe a little bit smaller than the move that you got previously. So for me, like this area right here, combined with the fact that we were, in this gap, this is a supply zone for me, right? We had a nice move to the upside, this candle right here, a basing candle, and then a drop. So the way that I would mark this is I would mark the bottom of the basing candle and then the highest wick of the 3 candles following that. So sorry, I'm just watching this level right here. So that's how I would look for identifying these levels. For example, too, if I go to the 1 hour right here, this is a really clean one for me, because this is called, like on the 4 hour, this is called, I guess you can call it a U, or an upside down U formation, where you had, a nice strong move, consolidation, and then a strong move out of that. And then for me, like I also look for areas where we had, some consolidation, but then a strong move out of that area. So for example, on the 1 hour here, we had a really nice basing candle and a strong move out of it. So for me, going into tomorrow, I would mark this as a buy zone. And I would change the color to green. I don't necessarily need to do this, but this is just for visual purposes, that this to me is now a demand zone. So anytime price comes into this area, I expect that there are still buyers sitting here. Because we had such an influx move out of that level, I expect that there are still orders sitting here, that not all of the orders got picked up, essentially. So that's how I essentially find my levels. I did re-enter that short, by the way. So I'm still in that 69 or 909. We are breaking below this 892. So I'm going to set my buy stop to the top of this candle. So I am looking for potentially us to get back down below 870. So I'm going to have a buy limit sit at 70. Let's call it like 69.50. But my stop is sitting at, one of my stops will sit at 91. So I hope that helped. Hope that helped. So this is what I mean too about like this trade that I got in or re-entered. I re-entered it because we were still getting the rejection. So for me, I'm like, all right, you had your chance, bulls. You had your chance to push it back up above this particular level, which you clearly couldn't. So for me, I ended up taking that short with the anticipation, like I said, that we would get down to this 880, which we did. And now they're trying to push it back up. So let's see. They're still rejecting. Oh, not anymore. All right. Tried it. Couldn't quite get it just yet, but technically we did get it though, right? Technically we did get it because that level that I shorted, right, at the 929, we came back up. We did actually break above halfway of this candle, but we were not able to break above the high of the previous candle. Came back down. We did test that 880 level that I was looking to take profits at. And now we are testing. I would think if we can't get back above 908, the shorts are still valid. So let's see. Okay, so you don't want your supply depleter. I don't use BOS. I don't use BOS or any of that. I don't know. Honestly, don't even really know what that is. I think I kind of understand what you're saying, Andrea. So for me, so it depends because a lot of supply and demand traders trade very differently. Like some supply and demand traders will trade like right when the price gets into that area. So for example, me looking at this 930 level that I told you about, let me just take off these key levels so you guys can see this. This 930, like I had an order sitting there, and that's typically how I trade. Like if I see that price is getting into a supply zone and there's confluence with ES, then I will have an order sitting there, which I did. I had that order sitting at 929. So typically though, this for me would require a really like tight stop because when we're in a bullish momentum like this, right, and we're coming into a supply.
I re-longed gold at 634, guys. We're getting a little strong push up now. So just FYI.
Nice. So for me, like a lot of traders, a lot of supply demand traders will actually have like a limit order sitting in somewhere in this area. But depending on the size of that zone, right? Like for example, this zone is, well, technically it's 50 points. So that's a sizable supply zone, right? So essentially what they'll do is they'll put their stop a little bit above that supply zone. So considering that the supply zone ends at 985, they'll probably put it at like 990 maybe. So their stop would have to be 60 points, but their initial thought is they'd be going for at least a 1-to-1 on that, right? So they'd be looking for 60 points or more on that trade. Now, obviously you'd have to size in and position yourself accordingly for that. But there are some times where, for example, ES will have a supply zone of like 4 points, 5 points, which for me is amazing. It's perfect because then I can have, you know, a 6-point stop on a potential 15-point move. So it's just, you have to, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But yes, like break-it structure is important. And a lot of times supply zones and demand zones, you know, not everything is 100%. But you have to, like when I look at supply zones and demand zones, I look for other confluences. Like I'm not just, oh, there's a supply zone, so I'm going to take a short here. No, I look for possible areas of rejection. Again, in this case, it was looking at the fact that not only we're in a supply zone, but we have continuously rejected this area multiple times, specifically this 959, 960 level. So that is kind of the reason why I look at these areas for potential rejection points or potential buy opportunities. So that's, I hope that kind of helped.
Just got a small iceberg buy in our favor here on the GC, guys. So I want to label this. The icebergs have been weirdly quiet this morning. Usually we've gotten at least a few in the indexes by now, and there really hasn't been much.
Nice trade so far on that.
We'll see. Yeah, I do want to, just for those that weren't here last week, or so this iceberg indicator that's available on Bookmap, basically it uses an algo to determine where iceberg orders are. Well, what are iceberg orders? They're where a big player, usually an institution, will, let's say they want 200 contracts. Well, they don't want to put all that on the ask or on the bid. So what they do is they have just a few contracts showing, and like an iceberg where the majority of it is below the water, the majority of their orders not on the books. And so they're, I mean, if it's not like a complicated thing, you couldn't, depending on your broker, if you had to wait for 200 contracts, you could put in an iceberg order. But it's basically, and then the algo would determine. So we hit that level. They put, let's say they put 20 on the ask, that fills, but then 20 comes and 30 comes and 50 comes, and it will sort of add all of that up and determine kind of where, where the order's coming from, and is it one person? And if it does, it throws that up there. So that'll be interesting to kind of see. So we got an iceberg in our favor, even as we're kind of declining a little bit here in the price action. I still like this trade, but boy, they're gonna put a hurt on that iceberg if they take it down another couple of ticks here. Really like this one to be a win. If this trade goes down in red, I will be 0 for 5 on gold to start 2026, guys. And I wanted to trade specifically gold and oil a lot more this year. It's kind of one of my process-based goals that I set. I had one gold trade on stream last week, and then 2 that were in the afternoon. Now, a couple of them were very small losers. One was barely break even, but that's something I'm gonna. I mean, that's still a very small sample size. But that's still something I'm going to have to take a look at after, even if this trade ends up being a nice winner. That's not a winning percentage I'm accustomed to. So I'm going to have to step back and kind of reevaluate a little bit. Now, the first trade I had, I'll be honest, guys, I think I mismanaged it a little bit. I probably should have given it a little more room, especially because it initially went in my favor. I could have had a little bigger stop loss. It would have hit every PT I had. So that's just something I'm going to have to, again, reevaluate. But I'm, with the unreliability of the indexes, day to day, I think it's very important for me to be adding, for all of us to be adding new assets sort of to our tool chest a little bit. So that's why I've been trading gold a lot more often. That's why oil has at least been paying attention to it. And as the geopolitics cools in the coming weeks, that's something I would like to trade as well. But ultimately, guys, I do think I know there's some traders out there that can trade 10 or 12 different instruments. That's not me. I traditionally kept like 3, maybe 4 that I'm looking at. And really last year that I would say, and again, I switched up journaling providers and I was not the best at integrating everything, but I'd be willing to say about 80% of my trades last year were in the indexes. And that's a little too high for me. So I need to be expanding that a little bit, especially because we watch gold's been a trader. And again, guys, you're only going to get experience in these instruments by trading them, right? So gold is something I've traded a decent amount over my career, but I, again, did not do much the last year and a half. So if I just don't have a great beat on the price action, that's to be expected. So, again, if I start, let's say, 1 for 5 or 2 for whatever, that's still, that's okay, but I need to be kind of attentive as to, okay, is this just, am I adapting to a new instrument? Am I not trusting the price action? Again, we got into this a lot last week, for those of you that were here. So I don't believe she's still in her short there, Wandering Yogi. I think she got out. Now, if we get a break to the high on this candle here, if we break out back to, a breakout of this candle would be all-time high. If we were to push above 39, I think we got room. In fact, I think we got room up to There's a decent size order on the board up at 46. I think we'll go take that out, but we need a breakout above 39. Need those secondary buyers stepping in here. Good question there, Nathan. What is your process if you lose like 3 or 4 trades in a row? So for me, I have a rule that if I start the day 0 for 2, that I take minimum 30 minutes without a trade. So that's something that that if for some reason I were to close this trade red, I'd be on a self-imposed 30-minute timeout at that point. If I come back after the 30 minutes and it's another loser, I'm done for the day. Now, I do know up till mid-October last year, that had only happened, I think, 5 times between January and October last year. So that's, and you guys know even 3 trades a day is a lot for me. I usually like to be in the about 2. So that I'm okay with all of that, but I do have those are my capital management rules. And that's just, and again, guys, I say it so many times that when we're at our full strength, which we will be tomorrow, right? You have 3 traders on here who have all done very well in trading in our careers, who could not trade any different, right? Like Nick trades much, Nick is a little more like structure. I'm a little more, slow momentum. Miriam's a lot, more of a heavy scalper. And yet, consistently over the weeks and months, you've seen us all be pretty successful on this program. So again, that just goes to show you guys, and I said it quite a bit last week, and it's easier to see when we're all here, right? But there is no one right way to make money in the markets or make consistent money in day trading. It's just finding what speaks to you. I don't know that I could trade like Nick, or I don't know that I could trade like Miriam. I trade like me, and that works very well for me. Doesn't mean you can't learn new things and learn new styles, new setups, and see if maybe, hey, I'm good at this. Maybe I'm great at this. But that's, again, guys, don't tailor your trading style and your setups to your personality and how it's easiest for you mentally to do what you do.
Not me talking to myself. I was muted.
All right, guys, I'm stopping out here. So that is my 0 for 2 on the day. So I take, actually, let me, so yeah, I was just saying before you rolled off there, Mario. So this for me is 0 for 5 on gold to start 2026, which is pretty surprising because I was doing pretty well at it at the end of the year, and I'll write it off to just watching the price action a little more closely and not understand. I'm so used to the NQ and how it moves, and gold is completely different. But it's we'll see how that goes. So maybe I can shake it off tomorrow.
Man, gold is just, yeah. I still have not taken a single gold trade. Maybe I will.
I wish I had not taken a single gold trade.
Man, I know our girl Rebecca has been killing it on gold lately.
She's been really catching, I think, those overnight moves. I think she put in the Slack that those overnight moves have been very good to her. And that is one of, I know there's a lot of advantages or a lot of disadvantages to trading kind of in your guys' time zone, but that is a really nice advantage in that you get that kind of that you get the Asian session starting basically mid to late afternoon. And so there has been a lot of moves in that session and some set it and forget it trades where you're just executing based on structure alone have been, I know for a lot of people that trade that, have been very good to them the last 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is an opportune time. I think it's like 4:00 p.m. for us in Pacific time when the Asia session opens. But I'm yet to. I think I'm so scarred from trading Asia, which I'm like, I can't trade Asia anymore because it just, I've traumatized myself. But I feel like I'm also trading the wrong instrument during Asia. Yeah. So that's something that I have like really worked on, like trying to overcome. So we'll see. I did enter along here at 79. really the 63 level on the NASDAQ has been a pretty key area. I'm not really anticipating a big move here, guys. I do have my stop, like, what is that, 15 points? So I'm looking for us to potentially make the move back to the upside here. But I will start trailing. I'm just going to move to break even here. This is, again, one of those days where I'm like, I am not overstaying my welcome, especially considering the move that we've gotten for the day. And I'm only in one mini, so I'm not doing any sort of crazy size here. But this is something that I'm expecting us to kind of move back towards the upside, especially since we've held this 863. This is the level that I was looking for on the NASDAQ for us to hold. Unfortunately, we were not able to get the continuation of that short. But this is kind of what I'm looking for us to hold here, which is why I had my stop sitting at just below that 63 level. We'll see. We'll see if we get the continuation here.
And I think it is an advantage for those of us that have come from, whether it's trading stocks through options or just stocks in general. You know, we understand that different, you know, the Asian gold market is completely different from the New York NQ market, right? They're not, they're all futures. Okay, but they're, you know, that's like, you know, it's like maybe different friends in your friend group, right? Like they're all your friends, but you have one that's maybe a little crazy and a little nuts, and you just get a lot of entertainment from watching them crash and fall in a lot of different ways. And you maybe have the slow and steady friend who's just, okay, just, you know, that it's very similar because in stocks, okay, they're all stocks. Well, we know banks trade different than the Mag 7, trade different from, you know, consumer staples, trade different from the airlines and all of that. And yeah, you can compare stocks within the same industry, but like if you're trying to compare Southwest Airlines to Apple, no, it's completely different movement patterns. So futures is the same way, right? Like the NQ, to me, the NQ and the GC, they're not just different instruments, they're different asset classes.
Yeah.
And so I think those that can kind of understand that, and you know, because I'm again, as I'm getting a little more into gold here, I'm seeing how much differently it moves, and and you don't notice that unless you're watching it in real time. And that's why we talk about screen time being so important, because we can look at a candlestick chart on the NQ and a candlestick chart on the GC and be like, oh, these are just candlestick charts. And yes, they are. But how those candles open, close, move, tick value, all of that basically makes them completely different asset classes. And so as you know, I always recommend people start with one, maybe two assets, and maybe they're related. Like if you're brand new, I would recommend probably the ES and the YM, or the ES and the RTY. Rather than going straight into, you know, again, the what we lovingly refer to as a monkey on meth. Speaking of, we have like loose monkeys in St. Louis now. I'm not quite sure how it happened. No, I'm dead serious. It's been in the news for like 3 days, and somebody saw one, and I think put it on Reddit or something, and people were like, "That's AI." There's there's like loose monkeys. I don't know how they got loose. I don't think they're from the zoo. But
wild
in North County in St. Louis, there is at least, I think they said 4 monkeys that are just they're just out. They're just, I mean, they're hanging out. Like get down to Washington Street, guys. There's some good bars down there. You know, you can I don't, you know, hell, if either my wife or I can't make a Blues game, I'll take one with me. It's fine. That's, you know,
that's crazy.
But yeah, no, it's wild. I don't know. I haven't read the stories of like where I just know like people are like, oh yeah, we got fucking monkeys now. So what?
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. If there's a next pandemic, Songbird, yeah, it's going to start here from the monkeys biting somebody. But
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Big Tuna. I think of Jumanji. Like what's next? We're getting at freaking elephants just like running around. That's wild. That is wild. Well, NASDAQ's taking its sweet damn time getting up to this 925, but let's see if we do make it up there.
Yeah, so I don't have an account here. If I want to put my screen up really quickly here. So yeah, you can, and so monkeys are on the loose in St. Louis, city officials say.
That's got to be the best headline I've ever read.
Yeah. I don't know if they can swim, but if they get across the river, I guess we're in trouble here. But
oops. Oh shit. I just remembered when we were in Japan, we learned that, so we were in Osaka, which is like Japan's kitchen. There's a bunch of food spots to eat there. And I'm going to butcher this because I feel like I'm not explaining this well, but essentially there was a like one of their, I guess, mascots or whatever it is in the Osaka area is like the same mascot as the Saint, like a St. Louis college or something like that. And I wonder if I can pull it up. Maybe you'll know what this is, but
SLU, St. Louis University, is the Billikens.
no, it's like this, it's like a laughing baby looking thing.
Laughing baby.
Yes. And apparently there's statues of it everywhere in the Osaka village that we were at. But apparently you're supposed to rub its feet for good luck, but don't rub the toes because that's bad luck. But it's the same mascot as some St. Louis college. And again, like I said, I'm going to butcher this.
I'm trying to think. It must be like a D2 or something college, because the only D1 in St. Louis is
the Billiken.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Billikens.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, the St. Louis baby is what I guess they call it. But yeah, it's like all over in Osaka. And they're like, yeah, our tour guide was like, yeah, it's actually the unofficial mascot in Osaka, but also known as the Billiken in St. Louis. It's like,
so again, back to my screen here real quick, Colin. Yeah, so this is the Billiken.
That is hilarious.
I didn't know that thing was a baby. That's really creepy now.
Apparently,
yeah. See, they got it here.
Yeah, exactly. So you're supposed to rub the feet, but don't rub the toes. And I guess it's a way for them to have created this fear that if you rub the toes, it's bad, but really they don't want you rubbing the toes because it ruins the toes or something like that. I don't know.
How do we as human beings come up with shit?
I don't know. Oh man, it's good times. All right, well, this trade looks like it might be working out here. So let's see. I'm going to move my stop to 895. I'm shooting for 925 though. Let's shoot for 922. I have my stop at 895 though. So if we start breaking down below like 898, 900, then
it makes sense though, because I think go Billiken sounds better than go fat babies.
Billiken, like what even is that? Billiken?
I didn't know. I had no idea.
Good
I don't follow a lot of college stuff, so that was I know of the school, and they have a nice new arena just a little west of downtown. But it's yeah, I've never been to a game.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so learn something new. 90, 87. No, I'll keep it. I'll keep my stop there. God, what a horrendous price action that we've been getting here. ES almost tapped into that supply zone. 703.25 was the high that it made. So we might start kind of pulling back here, but
a little better today than last week. But this is kind of what we saw last week. We would get this initial move, although a couple of times we would get so New York opens, NQ runs 40 points in one direction, reverses within the first 60 seconds, runs 40 in the other direction, and then we just chop and consolidate for an hour. And it was even kind of worse than what we've seen over the last 20, 30 minutes. So this to me, and I said this last week, and I know we just had, and Dunk's explanation worked really well. It's just like there was so much data on Friday. The markets just didn't really digest it all yet. And with everything coming on Tuesday, this does feel like a market that's in a little bit of a wait and see mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen a lot of these kind of days where we'll get a massive move initially and then straight consolidation, pretty much into the rest of the day. But hopefully this continues. I mean, we are holding some key levels. Like if I go back to my charts here, really when you look at a massive move like this, you want to identify. This is why I think the opening range is really important, because when you look at this on ES, I mean, yeah, we've broken down a little bit, but we were not able to sustain below this opening range high, and now we're getting the push to the upside. So I do expect at this point that we continue this move, especially if we start breaking the highs of day. So Let's see if we tap into this 922 here on EA or on NASDAQ. 925 has some sellers, and then 930. So that's why I have it sitting there at 922 in case we tap into it or we're not able to make a new high. I'm going to start moving my stop. Stop is now at 904.
Yeah, not a great day for structure traders today, guys. You know, if you're like an orb IB trader, or if you're, you know, basing off like 4-hour structures, not the best day for that today.
Yeah. Oof. Saw that swipe too on book maps, those rats. Those rats.
Oh, yeah, they got you there. I didn't
I saw that on book maps too. I freaking watched it happen. I watched it happen before I even saw it on the charts.
well, that's a big bubble there, and it's got the selling underneath it to back it up. I just don't, you know, I created this secondary, you know, one of those secondary things you can put up where you Colin, if you want to, where you put in big orders, and it's just, I mean, it just hasn't shown a lot. I mean, there's 50 on the NQ is a lot, but it's not like way out of the realm of possibility, and we just can't, like, there's usually no more than 2 or 3 of these orders on the books at any given time. It's just it's just been it hasn't been a great sustainable momentum market, at least not within the New York session.
Yeah. Ugh, gross. Those are the worst.
Yeah.
It's all good. All good. Hopefully no one's getting chopped up in this. This is a very easy day to get chopped up, let me tell you. I was just talking to my husband on the break, and he was like, I was like, "Oh, how are you doing? Are you trading?" He's like, "Yeah, I've been in this trade for an hour." I'm like, "Oh my God." The worst. He's so patient. Like, he's so much more patient than I am. But I was like, dude, I would have cut that shit way long ago. Man. Oh, now they want to hit my TP. Okay.
Yeah, there's been a few little scalpy opportunities, but it was that first move. If you caught it, you got some money. If you don't, you're probably sitting a little red like me, or break even.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Friday was pretty crazy. Did you trade on Friday, or were you just watching?
I did. I think I had. I don't remember if that was the day I had a decent sized winner and a decent sized loser, and I started with a loser and then broke even. I had one day I was up $8 on the day. That was a big day for me. Yeah. But no, it was just like, in all honesty too, I'll confess this now. There was a couple of trades last week I took for the sake of taking a trade, because, you know, sitting here, especially after, you know, you get ghosted by a guest, and, you know, for 3.5 hours, it was like, all right, I really want to do something. And thankfully we didn't take any big losers last week, but we didn't find a lot of big winners either. And it was a lot of days, again, just like this. If you didn't, kudos to you guys and you know, that are able to catch those early moves. That's just not my style. Maybe it needs to be, because if there's more days like this, and the best opportunity is in the first 3 to 5 minutes of the market, just might have to, cross your fingers, cross your toes, and take a trade. But other than that, it was just, this is beginning a third week of price action that just is not well suited for my trading style. And that's going to happen, guys, right? Like, this is, I think it's safe to say, again, going back to all 3 of our usual morning hosts, you've seen times where all 3 of us have gotten on some streaks, right? Some just good, you know, day after day, hitting some good trades, stacking up the wins. And you've seen all 3 of us have a week or two where, even if we're not losing it, it's just not the right market action for our style. And right now we're just in, you know, again, I'm looking forward to this week, because it's sort of let me see if I can say this the right way, the first full week of the year with a full week behind it. You know, last week just felt like everybody was on the sidelines, because they've been sitting there for 2+ weeks. You know, the last week before, you know, you and Nick were gone, like the last full week before Christmas, it was shitty price action too. we haven't seen more than about 2 out of every 5 or 6 days where the markets have had that sustainable intraday New York momentum.
Yeah.
Which sucks, but you know what? I can sit here and wish for it to be better, and that gets me nowhere. So
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like I said, when I was gone, I was still watching the markets, and looking like, okay, is this what sort of trades would I be taking, even though I wasn't trading. But yeah, it was. I agree. There were probably like two days from last week that I actually caught. One of those days that was actually decent. One of those was just Friday. Friday was the day that I took, but it was, yeah, definitely not an easy week to go into the end of the year, or I guess the beginning of the year. But yeah, I think on Monday is a holiday, so I believe we are closed on Monday.
I mean, chat, y'all can show up. We won't be here.
You can definitely be on YouTube. I just don't know if the stream will be on. Yeah, next Monday is MLK Day. Yeah. Yep. That also can make it tricky trading the rest of the week as well.
Well, especially if late next week or into the weekend, like I mean, spin the wheel, Venezuela, Greenland, all of this. If there's some sort of major geopolitical situation, obviously temperatures are getting hot in Iran, temperatures are getting hot in Minnesota, temperatures are getting hot in a lot of places right now. And if there is something going on, that holiday, that could make Tuesday just some insane trading. So just be, and I mean that not in the positive way. So I think that's going to be when we sit back down on Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be interesting, because I feel like even as crazy as our news cycles have been, we're still just accelerating them. I've said many times in the months we've been on, we got a 24-hour news cycle. No, we really do not. We have a 3 to 4 hour news cycle, like at best. And if you don't believe me, go put on 4 or 5 news networks and read their graphics, and go back 3 hours later. It's all new stuff usually. We're running on these micro news cycles now, and every market cycles, everything is accelerating constantly. So just again, this is going to be a very important time. I think 2025 was, and I think 2026 is at least very early, is following in its footsteps. You better know what your style is and how to protect your capital, or you're going to be out of this game very quickly.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, definitely not an easy day to trade. I will say that.
Chibukto, as futures trading grows internationally, trading on U.S. holidays is still pretty good for the rest of us in the world. Hey, all right. But yeah, I mean, well, keep in mind too, the NASDAQ has now filed for allowing basically futures hours for their stocks. So you'd be able to trade them. Now they're not adding sessions, but they're going to basically extend pre and post markets trading to cover everything, but I think the same hour that the futures market sort of reloads and resets, going into the Asian Open at 6 Eastern. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. That's going to create more liquidity across the board. I am shocked options don't trade outside of New York already, and I think some sort of extended hours is coming on that. In fact, I think it'll be here by this summer. There's just too much of an appetite for it, and those that keep in mind, guys, everyone thinks like the CME or some of these groups won't want that. They make their money based on data fees, exchange, like all of that. And the more people that are participating, the more money they make. They don't care if the markets go up or down. I remember one of the old lessons of business school. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this at some point. You remember, back in the gold rush, who made the most consistent money in the gold rush was not the people that were digging for gold. It was the people selling them pickaxes and all the stuff that they used to find that gold. Those were the people that made money whether the gold was found or not. And that's basically what the role that the CME and the NYSE and some of these exchanges and brokerages hold. So the more ways that they can pull people in and get your money, the more they're going to do it.
Man. Andrea, I'm laughing at your comment there. I never know if it's Andrea or Andrea. I need to know phonetically how to say your name. Levi Strauss. That's funny. Man, we are just slowly grinding up. What a nightmare of a freaking last, what is that? 2 hours, hour and a half?
Yeah, it's been, and that's what I said, you know, some of those structure trades off of things like IB and Orb are just, they're just not, I mean, what do you do with this? I guess if you scalp a few points on the highs of those, you can do all right, but
that's pretty much what I've been doing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, like other than the first candle, the 10:30 candle or 9:30 candle, that was like the only trade I probably should have taken. Other than that, like, ugh, yikes. There's a lot of sellers sitting here at 9:30. If anyone's in a long, still those sellers sitting there right at the highs. Let's see, they're trying to fill those orders now. ES finally broke out of its daily high, intraday high. All right, getting some buying pressure coming in here into this 9:30. I hope this isn't like a complete rug pull here.
Well, we'll see. You know, this would almost be the Joey Morgan special here with you know, a pop a little bit above IB highs and then a failed auction above.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, tomorrow is Tuesday, which means Joey fucking Morgan will be here.
Morgan.
That guy, we fucking love that guy. We love that guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we do love that guy. He's been killing it too.
He's been doing great. He's on a generational heater right now.
Yeah, shout out to Joey. Don't reject it here, NASDAQ. Don't you do it. I'm not in any trades. I traded well enough more than I should have, but let's see. This is still a rejection area. Still a rejection area. Volume has also dropped pretty significantly too, so something to consider.
So guys, it is Monday. So, you know, in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to take a brief break and we're going to come back with the market pulse and break down some of this early action, which judging by the charts won't take long. And then, of course, we have the boy wonder Amos will be taking over at the top of next hour, followed by Lumi, followed by Rebecca and DGen taking you into and beyond the New York close. So again, we're just getting started on Tradeify TV today.
Into and beyond.
To infinity and beyond. Yes.
I actually never watched that movie, the Buzz Lightyear movie.
That's well, I didn't watch the Buzz Lightyear spinoff. You never saw the original Toy Story?
Oh no. I freaking love the Toy Story movies. I'm talking about the Buzz Lightyear, specifically that movie.
Okay, I didn't see that either.
I heard it wasn't very good.
I don't know. I mean, what they got Chris Pratt or somebody to play his voice as opposed to.
I thought that was Mario.
Oh no, I think it was Mario too.
Oh, both. Wow, they really just could not find anyone else, could they?
Yeah. When you're willing to say yes to anything.
That threw me off. When I first watched that Mario movie,
I
was like, that's not Mario. That's an imposter.
Well, and I thought they pissed off a lot of people because they didn't get the original Mario voice actor. Like, he was willing to do it, apparently.
Really?
And they said, no, thank you. And, you know.
The Italian guy, eh?
Yeah, I mean, he's
I
don't know where Chris Pratt is from, but I'm pretty sure he's not from Italy.
Oh, is it Chris Evans?
Was Chris Evans played Buzz Lightyear and Chris Pratt? I don't know. It's one of the fucking Chris's. I don't. There's too many of them in Hollywood.
Too many
Chris's. Throw Hemsworth in there. I don't know who else is.
I don't even know. There's too many.
Wasn't that like a fake game show on one of the skit shows like Favorite Chris or something like that? I don't.
Everybody hates Chris.
Now, here's an interesting thing, guys, and this is going to be something to watch. And if we can get my chart up real quickly, there's been a couple of statements that have come up where was it? Yeah. So Senator Murkowski, if DOJ believes an investigation into Chair Powell is warranted based on project cost overruns, then Congress needs to investigate the Department of Justice. Well, we know that's not going to happen. But this is the one that sparked me a little bit. Murkowski sides with Tillis, and Tillis is, if I recall, the Republican Senate Majority Leader. No Fed nomination should move until the legal investigation has been resolved. So basically, they're sending a message. We will not confirm any Fed governors, and we know that's basically what Trump wants, is to continue to put more people like Mirren on the board. That could be really interesting. Now, to be fair, Congress has not exactly, and doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, has not really stepped in to check this president over the course of the past year or so. So these are politicians. The words are wind. Are there going to be actions backing it up? So that, Murkowski and Tillis, I believe, are a little more moderate on the Republican side. But we got a little iceberg there. Where was that coming in?
I saw that, yeah.
Where is that? Was that in the ES? I can't see where that was. But yeah. Oh, it's on gold. We got some buy ice on gold. Had some sell ice, a little competing ice going on up here. But yeah, guys, let's keep that in mind, and especially if the Fed starts getting locked up because they can't staff a full. I don't know all the implications of this. I know we've said this a lot in the last 10 years or so, and this even started to predate when Trump got into politics. But we're really steering into uncharted waters here. Right now, the markets are not negatively affected by this. The indexes have gone red to green. Gold is at all-time highs, although gold tends to, at least traditionally, 2025 notwithstanding, be a little more of a inverse asset to the markets. But yeah, it's the point is, guys, be careful, right? We can sit here and take small to mid-sized losses on evals or funded accounts all day. It's not, just don't take those big losses, especially if you're trading personal accounts. Don't sit there and take $2,000 or $3,000 losses, and because I don't know that the big moves are there to get that back, at least not today.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we are pushing right now. This is quite interesting. Honestly, was not expecting a move like this going into today, especially. Now, the question is, when I look at this from a macro time frame, what are we? Where, if we do find resistance? Because like I said, there was this supply zone that I was looking at on the NASDAQ. We have Friday's high sitting at 985 on NQ. So do we go into that level, sweep it, and then start moving back to the downside? If we do break above that, I don't see why we couldn't hit 26,000, even the end of this gap, because we would be entering, technically we are in the gap fill from that that day in December. I think it was the 12th or the 11th. But I would be curious to see how we do at 26,000. We break above 26,000. It's very likely we break into this gap and fill the rest of this gap up to 26,065. From there, I really don't have much. I mean, you can call it every 100-point increment on the NASDAQ would probably be a level, but it's been a while since we've gotten into these areas. So you guys can see even my supply zones that I have to pull into the day today have been from quite a while ago. So very interesting. ES continuing to go into these highs. I think all-time high on ES is 7,012, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, nope, 7,017.50. So we're not too far from there. Not too far. It's so funny, looking at this chart, because we have this nice move to the upside on Friday, completely took it back in the overnight, and then now we are taking back the overnight move. So could have made money both ways, but this wasn't necessarily the easiest to determine. But yeah, I would be cautiously bullish going into the rest of the week, considering where we might close today.
So far, Craig with the gold star comment of the day: prosecuted for cost overruns on a government project. LOL. Yeah, that's it. Well, and again, I read an article last night, and guys, like I said, don't, if you're unsure on something, and this is don't just go to, I know it's a problem we have in this country. We all just really go to our echo chambers to get our information, right? but try to maybe read a little commentary from, you know, all over the place in terms of perspective. And this one was, what was interesting to me is this was pretty united in a lot of the commentary circles that you see, whether it's, you know, your armchair people on social media, or, you know, those with bigger platforms, whether it's, you know, stuff like Substack or even just like financial, whatever, right? And this was pretty unanimously like, what the fuck? Right? Because of, yeah, again, prosecuted for cost overruns on a government project. That is really funny. And second of all, I think generally the consensus is this isn't really going to go anywhere. I mean, to get enough, we've seen some of the prosecution of the president's political foes kind of fall flat, but that's not what it's about. It's about the message that it's sending. And so right now, the markets don't really believe much is going to come of this. How do we know that? Because they're not really doing much. Now, as this continues, and I mean, I guess if they really try to indict him and bring him, you know, and I don't know all the rules for, like, I know there's certain types of you know, things you can charge someone for, you know, within the context of their job, and some that you can't. I don't know all the ins and outs. And honestly, there's some pretty big legal scholars that I read that aren't quite sure how this is going to turn out either, other than understanding this is very clearly a political prosecution and kind of what happens from there. So let's see what happens, guys. I know it's been a theme in the last year or so. And again, it's whether you don't support, that doesn't matter. We are in uncharted waters, and I do think the markets are going to react very strongly one way or the other as this begins to get resolved.
Let's see. Find out.
Yeah, it looked like buyers were taking control there for a little bit and were stalling. Again, if we, you know, to look at that potential IB failure, which is basically would be about here. We'll call that about 933.
If I wasn't like already overtraded, I would short right here. ES trying to hold on to, I think that's pre-market high. Let's see.
Scooby says, how about the 10% credit card cap? Well, Coach Dunk talked about that, and I'll defer to his judgment on that. I think on the surface, how do you have any problem with that? That's a really good policy. Now, if you're gonna put something like that together, you have to put safeguards in place so the banks just don't. I think the thought was when that came out, it's like, okay, on the one hand, that's great, right? Like 10%. On the other hand, like, are the banks just going to start mass canceling cards of people with shitty credit and no longer take those risks, right? So if there's some sort of safeguard in place, where the bank, and I understand the banks are businesses, they're going to try to protect themselves, but if there is some sort of safeguards put in place so millions of people don't lose their cards tomorrow, I think it's a really, really good thing. But as we've seen, you know, and we saw this in the subprime, as like banks will do anything and everything, legal or not, to protect their capital. So if you guys never watched The Big Short or some of the, like, I highly recommend that, or the book is a lot better, but the movie's entertaining. Yeah, that's something that is going to be interesting to see the response. And again, all it is now is talked about, right? Until it's pen to paper. And I'm sure if the president tries to sign an executive order on that, my guess is the credit card companies and the banks will sue to get it overturned. Congress apparently has been sitting on a piece of legislation on that for quite some time. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think also with, you know, some of these companies, like the buy now, pay later situations, right? Like Affirm. You know, obviously, if this does get passed, I think a lot of people will start relying on those sort of companies. So I think even maybe, and this is a stretch, but like maybe some of those stocks might start performing really well. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
But the flip is, like, how are those companies regulated? Because they're basically credit card companies. So are they? Because I've seen some of those. I can't say I've ever used them, but like, yeah, you see with the Klarna or whatever the thing is, that it's some of these self checkouts or PayPal paying for. You know, that to me, if you click through and read the fine print, those are the ones that are in the sometimes the high 30s as far as you know, yeah, they'll say you have a month, 6 months, whatever, to pay it off interest free, but after that, boy, they are ringing you out. And so do those rules apply to that, right? Like, that's, again, it's one of those things, like, how do you not support that? on the surface, but then we gotta open the hood a little bit and see what's going on underneath.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
No, well, Scooby, actually, I technically don't live in Missouri. I technically live in Illinois. So Josh Hawley's not my senator. But yeah, I mean, that's overall, I would support that. But again, you just need some regulations in place to keep people from losing their credit. Because honestly, let's be honest, our economy runs on credit now. And I know we noted, we were talking about like over the major shopping season, Black Friday, every metric that we saw was like record numbers of people putting things on credit cards and on what you just brought up, Miriam, like the pay in full and the buy now, pay later stuff.
Yeah.
So as we found out about math is hard. Like, 16, 17 years ago, the bill comes due literally and figuratively in this particular scenario. So
yeah.
Anyway, guys, it is that time for us to take a brief break. So we're going to be gone for just a few minutes. We're going to come back with the market pulse. We're going to break down what the charts have done so far, what we may be looking at into the afternoon, and we're going to take you into the Lunch and Learn segment with Amos. So stay tuned for that. We still got a full day of Tradeify TV ahead of you, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
See.
But scared to risk your own money? What if I told you there was a way to trade with someone else's capital while you learn? Welcome to Tradeify. This series explains everything about the funded trading world.
The reality is, gambling is random. Professional trading is calculated risk management.
We're pulling back the curtain so you can make an informed decision about whether this path is right for you.
The reality is, you don't need to know everything. The traditional barriers don't apply here.
Without the proper education or support, this is going to happen. But this is exactly why Tradeify exists.
And that is exactly why programs like ours exist, to give you structure.
We provide the structure and capital
while you develop your skills.
Without risking your own money while you learn.
You don't need to know everything. You need to start with the basics and keep learning.
Whether it's concert tickets, sneakers, if you've ever bought something and sold it for more money, congratulations, you're already a trader.
Once you understand this language, trading becomes 10 times clearer.
This series will show you everything that you need to know.
Check out the whole Futures Foundation series over on our YouTube to learn more.
My name is Asanka Wiratunga and I'm from London, UK. Financial institution visited my university and they were looking for physicists. As a scientist, speaks German and managed to get a decent job at a bank. I actually started on a foreign exchange desk, so my first ever trade was dollar South African rand because I spent some time in South Africa playing rugby. My favourite markets to trade generally the London session, so European indices. I very much like to cook. That's actually probably my meditation from trading. Pre-trading, I'll always make sure I have already had a cup of tea. My earliest mistake was to assume that I could trade financial markets simply on the back of mathematics and not take a holistic approach. I'd say my trading style is calculated. I like to apply analysis in a decision made. It's calm. I'm always making sure I'm not too overexcited and consistent. I think a consistent application is key.
Welcome to Tradeify.
First of all, going long. You think prices will go up, so you buy first and sell later.
The mistake people make is picking what sounds impressive instead of what actually fits their trading style.
Let's start with the basics. What type of account am I actually trading?
Do you want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money?
Let's talk about the 3 most important numbers you need to watch in Tradeify.
My name is Matt Hensley.
Miriam Rushdie.
My name is Nick.
I am from St. Louis.
From Orange County, California.
And I'm from Switzerland.
I'm a Midwestern homeowner, which means I spend at least 7 hours a day in my yard.
I like to explore new foods, different cultures.
I do a lot of sports. I go to the gym a lot. I play paddle tennis.
My first ever trade was actually Peloton.
I got into trading originally, honestly, through a Facebook ad.
I bought 10 shares of Apple stock.
Read some hype article about it and decided to just go all in.
My first trade was a Tesla call option from a Signals Group.
After COVID hit, they just skyrocketed.
And I sold it a couple days later and I made $37 and I felt like the shit.
Beginner's luck.
Probably about 75% of my trades are in the NQ futures contract.
NQ it is.
I'm a NASDAQ junkie.
Other than that, I just trade oil and gold, CL and GC.
I just love trading NASDAQ just because of the volatility, the chaos.
Why? Because I love simplicity, like just sticking to one thing, focusing on that, and really becoming an expert at it.
Trading has really taught me a lot about myself.
Have a protein shake, I eat some beef jerky, and then I start trading.
I sit down and I get to business.
I'm ready to hopefully make some smart trading decisions.
At Tradeify, we believe traders deserve a better way to trade. No endless evaluations, no unnecessary barriers, just a direct path to capital. Built for real traders who want to focus on what matters most, the next trade. With instant funding, you're not waiting weeks to prove yourself. You're working to get payouts from day one. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you can trade, you deserve real opportunity. We built Tradeify to give traders funded capital without the delays, complications, or fine print. Our advanced trading journal tracks every detail of your performance, giving you the insights you need to consistently improve. When you trade with us, you control your profits. We take on the risk that holds most traders back, because that's how funded trading should work. Trading is hard enough. You need a partner who provides the structure, the speed, and the support so you can stay focused on execution. Confidence comes from knowing you have capital behind you and a firm that moves as fast as you do. This is Tradeify, funded trading built for real traders.
You want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money? What if I told you there was a way to trade with someone else's capital while you learn? Welcome to Tradeify. This series explains everything about the funded trading world.
The reality is, gambling is random. Professional trading is calculated risk management.
We're pulling back the curtain so you can make an informed decision about whether this path is right for you.
The reality is, you don't need to know everything. The traditional barriers don't apply here.
Without the proper education or support, this is going to happen. But this is exactly why Tradeify exists.
And that is exactly why programs like ours exist, to give you structure.
We provide the structure and capital
while you develop your skills.
Without risking your own money while you learn.
You don't need to know everything. You need to start with the basics and keep learning.
Whether it's concert tickets, sneakers, if you've ever bought something and sold it for more money, congratulations, you're already a trader.
Once you understand this language, trading becomes 10 times clearer.
This series will show you everything that you need to know.
Check out the whole Futures Foundation series over on our YouTube to learn more.
My name is Asanka Wiratunga and I'm from London, UK. Financial institution visited my university and they were looking for physicists. As a scientist, speaks German and managed to get a decent job at a bank. I actually started on a foreign exchange desk, so my first ever trade was dollar South African rand because I spent some time in South Africa playing rugby. My favourite markets to trade generally the London session, so European indices. I very much like to cook. That's actually probably my meditation from trading. Pre-trading, I always make sure I have already had a cup of tea. My earliest mistake was to assume that I could trade financial markets simply on the back of mathematics and not take a holistic approach. I'd say my trading style is calculated. I like to apply analysis in a decision made. It's calm. I'm always making sure I'm not too overexcited and consistent. I think a consistent application is key.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Market Pulse here. So we're going to go over what we've been doing here in the NASDAQ and ES, and then Matt is going to go over the rest of futures. So we are coming into, or we've tapped into this supply zone here. NASDAQ just made a high of 25,960. I've attempted some shorts here and there on NQ just in this area. So ES right now, the high of 7010 has been the high here. So we've just been holding. I mean, ES really held this opening range high pretty well, even though we've been getting, you know, a lot of like just slow grind up ever since we got this initial move to the upside. But right now, I would say on ES, the main target or the main area that we need to hold is the 7,000. I mean, you guys can see clear level of resistance, finally broke out of it, formed as support. And so now I would expect if we do come down here that we do hold this level. ES has done a pretty good job of holding the 9 EMA so far, pretty much the whole day. You guys can see the only time we really tapped into below that area was during the opening range high. But ever since then, we've really just been holding the 9 EMA really, really well on the 5 minute. So I do expect a little bit more upside here on ES, especially if we can, like I said, hold 7,000 and at minimum the 7,005 level. I would say on ES, the target, if we can find acceptance above 7,008, would obviously be the 7,010, and then the previous day high, which was Friday's high of 7,017. On book maps right now, I don't see a lot of sellers up, only really 7,011, and then 7,015 would be those areas that I see some sellers on book maps. Otherwise, looking at the NASDAQ here, NASDAQ kind of same, I wouldn't say same, but like similar in terms of holding the 9 EMA. You know, other than when we were kind of fiddling around this opening range high sitting at 25,892, we, you know, obviously have been holding the 9 EMA ever since. So for me, I'm not really necessarily looking to long anywhere here, but if you already are in a long, I think this still looks good. Those same levels that I'd be looking for on the NASDAQ, you guys can see right here, 25,922 would be the first level that we need to hold. And then you really just have opening range high sitting at 893. That 863 that we were actually looking for us to break above in the initial morning drive, we did break above it. And then you can see a really nice hold on this 1045 candle that we got of 863. So that would be, if we start breaking down below opening range high, I would look for 863 to potentially hold as well. Otherwise, if we start breaking below 863, then I could see VWAP coming into play, which is sitting currently at 829. So that's kind of what I see. But honestly, like I said, we are coming into some pretty, heavy areas, I would say, of resistance. So not to say that I wouldn't expect ES, for example, to get up there, but, you know, NASDAQ, I would probably be a little bit more cautious of, especially, like I said, this 960 area that was a previous day high, I believe. No, not previous day high. Hold on, let me go back here and check. This was, I think, pre-market high. So Asia high was this level that we just currently are rejecting here on the 15-minute and the other time frames. So we would need to accept above 960. And then I think we can target Friday's high sitting at 985. Anything above that, obviously, you know, we're in the gap fill. So I think if we can find acceptance above 26,000, we start moving towards 26,060. So that's kind of what I see here on NQ and ES. But Matt, what do you see on your end?
So really interesting GC chart here, guys. And I told you I've been in the habit of going for a 4 hour down to 1 hour, but I really want to start at the 1 hour here because we have one of my favorite patterns. Kind of makes me a little more irritated that I've missed out on a couple of trades today. A break, retest, and go. Now, this wick does make this a less than ideal pattern. I wouldn't really want to see, I mean, it basically swept the low of this candle here. So not necessarily the classic and very easy to read break, retest, and go, but it is still that, right? Because the candle closed here and then immediately pushed back up. Now, we're not getting follow through after that pattern. And again, not the most ideal pattern out of here, but still, nice to see for the longer term gold bulls, or if you're holding any sort of gold as a swing, still looking well as long as we stay above this 46.12 level. If we pull out to the 4 hour level here, a little more bullish here. Now, again, this candle, the 5 to 9 a.m. central candle, does throw up a buying and a selling tail, although it is a green candle. It's doji-ish, but not a doji, at least not as much as this candle was from Sunday night. But we are starting to see a lot of selling tails at the top of these 4 hour candles, right? Now, 4 hour chart, you're talking about a lot of price action. It's not always going to be the cleanest, the neatest, etc. But in this scenario, this is I would say if you're bullish, this is not a red light, but it is probably like, you know, when you're coming to the stoplight and it's not yellow yet, but you know it's about to go to that just based because you've seen it as far as you've been driving. This is kind of how it feels a little bit on the GC for me. Now, This candle has 2 hours and 21 minutes left. So this candle could very easily push up and close over 46.40, which means at that point, it becomes a very bullish chart pattern. But I can't emphasize enough the how important this candle is, because you can see this zone. This zone is because it's the same chart and I just adjusted the time frames. It's the same zone I drew on the 1 hour. So this is sort of that consolidation zone. And we are holding above that. But to me, this is, again, this candle, which is going to close in a little over 2 hours, is very, very important to determining sort of where the next where the next move is going to be. I think this is a pivot candle. If it closes back into the zone at least on the 4 hour chart, this is a failed breakout of this zone, and so we're going to at that point look for a test of the lower part of the zone, if not a full breakdown of that. So that's what we're looking at as far as GC. On CL, we continue to be a little iffy on the price action here. Again, we haven't established new swing highs or lows yet, and we're kind of flirting basically this swing high up here at about was that 58.87. Again, it's acted as a little bit of a pinning action, right? We talked about this in detail last week. So this candle, this candle, this candle, this candle, and this candle. So basically, 5 out of 6 candles have found their way back to this area or have interacted with this area in some way. So that's one to watch. The 4 hour chart is not very nice on CL. Now, if we zoom in a little bit to the 1 hour, it's a little cleaner. I think we've got some room if we build a little bullish momentum. Let's see where this candle closes. 19 minutes left in this 1 hour candle. If we were to push up and close above 51.30, I think we've got room to this short-term swing high. And at that point, we might as well just say 60. But to me, this is again a very strong pivot 1 hour candle. So we've got a very important 4 hour candle on the GC and a 1 hour candle on the CL. And that to me is what I'm going to be watching for the rest of the day, guys. So chat, how we doing? I know we've been taking some questions. We've been interacting with you guys as much as possible. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do a giveaway. I think we're authorized to do 50K growth giveaways. So Miriam, it's your first day back. Why don't you put the keyword in the background chat there, and we will hopefully the bot's working. It was a little iffy last week. But if we can get that up, we will give away a 50K growth account before we cede the floor to Amas.
All right, let me find the right spelling.
Pero Loco, green. That's nice. Welcome, Pero. I know it's your first day here too. I appreciate that. Call and sell your gold bars this afternoon, Real Crit. Hey, if things keep tanking, man.
And we're back.
All right, guys. And we're back. By the way, we talk about that you guys be the best chat in the business. And yeah, it's a little bit of us kissing your ass. But at the same time, like, we're just reading your comments and you know, as we're doing this, and you keep us entertained while that stuff's going on. So, yeah, we appreciate you. But, well, you know, Bull Run, I appreciate that as well. But, yeah, no, guys, we just had a little hiccup there, but I think we're ready for the giveaway. As soon as Colin lets us know that he has put the keyword in, I will let Miriam tell it to you, and we'll go from there. But yeah, apologize for that, guys. I think we had a little hiccup on our end.
I love what you said. YouTube said, "Fuck your giveaway."
Yeah, YouTube said, "Fuck your giveaway." Yeah, nobody gets a giveaway.
Good times. Good times. Let's see. Oh boy. All right. It looks like we are ready for the keyword, guys. So what do we say we're doing, Matt? 50K growth?
50K growth account. Yes.
Got it. All right. Well, since I was just in Japan, I'm going to type the keyword in. Make sure that you type it in correctly, because if you don't, you will not be entered into the giveaway. So the giveaway keyword is konnichiwa. Good luck, everybody.
Which, of course, in Japanese means fuck your giveaways.
Yeah. I love one of our tour guides had mentioned in Japan, like, it's funny the way that, you know, some of the way that like Japanese people will tell you things. Like, for example, if there's, say, you know, you're making a lot of sound in your house or something, and you're just making too much noise. Instead of them being like, hey, can you tone it down a little bit? What they'll say to you is, oh, wow, it looks like you guys are having a lot of fun. And so it's just like very passive.
I was gonna say very passive aggressive on the
yeah, very passive way of telling you to shut the fuck up. But I just thought that was funny, because I'm like, wow, I would not fit very well there.
Yeah, probably why our stream is not big in Japan.
I gotta say, I love Japan and the Japanese culture, even Korea. Like, it's insanely respectful. Like, people are so respectful there and clean, and I'm just like, wow, America could learn a few things from you know, Japanese and Korean culture, because it's just disgusting. Like, when I came back to the States, I'm like, oh God.
By the way, I see a couple people in the chat, guys. You can. I'm sorry, we forgot to mention this again, but we've said it consistently. If you type it more than once, the bot automatically disqualifies you. So you type it once. So I think we say that on pretty much every giveaway. But if we ever forget, guys, it's so if you've already typed konnichiwa more than once, the bot just takes you out automatically. We don't even have to do it. So. Oh, King Tony was stationed in Japan. Actually, our across the street neighbor, I forget, he worked for the State Department, and he won't tell me more than that, which means it was probably something like CIA or whatever. But he was in Japan for years. Him and his they're older, they're in their 70s. Him and his wife had a really impressive collection of like little artifacts they've had. They lived in like Germany, they lived in Japan. I'm trying to think of where else they lived. There's 4 or 5 places they've lived. And then my buddy who's in the Air Force here is stationed nearby. He was stationed over there for a while too, and him and his wife loved it. Like what you're saying is what I've consistently heard from people that have been over there, that they've really enjoyed their time there.
Yeah, I already want to go back. Like, I feel like we didn't even get to explore as much as we could have. I mean, Japan is, you know, there's so much over there, but yeah, just people are so respectful. I was so embarrassed, honestly, by Americans. Like, being an American, I was honestly embarrassed. I was like, dang, that people are just so much more respectful, and they're so clean, and they're so like the way that they go about life is like more of a, hey, we're all, you know, this is not just like an individualistic society. Like, we care about other people's you know, comfort, and that's why we clean up after ourselves. So yeah, just a great culture. Really, really love it. But let's pick a giveaway winner. Go ahead and put it in the chat, Colin, whenever you get the chance. Oh boy. All right. Congratulations, Lulu HT70. Lulu HT70. Lulu, where are you at?
No, Abu Adam, we've actually programmed the bot to just automatically filter you out at this point. I think no, I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, we root for all our OGs and all of our contributors. Lulu's in here quite a bit. So
goddamn.
Yeah, goddamn. There we go. Congrats.
Nice. Congratulations.
Let me get your info here. Hopefully you have your email address in your,
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, let me check.
I do.
You do? All right, great. Let me put this in the background, and congratulations. You've won a 50K growth account. Again, guys, I think we're getting caught up on the giveaways, or we are caught up. So if you were expecting one and you don't have it, please reach out in the Discord, maybe to a little DGen, but I believe we're all caught up.
Oh yeah, should be.
All right, guys. So we're kind of coming to the last few minutes of our stream, but again, Moss will be coming in for the lunch and learn, and then it will be Lumi, then it will be DGen and Rebecca. So Mary, first day back, obviously you caught a nice trade there at the open and kind of steadily added to that. So kind of like, where are you at now? So that's you're back. You're set. Like, do you feel back, or is it going to take 2 or 3 days before you're kind of back into your routine?
I mean, I feel pretty back. I feel pretty back, but yeah, it's, you know, when I look at the market being in all-time highs right now, ES, this is a familiar area for me that I'm like, I tend to sort of like kind of be more cautious. I don't usually do great when we trade at all-time highs. So for me, it's definitely just going to be more aware of that. But yeah, in terms of NASDAQ, probably sticking to the NASDAQ until we can start making new all-time highs on the NASDAQ and just kind of go from there. So that's why I'm always just like, you know, I'm kind of like hoping for a bearish move. I want more levels to either go long at or be able to, you know, just get more momentum from. So we'll wait and see what we get the rest of this week, but I am hoping for some good momentum moves going into the rest of this week. Again, we have data coming out tomorrow, lots of Fed members speaking the rest of this week. So definitely be aware of that. But other than that, nothing really else to mention. How are you feeling going into the rest of the week?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good overall. Like I said, last week was just, honestly, it was one of those weeks that just, it felt like icky in the price tag. I really don't know a better way to say it. And it wasn't, we moved, but the way we go, again, guys, it's not just the movement. You could tell me right now, the NQ has a 200-point move in it for the rest of the day to either direction. And that's fine, but like, in what way? How does it get there? How much is it retracing? And last week we saw some small moves that actually looked decent on like 1 and 4 hour charts. You know, we were sitting here breaking down 1 hour and 4 hour charts going, oh, this is smooth. And then you get into the 5 minute, the 15 minute, and you see just like competing wicks on multiple candles. And it's one candle will run up 40 points and the next 3 will just chop you to shit. And so it was challenging. And I'm seeing a little more of that today. Now, again, we've got major economic data tomorrow. We've got earnings kicking up. And again, we've got kind of a mess going on between Venezuela, Greenland, Iran, Minneapolis. Like, there's just so much in the news right now that is so all interconnected and all will find its way to the market sooner or later. So the fact that the markets are waiting a little bit, and as Duncan told us this morning, you know, there's you know, that what they're seeing is a pretty good amount of institutional money still on the sidelines, which makes a lot of sense. You know, like I said, if you're I mean, if you're an institution who's net short, you've probably been struggling a little bit the last couple of months. But if you're net long, there's not a whole lot of reason to sell. And if you're not in the market, there's not a whole lot of reason to get in on either side right now. So I think we've got to see a little resolution to a couple of these major issues. Let's get past the inflation data tomorrow. And let's go from there. It's been a rough start to the year in terms of finding quality trades. At this point, I think I'm going to rest on gold for the rest of the day, and then maybe go back and look at, okay, how am I trading this? Because as we said, guys, the GC, I know people, I trade the GC and the NQ. Well, that's like saying I like, I don't know, I like steak and ice cream. Like, both great things, of course, as long as it's not ketchup on the steak.
Right.
But I like steak and ice cream. Okay, but those are two different things. And, you know, one is for at a certain time, one is for another time, right? Like, I know it's not the perfect analogy, but I think most of you understand what I'm saying. To me, those are different asset classes, not only just different instruments within the futures market. So I need to get a little more of a beat on GC, but that's okay. I like that I'm expanding into some new things. Again, that was one of my process goals for Q1 of 2026, was become a little more actively trading both gold and oil. So Again, I think that's something as we wound down 2025 and I did my year-end review, my trading volume fell off. And you guys know I don't sit here and take 100 trades per day, but when I'm seeing a 40 to 50% reduction in my trades, and I know that I'm trust myself to make smart trading decisions, I need to get that volume back up. But I'm not just going to double the trades that I'm making in the NQ because I'm not seeing the setups. Gold has been such a mover. And even if it goes a little more back to what it was a year ago, 2 years ago, I think that's fine. But I think gold as a movable, tradable asset, I think is here to stay for quite some time, just because of the way we're starting to mess with the Fed. And again, guys, if you missed Coach Duncan this morning, please go back and watch that at the end of today. It'll trust me, it'll still be as relevant at 4 o'clock today as it was at 8 o'clock this morning. So I encourage you guys to check that out. But in the meantime, I think it is about time for us to wrap. We will be back at full strength tomorrow, guys. Nick will be back. We're gonna have some fun. Joey Morgan will be here, so it'll be an absolutely packed stream tomorrow, and we're gonna have the inflation data in the morning. So I think it's gonna be an absolute blast of a day to trade. And so yeah, so Miriam, why don't you take us out?
Man, guys, what a great day to be back on the stream. Appreciate every single one of you guys. As Matt said, we're going to be back in action, the three of us, tomorrow morning. But per usual, we're going to be having a Moss come on just shortly after this, and then regular day as scheduled programming goes. So just make sure you guys don't overtrade today. It's definitely not, the easiest, I would say, day to trade, especially if you did not get that initial move to the upside. But that being said, tomorrow's a new day. Then we're going to be back on it tomorrow. So make sure you stay, just safe out there in the market streets. Okay. So we'll be back on it tomorrow. We love you guys. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Chat soon. Bye, guys.
Good night.
First of all, going long. You think prices will go up, so you buy first and sell later.
The mistake people make is picking what sounds impressive instead of what actually fits their trading style.
Let's start with the basics. What type of account am I actually trading?
Do you want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money?
Let's talk about the 3 most important numbers you need to watch in Tradeify.
My name is Matt Hensley.
Miriam Rushdie.
My name is Nick.
I am from St. Louis.
From Orange County, California.
And I'm from Switzerland.
I'm a Midwestern homeowner, which means I spend at least 7 hours a day in my yard.
I like to explore new foods, different cultures.
I do a lot of sports. I go to the gym a lot. I play paddle tennis.
My first ever trade was actually Peloton.
I got into trading originally, honestly, through a Facebook ad.
I bought 10 shares of Apple stock.
Read some hype article about it and decided to just go all in.
My first trade was a Tesla call option from a Signals group.
After COVID hit, they just skyrocketed.
And I sold it a couple days later and I made $37 and I felt like the shit.
Beginner's luck.
Probably about 75% of my trades are in the NQ futures contract.
NQ it is?
I'm a NASDAQ junkie.
Other than that, I just trade oil and gold, CL and GC.
I just love trading NASDAQ just because of the volatility, the chaos.
Why? Because I love simplicity. Like just sticking to one thing, focusing on that, and really becoming an expert at it.
Trading has really taught me a lot about myself.
Have a protein shake, I eat some beef jerky, and then I start trading.
I sit down and I get to business.
I'm ready to hopefully make some smart trading decisions.
At Tradeify, we believe traders deserve a better way to trade. No endless evaluations, no unnecessary barriers, just a direct path to capital. Built for real traders who want to focus on what matters most, the next trade. With instant funding, you're not waiting weeks to prove yourself. You're working to get payouts from day one. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you can trade, you deserve real opportunity. We built Tradeify to give traders funded capital without the delays, complications, or fine print. Our advanced trading journal tracks every detail of your performance, giving you the insights you need to consistently improve. When you trade with us, you control your profits. We take on the risk that holds most traders back, because that's how funded trading should work. Trading is hard enough. You need a partner who provides the structure, the speed, and the support. so you can stay focused on execution. Confidence comes from knowing you have capital behind you and a firm that moves as fast as you do. This is Tradeify, funded trading built for real traders.
You want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money? What if I told you there was a way to trade with someone else's capital while you learn? Welcome to Tradeify. This series explains everything about the funded trading world.
The reality is, gambling is random. Professional trading is calculated risk management.
We're pulling back the curtains so you can make an informed decision about whether this path is right for you.
The reality is, you don't need to know everything. The traditional barriers don't apply here.
Without the proper education or support, this is going to happen. But this is exactly why Tradeify exists.
And that is exactly why programs like ours exist, to give you structure.
We provide the structure and capital
while you develop your skills.
without risking your own money while you learn.
You don't need to know everything. You need to start with the basics and keep learning.
Whether it's concert tickets, sneakers, if you've ever bought something and sold it for more money, congratulations, you're already a trader.
Once you understand this language, trading becomes 10 times clearer.
This series will show you everything that you need to know.
Check out the whole Futures Foundation series over on our YouTube to learn more.
My name is Asanka Wiratunga, and I'm from London, UK. Financial institution visited my university and they were looking for physicists. As a scientist, speaks German and managed to get a decent job at a bank. I actually started on a foreign exchange desk, so my first ever trade was dollar South African rand because I spent some time in South Africa playing rugby. My favourite markets to trade generally the London session, so European indices. I very much like to cook. That's actually probably my meditation from trading. Pre-trading, I'll always make sure I have already had a cup of tea. My earliest mistake was to assume that I could trade financial markets simply on the back of mathematics and not to take a holistic approach. I'd say my trading style is calculated. I like to apply analysis to any decision made. It's calm. I'm always making sure I'm not too overexcited and consistent. I think a consistent application is key.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Lunch and Learn segment. Hopefully you guys are doing great. You guys already know I am doing absolutely amazing because I won my trade this morning and it was a bottom tick. Okay, so right here I literally bottom ticked that entry and it was a really good entry. Same exact framework as last week's trades. Last week was not the best. I ended up with a small loss of around, I think, 800 per account. But right now we're back with a big win of $1,500 per account times 5. So around 7,500 in total. So let me just explain the trade, the reason why I was bullish today on ES, why I like this trade and why do I think it's an A+ setup. So a lot of people, when I was sharing my executions last week, were like, hey Amos, like if you're trading ICT, why are you buying so high on the chart? Should you not just always look for premium and discount and, you know, frame your trade off of those? And the answer is, if you bought NQ every single morning when it was overextended, then you would have been a millionaire, okay, in 1 year. Okay, so basically this premium and discount, I don't view it the same exact way as most people. A lot of people will just see a range and take the fib from the low to the high. Let's say, let me just change that fib setting right here to, wait. Okay, they will take the fib from the low to the high, and then they will be like, okay, the 50% is right here. So I would basically predict that price has a lot of chances of pulling back here, which I don't usually trade this way, what I do is that I mark out the 10 a.m. open and the 9 a.m. open. And if price is below that 10 a.m. open, then for me, we are discounted. Okay, so it's exactly what happened today. So let me show you guys. This is the 10 a.m. open, and this is the 9 a.m. open. The close of a candle on the hourly is the open of the new one. So here 9, here 10, and look at what happened. We opened, we went lower, creating what? The downwick of a future bullish candle. I always try to enter on a down tick of a candle that I predict that will be bullish and that will close bullish in the future. Okay, to never have unnecessary risk on the table. So you guys can see here, this is the 10 a.m. open. Look at what happened. We pushed up, okay, create a high, low, failure swing here. We basically created an SMT with NQ. And as soon as I see this, a lot of people will start selling. But I know that this SMT right here is just something that will create a pullback for my entry, and this reversal will be a fake out in order to create new highs. Okay, there is not a lot of basically the reason why I'm trading this way is that I see there is way more continuations between 10 to 11 than reversals. And when I saw that, I was like, why am I not just playing the continuation and disregarding all reversals and just fading them at all times? And this is exactly what I'm doing, what I'll do in 2026, what I did in all my years, basically trading, but with a slightly different framework. But this is basically the trade that I took. We were below the 10 a.m. open. So for me, we were in a discount. I positioned myself inside this order block on a really good pullback, sweeping this low also, and then basically predicting that if I had a wide stop inside this range and my stop loss was covering most of the range here, we would find some sort of internal lows here. We would catch a bid, and I could put my stop loss back below the most recent low and see price running back up to the high of day. This is basically the framework that I used this morning. Beautiful trade. Was able to capitalize on a good push. So for this PM session, you guys know I'm always scalping with you guys most of the time. And when I'm scalping, I do not like to trade on ES, especially in the, let's say, lunch hour or PM session. I really like to trade NQ when it comes down to scalping and, taking base hits of 5-15 handles, really quick, fast-paced trades. And the reason for that is because I have way more data on NQ when it comes down to scalping, rather than having, let's say, a bigger picture play and something that is a little bit more, that takes a little bit more time for it to hit the target, which is exactly what I'm trading in the morning. So the silver bullet. So this was the trade that I took this morning. Beautiful. So now let's go over to NQ, and let's just analyze that pair right there. And is there any gold traders in the chat right now so I could potentially look at gold opportunities? Guys, silver is absolutely insane. I thought it was okay, and then as soon as I saw the actual volume that was traded on silver, even during, let's say, the Asia session, I was totally surprised. So I would say silver is a good pair to either pass evals on, but I don't have too much data on silver, so this is why I don't have any relationship with silver nor gold. So right now, what am I seeing on NQ? So I always start with the 15-minute chart, hourly chart, and then I'm trying to predict either one candle or predict the distribution of the next 5 to 10 minutes. So here on this 15-minute chart, what do we have above us? A nice rejection block. What is a rejection block? It is wicks of higher time frame candles. So here you guys can see we entered inside those wicks, which acts as basically a support or resistance level. So in this case, a resistance level. We tapped it. And then what's really important is not that we tap this level. This level is always subjective. We could have swept this high and did the same thing. So here, what do I like to see there is a failure to accept above 69, which is the previous candle's high. If we were truly bullish, we should have traded here, okay, and accepted those 76. So when I see this down close candle, it's telling me that the sellers are stepping in right here, and we could potentially see another down close candle after this one closes. This is my framework behind. So if I know this, then every up move after that candle closes is just a fake out to generate buyers, and then we should go back down to create new low. Okay, so let's say this candle closes exactly this way. We would wait for price to settle down, fake the sellers, fake the buyers, and then enter here for shorts. Okay, this is basically the framework on the 15. Let me go on this hourly chart. This hourly candle just closed, okay, which is definitely a big part of the analysis. The previous candle on the hourly closed bullish, which tells me that the frameworks basically are contradicting themselves. The hourly is telling me bullish, but the 15-minute is telling me bearish. So now, what am I going to base my trade off of? Since it's the first 15-minute, I do not judge that the hourly has so much emphasis on price. I will say that you could still catch those down moves and those pullback plays, I would say, for 15, 20 handles and really quick in and outs on the 15-minute chart, just purely looking at the 15-minute framework rather than just basing your trade off of the whole hourly distribution. But I will say this, in this next hour, the next 20 minutes will tell me a really good story. It will tell me if we created the downwick of a future bullish candle, okay, and it flipped back above the opening price and will go back towards high of day, okay, so previous daily high, sorry, or if it's gonna chop range here and then accept lower prices, accept those 40s, 50s, and we can basically see a short here back down towards this low, okay, previous candle's low. So this is going to be this is my analysis for NQ right now, just purely looking at candles, guys. I'm literally only looking at price action, timing also, and structure to base my trade. So right now, 15 minutes telling me go short, the 1 hour is telling me go long. So as soon as I see a great opportunity to take a trade, I'll take it. But for me, in order to take a trade on the 15, I would want to see a break below this low here and then see a pullback. Okay, but I will say this, the hourly candle closed bullish, so on the higher time frame, I favor longs 100%. 100%. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? A lot of a lot of yep in the last 10 seconds. 10 minutes, sorry. Okay, let me pull up the chat here. Beautiful. All right. Anyone in a trade here? I think the longs were clear today. Of course, if you're a reversal trader, you don't agree with me, which I'm more often a continuation trader than a reversal trader. But I will say longs were clean, but I do expect a really good reversal off of that previous daily high. Okay, once we sweep this internal high or this high here, the 96 high, I would want to see a healthy retracement because we are definitely overextended. So 253 handles to the upside since the New York AM open. So I want to see what's going to happen when we hit those levels. So let me just mark out. You'll see, you're going to see the short form. This is why there was like a big text with context. So this is 2 daily highs here. Remember this, what's the style? White? Where is it? Oh, it's middle. Okay, top right. GG. I need to change everything on my trading view actually, because I had the white chart for the longest time. So every time, like let's say I have all those registered templates here, they are in black basically, so we can't see them. I need to go through all of them after. minus RB, and then I go bottom right. So just you guys can see my analysis right there. So really the most important level I'm paying attention to is the hourly open. So here of a bearish candle, so it's here, H1 open. So we'll see what is going to happen right there. I'm going to look to take a trade that's 100%. You guys already know. Every time I'm on Tradeify TV, I'm always going to enter a trade. There's few times where just price is not, it's literally impossible to catch a trade, especially sometimes in the lunch hour. It's either too choppy or it's either too trendy. Change back to white background, black and blue candles. Now, this is old Amos PFT right there. This is old Amos PFT. I'm telling you, I'm never gonna change back to the white charts. I'm telling you, it's finished, done, so. So now, let me take a look at gold for some of you guys, how I view it, how I think price is gonna distribute in the next few minutes. So here I would lean 100% shorts on gold, 1,000%. Of course, the framework is not 100%. This is basically the reason why nobody has a 100% win rate. But how I see those candles, I see them as wicks through the damage body tells a story. So here, if we were truly bullish, we should have closed above this high, but we didn't. This candle, after we broke structure to the upside here and broke above 16 and closed strongly on this hourly candle, the sellers stepped in. Okay, so we opened up higher, flipped below the open, and right now we're trading here. So I would say we have more chances of seeing some downside than some upside based on this hourly candle because of the way that it closed. Bearish close, sellers, bullish close, buyers. Okay, the trend is your friend. So now I would say we have a lot of chances of seeing 601. Okay, depending, we could reject the slow, but let's say we open, we go lower, and then you see some sort of shifts in market structure. Going short right there is not a bad play back towards 601. Okay. This is what I'm seeing on gold. On silver, I'm seeing the total opposite. You guys see? I'm seeing the total opposite on silver. Why? Because this candle broke out of the range. If it broke out of the range without any down wick, actually, buyers are really strong. And right now, we're pulling back down towards a support level. And this could easily be the down wick of a future bullish candle and then go wipe out at least 620. And use 33 as stops. So I'm seeing we have some chances of seeing some upside, in my opinion, on silver because of the structure, because of how candles are closing above liquidity pools, above support and resistance levels. And right here, a big resistance level was 85.75, but we broke above it, and now I would want to see it use the support. Once we flip back here, it will be a good indication that price will most likely go higher at this exact moment. When it comes down to CL, same kind of analysis than on gold. That gold, basically, I would want to see us go back down to trade back towards 58.74. Let's say right now, what I would be looking for on CL would be a bullish market structure shift, and then see if any sellers are stepping in. And if sellers are stepping in and we are rejecting highs, breaking lows inside the middle of the range, I'm going, it is a clear short. I'm not going to go short on CL though. This is just the way that I analyze the markets. But I don't usually take trades on CL or gold or anything else than NQ and ES. All right. So right now this 30 is looking pretty clean. Still 12 minutes left for this candle to close. So we'll let the market do its thing. We can chat a little bit. I can see there's some people here. I roll with darker blue gradient to black on bottom chart, sweet on the eyes. Darker blue, yeah, I saw a lot of people with those. Would you like A gold or silver neck chain? I'm more of the diamond guy. I would rather have let's say if it was for me, I prefer silver. I think gold is really nice for women. That's just my opinion. I think gold is like goes extremely well to for women, and silver a little bit more for men. Diamonds go for both, but that's just my opinion, you know. So but yeah, diamonds are definitely like a bad play, especially if you take if you buy from a bad jeweler or something. But you know, I'm not thinking about buying any chains soon, so yeah. But good question. Would you like a gold or silver neck chain? What would you say, King Dom? What would you like? What's up, Lumi? How are you doing? You would love to trade gold. I don't know. I backtested it a lot and never found any success. Maybe I need to go harder on gold. I would say if I had to trade gold, I would trade the Asia session and try to scalp it a little bit more. I think that's what I would do. My last 3 NQs from 3:45 a.m. EST just filled. Was posting in the AM room with Matt and Miriam. Nice. Nice, Scooby. Good stuff. So you're trading London, 3:45 a.m. EST. All right. My brother is catching daily ranges here. In Arabic, Amas, like Almas, means diamond. Oh, I didn't know. That's cool though. Hey boss, appreciate you. Then I'm telling you, tonight there is a backtesting session, so you will know way more about my strategy, way more about my thinking overall. So make sure to tune in at 5 p.m. EST today. We're gonna do a nice backtesting session together. We're gonna go over, you know, the best trades of the week. We're gonna go also over some price action and how I'm reading price in theory. So if you want to like deep explanations, you should definitely tune in at 5 p.m. EST. And also I'm gonna give away 2 50K select accounts tonight, so you guys don't want to miss out. On Tradeify TV. On Tradeify TV at 5 p.m. EST every single Monday. I'm hosting a backtesting session. Last week was all over the place, I'm not gonna lie, because because we were doing the backtesting tournament. I won the first one, but then got fried on the next few ones. Price action was not easy. It was not. Yeah, this is the thing. I know there's a lot of people who are following me or following Tradeify TV that live in either, you know, Asia or Europe, and it's hard to attend those sessions. So I am gonna try to do something. I think like those backtesting sessions, they're so good, and a lot of people are missing out a lot on those informations and on the reps, the good reps that you need to take in order to reach the next level. So I think what would be a good time for you guys who live in Europe, let's say based on the EST, okay, EST time zone. I'm from Canada, so let me know what you think. Before, it was on Sunday at 1 or 2 p.m. I think it was 2 p.m. EST every Sunday. It was called the Sunday backtesting session, and a lot of people were attending those. Actually, it was like more people than right now, way more people. I think Monday night is like a moment where a lot of people are already exhausted because they slept too late on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. This is for me. Every Monday, you know, I'm a little bit tired. I think I don't know if I'm the only guy, but let me know in the chat if you guys feel the same thing on Mondays. I think Sundays are great, but right now there's a lot of football going on, so we're gonna let the football battle end, and the Super Bowl go by, and then we'll change the hours. Yeah, I'm a coffee guy, Anas. So it's at least 2 coffees a day. At least, bare minimum. So one at around lunch hour, and then another one at around like 3 p.m. But I think something like 2 p.m. would be good. Or like Sunday. I think Sunday there's like nothing to do. Sunday is like the day where you're just you're not doing anything. Like maybe the only thing I'm doing, let's say, is like prepping my week, but that doesn't take me a lot of time. I'm also recording some videos, doing some editing. You're a lightweight. I've had 4 cups by 10. I like that. Yeah, I like that energy, Dr. Bob. I like that. But I'm not gonna lie, if I do this, I will not be able to sleep. I am definitely a lightweight on coffee. I am in my beginning phases, I would say, in terms of coffee. Like I am not able to drink too much. If I drink too much, my heart is gonna race. Some of you guys are built different. Some of you guys like drink coffee at 7 p.m. SPX retracement during PM session will be great to see. Definitely. I like how this hourly candle closed on ES. Like if we can go back down, actually right here would be a moment where I would monitor the opening price of ES. Like we opened up lower aggressively, we could definitely be forming the downwick of a future bullish candle. But we could also, a lot of times when I have this kind of analysis, what I'm seeing is an inside bar candle during the lunch hour. So you need to be careful also. So I feel you on the heavier retracement. Something I would say, what would you be looking for, Lumi? A pullback to the hourly gap, or a pullback to one of those hourly highs and a 15-minute fair value gap, let's say here, so 7,000. What would you prefer? So here you see this is the hourly open, and this will tell me a pretty good story of where price is willing to go. This 30-minute candle is going to close bearish and pretty aggressive also. So I could look for a trade here. The structure is not the best though. Definitely not the best. No coffee after 4 p.m. Be up all night peeing. Facts. You're almost 70. Damn. Dr. Bob. Shout out to you, my brother. You got some wisdom in the chat. Yeah, this is a big range here. A lot of consolidation. You don't want to get trapped into this. You want to see, in my opinion, this is a good break. Good break below the open here on this 30-minute candle. If we have a failure swing here, I could potentially look for longs here above the hourly open for the hourly high and a pushback. That would be good for the high of day also. Yeah, to be honest, an inversion gap here would, like, I would stab it 100,000%. How much is going to be the stop loss? I'm going to take like what? Take the recon trade. A little bit light. It's more risky. It's a riskier trade here in the middle of a range, so I will not go too heavy. I will go for around $700 of risk on that 2-minute inverse. I like it. So I'll wait for it to close and then stab the longs back towards the most recent high. I want to see the covering happening really fast. It's either we win this trade super fast or we lose this trade super fast. I know it. So we'll see. We're trapped inside this range, but I like how we're respecting the open here. Okay, so I'm in longs here on NQ. It's either we win quick or we lose quick. So a lighter risk for me here on this account compared to what I'm usually trading. I will go just for a quick 1-to-1 back towards the most recent high on that 2-minute inverse. Actually, I'll go for the previous daily high with this setup. Let me go for a 1-to-2 here. So I want to see this being respected, this gap being respected. It could definitely start selling off right here because this is either a fake out area or a covering area. This kind of 180 trade. Let me take off this gap here. Way too much stuff on my chart. So I entered a little bit lighter, so I could re-enter in if there's anything. Really, really tight stop loss. Doesn't look too good right here. Definitely looks more like a fake out than than a buying opportunity right there with how heavy the pullback is. Entered pretty light on this account, so not too bothered with it. This could still end up being a wick. I have my stop loss there for a reason, but it is not the kind of setups that I want to take usually when it comes to scalping. I really like the quick, fast rejection. Three minis in the lunch hour is not that much, I would say. Depending on the volume. This is going to be a stop out. Well, beautiful trade though. Still really clean. All right, I got stopped out on that. The reason behind this trade was really basing my trade off of that hourly open in the previous candle. We had a bullish candle closing on the hourly chart, and we had a nice bearish market structure shift right there being created. As soon as we inverse this gap, I tried to go with the hourly bias rather than the 15 and fading all those sellers inside this range, basing myself off the fact that aggressive sellers stepped in between this candle's low and this candle's high, which is the fair value gap on the 2-minute chart. Got stopped out in 4 minutes around what, $700 loss, so not too bad. We'll look to take another trade, that's for sure. So that's the first trade, which is a loss. I'm still really interested in those longs, and still looking at this hourly open and how strong are we going to close above it. What's up, Holly? How are you doing? What would you have to see in order to short? Good question. I would want to see us trade back below this low here. So the opening price of the series of up close candles that created the sweep. So I would want to see us trade below 33, which is pretty aggressive. That was a beautiful setup. On the 2, like, this was beautiful. This is what most of my trades actually look like when I'm trading with you guys. Very nice ES trade. Well done. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, ES was delivering this morning. It takes a lot of time though for the trade to hit, but hey, what's up, Matt? How are you doing? How are you doing, my brother? When giveaway? I didn't even know there was any giveaways. I didn't even look at the Slack. Wait, is there? I don't think so. I think you're trolling me. So right now, with how this hourly candle is displacing and aggressively holding below 49, I would be tempted to short, not now, but in the next 10 minutes, I would say. This is exactly, there's 2 ways a candle could print. It's either it's going to go up or down. So it's either you're getting faked out on longs and price will then dig back below the open, or you went long and price will dig up above the open, which is exactly what I tried to predict. But if you have enough confirmations right here, you know, you have a good framework to take a trade over the long run, and you can time it, so time and price. But right here, still skeptical, I would say. I'm not gonna short right now. I think there is still a lot of time left for that hourly candle to close, so anything can happen. I will say this: a trade above 63 is not gonna look too bad for me. I would try another stab here if we trade above the hourly open. If we are extremely aggressive below those 50s and 40s, I will favor shorts. We don't ask for giveaways, we just do them. Easier to apologize than ask permission. Man, you're right. You're right. GC has been slapping me around again, but good year other than that. Nice. So most of your trades are done on NQ and not on gold, Matt. Am I right? We need giveaways. All right, let me make a giveaway here actually. Colin, are you here? Let's do a giveaway. All right, perfect. So what's gonna be the account? Can I choose the account? Yeah, I'll choose the account. We'll do a 50K growth account, and I'll type the keyword in like 1 minute. Just let me cook here. Okay, TTV live. All right. Let me know if that's good. So I'm gonna give away a 50K growth account, and that's all thanks to the GOAT himself, Matt. You know, he's he literally is the reason why I'm doing a giveaway right now. Most yes, but trying to get more into GCNC on 26. Nice, really nice. Can Lumi participate? You really said, can Lumi participate in the giveaway? Do you know what the comparison of that is? It's like pouring water in the ocean. Literally. Oh my god. All right. So okay, so the keyword will be, oh shit. Let me pull out the chat here. It disappeared for a second. All right. So the keyword, I don't know what I typed. Okay, so the keyword will be thanks, Matt. So type it once. Don't type it more than once. You'll get disqualified. So thanks, Matt. The reason why we're doing the giveaway right now. Copy and paste just once. Make sure to not type it more than once, or you will get disqualified. All right. So this is just a reminder that we're doing the giveaway because of Matt pressed me, but we have some W pressure here. Right now, I like how this 30-minute candle is actually printing. We needed a deeper retracement right here, but once it's going to start trading above the hourly open, it will be a good long opportunity, and I stand on that 100%. So we can select the winner right now. Call in. Perfect. So the winner is Elan SD. Congrats. You just won a 50K growth account. Make sure to claim your giveaway right now. So the account right now, just type in the chat so I can make sure that you are there and you are not a robot. So congrats, Elon. You're there. Congrats. You just won a 50K growth account. Thank you for participating in this giveaway. And it's all thanks to Matt again. So yeah, it is a scenario where we needed a deeper retracement back towards those 30s here. So definitely like how this trade is looking so far, especially with how this 30-minute candle is going to close in 15 minutes. This 15 is closing in 37 seconds, so I don't trust it too much. Still not bullish, but I will see what's the reaction above 63 here. This is not a bad trade, in my opinion. Definitely not a bad trade. You never win. Winning giveaways, it's about repetition. If you put in enough reps, if you're there enough, you will definitely win. That's for sure. If you come to the backtesting sessions, if you attend those gaming nights with Nick, Dan, Drew, you will win an account. That is literally impossible for you to not win an account at some point. So many creators are doing giveaways. Me, Lumi, a lot of other people are doing like mainly weekly or even daily giveaways. So you're gonna have your chance to win, but of course, you need some luck. You definitely need some luck. You do daily giveaways, yeah. Lumi's in another space. She's just in a whole other level. You see how it flipped back above the hourly open? This is exactly what I wanted to see. Usually opens are good areas for displacement, and to see that market participants actually want to engage and make that candle flip back and turn bullish, basically. So right now, really good confirmation I'm seeing. Is it the right timing to enter? Not necessarily, but not a bad long opportunity, I'll say this. All right, peace out, Holler. Appreciate you for tuning in. You're an OG for that. Appreciate you, my brother. Would you have considered the retest of that support level at 24,940 a good buy zone? 24,940. I would say, like, when it comes down to the exact area where price is flipping, it's so subjective because it will change from day to day or from market conditions to market conditions. What I like to do is track how my candle is fluctuating and basically the framework behind it. So here, this candle is closing bullish. So since it's closing bullish, it's telling me, all right, Amos, you shouldn't look for a reversal. What are the odds of you creating a 1 minute market structure shift, and that whole trend here that we have will be disregarded and will flip back just because of a 1 minute bearish market structure shift? The chances of that happening are pretty slim. Okay, this is always what I have in mind when I enter a trade. So I favor continuations rather than reversals. So as soon as I see this, then I want to look for bearish shifts and candle closing and brand new one opening. So let's say here we shifted that 15-minute candle close, and then we created that inversion for value gap on the 2. So I was like, all right, we most likely form the downwick of a future bullish candle to see some upside, and that candle will fluctuate back up. This was my thinking. It ended up not working out in my favor. It needed a resweep to do the same exact thing right now. But look at the fluctuation of that candle. It went from being bullish to bearish, but then you see, once we start trading back above the open, it flips back bullish again and accepts higher prices. So this open is really important for me because it tells me a pretty important story. It tells me if either we form the downwick of a future bullish candle or we form the upwick of a future bearish. So here, depending on how much, how long you've been traded, you've been trading above those opens or below those opens, this level is like the most important thing. So here was not a bad trade at all. I was timing a 30-minute candle closure and a 15-minute candle closure to basically see some upside. But right there, it needed a resweep. So not too deep, but I still think this is genuinely a good long opportunity. The macro is going to start in 1 minute. What is a macro? It is the last 10 minutes and first 10 minutes of every single hour. Because an hourly candle is closing, there will be a lot of way more volatility in that exact time than, let's say, in the middle of that candle. Let's say there will be a lot of transactions because a candle is closing, so people will either leave their positions or put stop orders, buy orders, limit orders above or below price to either enter a trade from that hourly candle closing or get out of a trade from that hourly candle closing, which is exactly the same principle as the power hour. Let's say the last 10 minutes, you guys always see at 3:50 p.m. a huge fat candle is printing. It's exactly the same thing, but to a lower scale. When higher time frame candles are closing, stuff is happening. Either people are taking away their positions or entering into positions because they know there will be an influx of volatility. And you see here, look at that candle, 12:50. It's printing pretty aggressively. Perfect timing. Really good pullback right here. Do I want to engage right now? I think with that first fake out happening, we are in a big range, big consolidation. I would consider that trade being a little bit lower probability. Why? Because of how much time we spent in this zone. Usually, I do not want to trade off of a framework that got disregarded in the first 30 minutes. Usually we form the downwick of a future bullish candle in the first 30 minutes of that hour. Okay, and then we expand. And then I would use this macro to distribute back towards higher take profits. But let's say here, a lot of fake outs, a lot of sweeps could happen in those last 10. So with that small loss that we took here, it is better for me to just stay out. But is that a good trade overall with that thinking? Yes. Is the timing off a little bit? Yes. If it makes sense. Even if it ends up working out, this is never how I look at things. I don't look at the chart and be like, all right, it worked out, I should have. No, I never ever consider that I made a mistake based on what's happening today. I always base myself off of the data that I have in my backtesting. Is that a good trade over the long run? Do I actually have edge? If I don't, even if it works out 5 times in a row in a week, over the long run, I'll lose on the same exact setup if I enter at the same exact timing. So I do not want to engage in those. I put way more emphasis on my data than on what's happening on the chart day to day, basically. And that's why you'll see me take back-to-back losers with the same exact scenario. You know, a lot of times, let's say I have a setup, let's say in the morning, basically the kind of a gap and go setup where, you know, this is going to be the close of the previous day. The new day is going to open and we'll gap up and price will trade like this, let's say on ES. And I will just take the retracement back here, wider stop loss, wider take profit, wait for a internal low to get put in, bring back my stop loss below this internal low, and see price going back up. And there will be market conditions where, I'll have my static stop right there in a, let's say, 0.9 risk to reward because I really want a wide stop inside this range. And I'll just take back-to-back losses like this. So full size losses of like either 1-to-1 risk to reward or negative risk to reward. And a lot of people are going to come at me in, let's say, the comment section, or they're going to be like, hey, Amos, like, what the hell is this trade? You traded in overextended range. You traded with a bad risk to reward, this or that. I really don't care of the outcome day to day. Like, truly, I can't care less. I'm executing off of my data. And if it doesn't work, then I'll understand that I need to adapt something and I need to tweak some things. But usually those adaptations are not too deep. It's either I need to wait for a deeper retracement or I need to enter later into the move or wait for the fake out. But adaptation is really hard in a sense, I would say, because you adapt, you try to adapt, but you don't exactly know if it's gonna cost you some money or it's gonna help you. It's like you're basing the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks of price action and predicting that the quarter is gonna act the same exact way, which, I'm not. What I do when I need to adapt is lower my risk. That's the best thing to do. And the second thing would be to start pulling out your fib. Start pulling out your fib and understand how far the retracements actually go. And if you can understand that, you're like, all right, you know what? Instead of entering there like I always do, I'll enter on a deeper retracement because price is getting pretty wicky at those highs or at those lows. Moz, do you ever consider ignoring your first entry signal and take the second entry signal instead? Good question. That would be an adaptation thing, I would say. If I see that every time I'm entering, it's a fake out. Usually this happens during the summer months because there's a lot of resistance at highs, a lot of resistance at lows. But other than that, I will say my first entry is my one and done. There's some people with some slogans that say, I know there's a big guy in the community. He's like, his quote is like, set and forget. For me, it's one and done. One trade a day and go touch some grass. How long did it take you to become profitable? It took me. That's hard to say because even if I considered myself profitable, I still had some losing months here and there. I still had some, break-even months where I was always taking the worst possible decision. It's a forever process. It's not a switch that you just flip and you turn profitable and you stop losing. That's what I'll say. Like it doesn't work that way, really. You just always need to work towards staying profitable rather than becoming profitable, let's say. It's like, and I would say, let's say for me, I had the right tools, and I had the right playbook after 1.5 years of trading. 1 year and like 3-4 months, because I was doing it most days and with my brother, and I had help. So I was doing it for a long time during the day. If it makes sense. I talked about this. There's going to be a video on the Tradeify TV YouTube channel that's going to go out. Pretty sure of that. That will explain like my story. Not too long. I don't. That's man. If you're still here, you're gonna laugh. But I had to film that video where I just show my story and like my journey. But I'm so young that it's like, what can I truly say? Like, like I saw like Nick's video and I was like, all right, this is just such a good video. I have nothing to say that is even remotely close to that. Like I went through hardships, but it's not the same thing as I've been through hardships, I would say, but I always try to stay positive regarding that. I never see it as, oh my God, like it's the end of the world and making it bigger than it actually is. Like I've had losing months, like multiple back-to-back losing months when I should have been a winner. And my strategy was just showing me back-to-back winners. But this is part of the game. As soon as you see this, then you know you're doing something wrong. The market will always either teach you that you have no edge or will teach you that you have bad psychology or bad risk management. Either one of those three. And yeah, so those months where you should have banked and you didn't, they're so important to grab the lessons from them. It ends with the mouse driving off in his Lambo. Lambo. That is just every time I see a trader with a Lambo, you're like, yeah. But it's already time for me to say goodbye, guys. It was a pleasure to trade with y'all during this lunch hour. I took one trade. So today I took two trades. I took the long on ES and I took this long here on NQ. The long on ES ended up working out. This long on NQ here off of that 2-minute inverse, didn't work, but I entered with 1/3 of the size that I usually enter. So around 600, 700. And that was a pretty good trade, I would say, respecting my framework overall, respecting how I view the chart with the opening prices of candles, of higher time frame candles. So not to bother with it. I appreciate you guys so much, and tune in today's backtesting session at 5 p.m. EST. I will be giving away 250K select accounts, and we'll do trade recaps. We'll do theory behind how I take those trades, and we'll also do a small little backtesting tournament where you guys will be able to literally face me 1v1 in a tournament where there's going to be leaderboards and prizes. So appreciate you guys so much, and I see you guys at 5 p.m. EST. Peace out.
First of all, going long. You think prices will go up, so you buy first and sell later.
The mistake people make is picking what sounds impressive instead of what actually fits their trading style.
Let's start with the basics. What type of account am I actually trading?
Do you want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money?
Let's talk about the 3 most important numbers you need to watch in Tradeify.
My name is Matt Hensley.
Miriam Rushdie.
My name is Nick.
I am from St. Louis.
From Orange County, California.
And I'm from Switzerland.
I'm a Midwestern homeowner, which means I spend at least 7 hours a day in my yard.
I like to explore new foods, different cultures.
I do a lot of sports. I go to the gym a lot. I play paddle tennis.
My first ever trade was actually Peloton.
I got into trading originally, honestly, through a Facebook ad.
I bought 10 shares of Apple stock.
Read some hype article about it and decided to just go all in.
My first trade was a Tesla call option from a Signals group.
After COVID hit, they just skyrocketed.
And I sold it a couple days later and I made $37 and I felt like the shit.
Beginner's luck.
Probably about 75% of my trades are in the NQ futures contract.
NQ it is?
I'm a NASDAQ junkie.
Other than that, I just trade oil and gold, CL and GC.
I just love trading NASDAQ just because of the volatility, the chaos.
Why? Because I love simplicity. Like just sticking to one thing, focusing on that, and really becoming an expert at it.
Trading has really taught me a lot about myself.
Have a protein shake, I eat some beef jerky, and then I start trading.
I sit down and I get to business.
I'm ready to hopefully make some smart trading decisions.
Hello guys. Hello everyone. Happy Monday. How are you doing today? Interesting price action indices today. I was busy this morning recording video for you guys about New York Midnight Open. I mean, completely done, just need to pause this. So yeah, I opened my chart on indices like 30 minutes ago. I was like, maybe I didn't stream this BS. Seriously, nothing good for me here. I wouldn't touch this price action. I know myself, I wouldn't trade this. I was trading gold. If I was streaming, I would just enter it long on gold. That's it. Nothing on indices for me. What I'm expecting to get is Friday high taken, preferably like 990, probably 26k. And I will look for short on both ES and NQ. Also, I'm keeping my eyes on silver, guys. I'm not quite sure, but if not right now, maybe later, I would like to look for shorts back to 10 AM open. If not right now, then probably later, but I will look for the trade. Not sure if a good idea or not, because in 5-minute chart I don't really see setup yet, but on 3 I see. Maybe like 1 micro, just to try. Calculate risk. It's like $400 risk. If not now, because it be choppy on 5-minute chart, I will look maybe later, but during PM session. Like break above these highs, then short. Or I can try with 1 micro, like with 1 micro, then try again if it's going to stop me out. Sounds like a deal. Unfortunately, you cannot trade micro on Tradeify. I'm going to trade my own account. And yeah, if I will see like entry, I will tell you, but it's my first idea, but let's see if I'm going to engage in this. Honestly, I would like to get 5-minute shift in structure first. Like ideally to get at least closure below this flat candle. But I might try 1 micro first. I just got around like $350-400, I think so. Yeah. Let me where I need to put this chart? 1 second. Let me put here. I'm going to move my Ninja Trader to you guys. Moving chart here. I don't need this. Switching my screen right now. Here's a Ninja Trader. Okay, display settings. Resolution, please. Thank you. Yeah, this one. Keep changes. Just preparing for you guys my screen with Ninja Trader. All right. Okay, we're gonna see. I'm not on this trade yet, but I will look for the setup. Yeah, look. Oh, Friday high taken. Look at this, guys. Oh, I like it. So for ES, if I will look for short, I will look for short down to 1 second. Down to 50% of this move up. Maybe I'm asking too much, but ideally, we'll look for setup for short soon. Would like to get shifted structure on both ES and NQ. And I will short. We'll trade my straight to fund Tradeify accounts. Plus, I will trade some evals, select evals. Also good idea. So right now, let's wait for setup first. So we may still go to 26k. Why? Because we may imbalance this daily volume imbalance. We may hit an all-time high. You heard I was talking about. I said I would like to short silver 2 minutes ago with 1 micro. That's what I said. And I said I am going to use 3-minute OB, like this one. I said I would like to get 5-minute OB, but we got 3-minute OB. And I can try with 1 micro here, risking $400. Now, Peter, I'm going to, for now, like kind of silver more. Peter, I would like to short as well, but yeah, let's see. I'm not in a rush. Happy to trade everything I see. You know, I don't mind to look for gold, but compare price action on silver and gold. Gold quite choppy, no? Or it's me? Because for me, it's quite choppy. On SPX, I will short OB. I need OB to look for reversal. Either like from below this level down to 50%. But I expect to get like 20 points short, guys. I don't know if it's a lot. It's a lot, actually. So it's going to be my first trade on indices today. And I would like to do a short silver so bad with 1 micro. On just one account. I mean, the image shot looks good. I'm not sure, guys, if you can trade, but I clearly can see setup. Where's 2R? If not right now, I will just expect to get this right after we taking this high again. Just doesn't look bad yet. On gold, guys, on gold, like, okay, if I will look for short, I will look for down to this AM session range. Are these live stream traders profitable? Why are you asking? Of course not. Such a stupid question. Okay. London, Asia. You anticipate to get quite big drop, no? I mean, I would like to just retest 10M open. Yes, right. I mean, like, yeah. Now it makes sense. Right? Good boy. Yeah, looks good, looks good. You know, like, to short just need to get shift and structure, right? Something like that. Na, na, na. Person right now quite stupid, but for me, I would like to get shift and structure first. Only yes. For now, on SPX, 50% is over here. Yeah, preferable to confirm this by shift and structure. Yeah, Peter, remember yesterday we anticipated to get we taken out all-time highs and TGF? Like, exactly what we expect to get happened, right? So, what I expect to get is either break right now below this level, short down, or it's going to balance this daily volume imbalance here. Then exactly the same idea, like that. Yeah, silver, yeah, it looks good. Oh, it's okay, don't worry. Like, it's okay, don't worry. I'm not the person who, like, can be sad because of someone's comments. Don't worry about this. No need to say sorry. It's okay, don't worry. Balance area. You mean daily volume balance better? Oh, okay, got it. Go on daily chart. Is this one? Yeah, this volume imbalance. Look at its previous monthly high. I mean, definitely it's equal highs. I'm just not sure if it's going to hit like now. I would like to see some retracement down first. Looks good, guys, on both silver and gold. Yes, this one is 2 no, 2R is here. My bad, over here. But keep in mind, as I said, like it's 1 micro trade. If you want to enter 2 micros, it's going to be $900 risk. I'm not that crazy yet. We need to ask market makers to create nano contracts, or someone please create nano contract. We cannot afford. It's a joke. We cannot afford to trade to trade micros nowadays. I would like to see the test of 10M open. I mean, I'm not kidding right now. As I said, it's 1 micro trade. If like 2 micros, it's $900 risk. If not, then it's 400 something like. See the difference? It's 1 micro. It's just 1 micro. Okay, both was perfect. Both yes, not yes, thank you, never mind. It's my brain works like that. Both gold and silver above 10M open operations this level. I hope it's going to detest this. It's just my brain works like this. It's normal. I would say it's same logic. I covered this logic on my Wednesday stream, I guess. Yeah, let's cover this again. It's all about market structure, nothing else. Let me hide these levels from here. 1 second. I'm going to ask questions, and once you answer these questions, you understand the logic. Well, when we have okay, first question: how we can confirm shift break of structure? I already asked these questions. Let's just cover this again. How can we confirm break of structure? What should we have to confirm break of structure? It's just example on 15-minute chart, but it's going to work like on any time frame because it's fractal. It's everywhere. It works everywhere. Limit confirmation. Break below or above and closure, right? Closure. So at this point, yeah, we have bullish trend. Maybe not perfect swings here. It's fine. But if I'm going to draw like that, it's going to be easier to see this. Right now, sorry guys for my drawings. I know it's not perfect, but you will not see perfect examples, right? The breakout structure must be confirmed by closure above swing high or swing low, right? That's right. So, and once you got breakout structure, not always, but most of the time, you will see retracement back down to equilibrium at least. A deal discount, but equilibrium. I discussed this on Wednesday or last Wednesday or Thursday. I don't remember exact day. And if you look closely here, we got retracement at least to 50% almost every single time. Like ignoring huge expansions, yes. When we have like not big moves, price tends to retrace to equilibrium or discount at least. So here what I saw, we got retracement down to discount, price expanded higher, offered order block. Okay, perfect. We have order block on 15-minute chart as well as we have breakout structure. So what we want to see? We want to see retracement down. Retracement where? To at least 50%. Why? Ignoring this breakout structure, we have perfect change in the state of delivery here. Why I really care about this? Because in order to confirm sweep on 4-hour chart, we are going to use time frame alignment chart. So basically 4-hour sweep equals 15-minute order block. So first we got, let me actually add some candles. No, enough. So we got 15-minute OB, amazing, right? We confirmed the sweep on a 4-hour chart. So we got another order block, which is still part of this 4-hour candle. So what we want to see? We have 2 order blocks within this 4-hour candle on 15-minute chart. Our task is to validate the sweep. What do I mean by this? If price is going to break 50% of this big OB, this means the sweep is not going to be valid. We are going to drop hardware to break these lows. Especially when we have 2 order blocks within one candle, once we got sweep, and one of them is huge, you want to use huge one, like bigger one. And here's what I want to see. I want to see price retracing to 50% of this move up, as well as it must stay above 50% of this order block. And at this point, I will show a retracement, but I don't anticipate to get reversal. Also, we have breakout structure to upside. I would like to see just a retracement to look for longs again. So it was the logic. Also, 1 second. Going to bring my candles back. So we got a sweep over here, right? So what happened? We got 1 sweep, 2 sweep. We call this double sweep. Double sweep was confirmed by 3-minute OB. Entry here, stop loss here. You want to aim for 2R. Ideally, I want to aim for 10M open. Because as you can see, consider 10M open, it's 4-hour candle open. I cannot say we got strong manipulation, right? Look at this 4-hour candle. Small wick, not significant wick, right? So we want to see the test. I hope it makes sense. This indicator, like there are lots of indicators, free indicators. It calls, 1 second, this one. Gonna check first. Yeah, one. Here's a link. It's free, guys. Free indicator. Here's a link. You can use, just change the color, change the settings. Hide from candles by Fadi, is this pro version which is going to show sweep, but I guess free version not going to show this, right? Gonna make sure first. Yeah. Just changing like recent. Yeah, it was last year. The version does not have sweep, but indicators that I send you guys, it has sweep. Silver again. My bad. Did you see indices today? I traded gold. I mean, like I didn't trade indices today. It just it just said, if you guys, we will break the roof today because, like, why not? I cannot long this anymore. There's too much for me already. Would like to see gold lower. Ideally, gold back to this range. IM session range. You know, guys, sometimes I watch like my trades and I'm like, Dasha, how did you know it's going to drop? Like, seriously, like right now I'm watching like why I want to see drop from here. Like sometimes I'm even surprised with this. So we got the test of 10M open. Perfect. We got the test of 10M open here. Nice break, but would like to see some like momentum lower. Flash golden, do you like to see lower gold like 46.05 or 07? On gold? No, I'm not on this trade on gold. They made like enough money, guys. Seriously, like across like everything I have. Vows, personal, plus funded. I made good money today for like, but I did not trade indices today. Just metals. That's a good for me. Like seriously. Always surprised why I always get different feel, but it is what it is. Yeah, I never multiply, like, I don't really care, like, total. But yeah. And I didn't trade more than 4 micros today. My win rate, so far I took... It's 1 loss this month. It was on stream, by the way. But it was on Thursday? I think so. Yeah, I took loss. It was on stream this month. So far, like, okay, my win rate, 75% like overall. But guys, it does not mean like I'm extremely profitable. I'm just saying like maybe I'm lucky, but 75% is nice for me, like overall. Because guys, back to January or no, July and August, I was wrong like most of the time. Seriously, it just, I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, I have lots of break-even trades as well. Like not going to, I have lots of break-even trades this month, like around 10, I guess. So of course, if I did not move on break-even, it probably could be loss. But guys, you know, I'm addicted to move to break-even quickly. I don't know why, but yeah, it's my issue still. But I truly believe, like many times, it protected me from losses. So if I have more than 10 break-evens, and it's only like January 12th. Most my trades, I would say 95% of my trades taken live. If not live, this means I'm just off stream because I cannot stream at this time, or it's pre-market like in the morning, or it's Asia. But most of my trades, 95% of my trades taken live on YouTube for free. I don't charge anything for this. Yeah, this morning I was like, I was trying to figure out it's better for me to finish the video about New York Midnight Open or stream. Like, we could take this trade only on gold. I wouldn't trade indices. Will you steam Asia? It's a great question. I don't know yet. Would like to get some shift in structure for some retracement down. Hello, Michael. How are you doing? Yeah, I saw price action on Friday. Yeah, I mean, like your short was fine. I just expect to get like another break of highs and then drop. Yeah, I took. I shared executions on social media. You can just go on my Twitter and watch. My weekend was just okay. On Saturday, it was hockey for kids, also birthday party. So we came back home around like 12 a.m. on Saturday, and kids woke up at 7, and I fell asleep around like 1. So it was horrible night for me because it was hard. Yesterday we went to Orlando for the entire day. Yeah. Because my kids asked for IKEA food because they love IKEA food. Like it's really good. And they ask for this. Hello, hello. For lunch only. That's funny, right? But it's true. It's amazing food. You doing well today? Congratulations on passing your account. So we hit okay, between 26 and probably top of the daily volume imbalance. It's at 0.16. I would like to get some retracement down soon. By the way, I already posted this on Twitter, but I'm going to announce here. I'm working on a lot of free and cool stuff for ICT traders and prop firm traders. So I hope to finish maybe by the end of this month. I hope to be done by the end of this month. But it's going to be lots of free cool, which is not available for free anywhere else. So especially for ICT traders, I mean, like because I trade ICT, so I work on ICT cool stuff. And prop firm traders. It's going to be cool stuff as well. Coming soon. Of course, for free. I mean, I will record the video about what I'm going to introduce, but it's going to be available for everyone. I mean, everyone. Not only my followers, like for everyone. But soon, I hope to finish by the end of this month. I'm almost done, but I need to just some tests first. Okay, let's see if it's going to right now close below these levels. I mean, not this one, this one. And I would like to see 50% retracement. So, but if yes, I will trade Tradeify accounts. If silver, just once again, silver I trade personal most of the time. Tradeify. I'm asking, just add micro silver. I can trade this, please, please. We need some micros contract. My account not that huge to trade 1 mini yet. Because sometimes, seriously guys, I don't see setup on indices, but I clearly see setup on gold or silver. I guess if he got cooked, this means he I mean, on Tradeify I can trade mini contract, but I'm asking for micros. So mini contract is it's SI, micros is SIL. I mean, if I'm going to trade mini contract, I'm going to get cooked as well. I know from my personal experience. So I'm asking just for micros because once again, last time I was trading when Project X was available and I traded 150k Lightning funded. I hit daily loss limit just within like 10 minutes, even less. You overtrade again? What did you trade? Indices? Flash Golden, what you're looking for right now? I didn't use Bookmap. Let's see how ideally wants to consider this as measuring gap for some continuation lower, but I mean gold dropped pretty much like where I wanted, so we retrace back to discount. I just want to see 46.07, but we got like 09. I guess it's not a big deal. Especially silver offered this move that they expected to get. See what is going on right now in silver. Here's 50% of 15-minute order block and price trying to stay above this level. Let's think about what can happen for us to look for long. I would say we need to have wallet low. Wallet low is going to be closure above this 15-minute candle. So what we anticipate to get at this point? Closure above this candle on 15-minute chart will lead us to this buy side again. So we should pump again. But right now I wouldn't long just yet. It's better to be to trade safely than be first buyer at this point, because it feels like a bit bearish trend to me. I cannot say for sure if it's rejection or not yet until we get the closure on 15-minute chart. Or I mean, yeah. Do you need to look at silver to trade gold? Not really. No, I wouldn't say so. I already said before, like candlesticks are the same everywhere. Just look where your setup is ended first. Gold, silver, NQ, yes. I have psychological barrier with NQ, but it's my personal issue. But yeah, I trade everything else, but not an NQ. Did you watch ICT live stream today? I was busy this morning. I didn't watch anything today. My husband told me like ICT streaming right now. It was 7 a.m. if not mistaken. I was like, okay, but I didn't have time for this. Did he explain something new? Okay, I have 3 questions. Now you trade after... I mean, not really. No, the setup was presented at this time. doesn't mean like if I execute at 9 a.m., this means I trade at 9 a.m. most of the time. No, just setup was at this time. Did you watch my short about my trade on gold? Because I recorded short. Let me point you guys. I'm going to send you link right now. I explained my trade on gold. Dun, dun, dun. And here's a trade. How to share? 1 second. I need to figure this out. How to share? Hey. It's like 2 minutes long video, guys. You're not kidding? Here's short about my trade on gold today. I mean, you are serious about new model or not? Okay. Why are you crying? You serious? I mean, once again, it's okay because I already mentioned before, ICT is a concept, and when he offers some new models, at least it's model. You can just you can only use this model, nothing else. But I'm going to watch because I didn't have time this morning. Did I like micro yesterday? Of course not. I didn't even trade today indices. Just metals for today. Tomorrow CPI, guys. What do you expect to get from CPI? I believe CPI used to be on Thursday or Friday before. It's shifted to Tuesdays. It's like second Tuesday, right? Like when we have CPI. I mean, everything that ICT explains, guys, work. You just need to backtest this and see if it's going to work for you or it's not going to work for you. Let's say gold decided to be bearish today. We wanted to see price stand below New York midnight open. I finally finished a video about this, but yeah. Let's see. What will happen today during Asia? But since price stayed above this level, it was hard for me to be bearish. I guess my concern was price did not retest New York midnight open since it didn't test this level between 3 and 7 a.m. Obviously, I want to see some retracement before continuation higher, because so far I believe New York midnight open, like everything above New York midnight open, is pretty much manipulation. But the issue is we don't want to short all-time high. So far away, yes. Yeah, it's a guess issue because shorts an all-time high is always tricky. Especially, okay, let me show you something. Yeah, definitely we took all-time high, we're looking for some reaction. But like, if I'm going to ask you a question, you probably will understand what I mean. Look at this. I don't even need drawings yet. It's 8 a.m., it's 9 a.m. Like, just looking at our chart, why you wanted to see some bearish momentum. Like, what information was provided here to be bearish? Like, seriously. What happened on our chart to at least consider retracement down? Nothing. We didn't get a single sign since 8 p.m., since 6 p.m. that price will go down. A single sign. Like, it was bullish from the very beginning. You want to see SPX? Seems like I don't want. Okay, I don't mind to see SPX retracement back to 69.60. Tell me if I'm asking too much. I need to know. 69.60 is too much to ask? Peter, I believe gold is always, always was oversold. Overbought, no? Way too much today. Because it's only one logical move I can expect. Yeah, it's okay, I got it. But yeah, it's like it's always was like this. Like people used to buy gold as investment. So probably it's okay. Like everyone anticipates to get gold to go higher only. I mean, here's 6 months chart. Funny to say, but looking at 6 months chart, we never, like, it's keyword, we never ever got any signs of shorts. Seriously, we never ever got a single sign that price may go down. Right? I don't know what should happen, like, for gold to drop, seriously. British breaker, where? But if it's going to drop, it will drop here. Like, not from here, just overall. But I don't know what should happen. Nothing. Let's open Tayman. Yeah, same for quarterly chart. As you can see, never ever. I mean, maybe something was here, but it was at 70s, guys. 79. But price at this point actually dropped. But since, I would say since 2022, no, it never was bearish. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to short long gold, even knowing like it's extremely bullish everywhere. But I'm an intraday trader. I don't really care about like what will happen in 2 days or in 2 weeks or in 2 months. I don't really care about this. Oh, seriously? Hello, Frank. How are you? Keep going higher so far. What did you say, Frank? You traded gold? You traded gold? You promised me this for like 5 or 6 months. I don't even wear dinks because I don't like it. But I made it for almost 10 years. Interesting. Thank you for sharing with us. No reason to even try to short until we get shift in structure. Seriously, guys. Let's back on gold. Euro USD. Okay, let's check. Let's take a look. I will look at Forex futures, okay? I have old levels. I need to delete everything. But it's going to be same. I will do analysis here because in case I see the step, I'll just enter on my funded. Okay. Overall picture. So I had main liquidity levels. Minor liquidity level. Because I would like to see price going here. Look at current picture. It's weekly chart, right? It's Euro futures, guys. It's 6E if you trade in futures. Forex futures. It's 6E Euro. Euro futures. Who trades? I'm the person who trades this from time to time. It's bad? Like, seriously, it's bad? My plan is, if it's going to retrace here, but will stay about near this swing high, I will look for short. Gonna watch this tomorrow. I'm going to set alert. If it's not going to close above this sequence of down close candles, I will look for short down. Also, we have flat candle here. At least back to this order block. I trade sometimes, seriously. I remember when it was a Ninja Trader Cup competition, or how to call this, I don't remember. I traded this. So maybe it's something like this, but I would like to get, I would like to wait for closure first on daily. Let's see how it's going to close. Because so far we're trying to respect the daily fair value gap, which seems cool to me. I execute on 3 and Ninja Trader. I didn't. Yeah, this one. Yeah. I just didn't remember, sorry. I execute on 3 and 5 minute chart 99.9% of the time. Let's see if gold can continue dropping. Would like to see gold lower. Trying to respect fair value gap. Nice. Yeah, on silver, it's continued dropping until we close on above this level on 15-minute chart. It's still bearish. It just my TP was conservative, but I would like to see even lower. So when I trade Euro futures, I trade 2-minute contracts because risk is pretty tight most of the time. In case about to offer confirmation for drop, let's see if ES can do this. On ES kind of like heavy right now. It's pretty bullish compared to NQ, but we're gonna see. I would like to get some shorts, guys. Yes. New chart. Micro ES. Thank you so much. Let me templates. My template. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tradeify. Just connecting accounts, guys, so we can trade together. Tradeify accounts. Nothing obviously here. I'm just preparing myself, so I'm not going to waste my time later. You're just shorted? I will wait. Look at NQ. NQ did not close yet. For me, ES and Q still a bit more shortable. Not yet for me. So I would like to get the closure below this level. At least we are going to get order block. And yes, NQ will become bearish, short-term bearish. But ES needs to offer shift and structure as well. So I'm going to short ES. But we'll see. I mean, like, not NQ 100%. I will just check gold later again. By the way, I never ever used extensions. Sometimes I use 0.5 extension, but it's pretty much it. At 7,025. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm going to put levels there. Thank you so much. Just to have this on my chart. Extensions? Robert, how are you doing? I didn't see you on Friday, I guess. And Thursday. Support and resistance. Okay, interesting. I mean, yeah, I would say, in my opinion, everything works with proper risk management. I don't really care if it's going to be support and resistance, supply and demand, trend line, ICT, order flow, volume profile. Like, I don't really care about this. I do care about risk management. And depends how, yes, exactly. Depends on how you use this. Exactly right. Oh, talking about levels. Yeah, I got it. My eyes hurt today because I was sitting in front of my computer all day. But valid targets, honestly, cannot argue about this because I use them as targets. We got minor closure on NQ, looks good. Okay, I did how I watched it in this day. For me personal, guys. For me personally, I'm not saying it's bad price action, but for me personally, it's BS price action today. But it's pretty solid price action on metals today. On silver, it's pretty much tradable and easy to read price action, as well as it's pretty much tradable price action on gold. But for me personally, today's price action index is BS. And even in hindsight, I wouldn't take a single trade. But silver and gold, really good today. Like, seriously, for me, perfect price action. According to model, I trade. From what I trade on ES, I see absolutely nothing. Unless I enter this hourly order block with stop loss below this level, like 18-point stop loss, just aim for 2R. But it's in hindsight. In real time, I would never, ever did that. Come on, market makers, give us some trades. For me personally, it's really hard to trade continuation stops, especially when we have trend day. It's really hard for me to engage in this trend. It's really hard for me to find setup. Because I'm good at reversals. I'm not good at continuation. That's why I trade most of the time reversals. Either short or long, but I'm trading like really where reversal is happening. Not right now, but probably I believe if it's going to offer this, is going to be a retracement or first sign of reversal, which can be retracement, right? We got minor closure here, but it does not mean I want to short in Q because ES still remains bullish. I want to see both ES and Q are in sync. Yeah, I wish I knew like gold is going to pump a lot. Because when I saw price action, I was like, oh my god. It just pumped, I guess, like almost 100 points. I was like, oh my god. Where's the gut reverse? So I'm going to wait for my confirmation. It's daily volume imbalance. If you go on daily chart, you will see this gap here. I guess that's old new day opening gap over here. So that's area that I have for now on NQ. That's pretty much it. Daily volume balance. Okay, guys, let's start looking for some shorts soon on ES. How big stop loss is going to be? I'm just trying to at least predict potential risk. Oh, actually, we can trade 10 micros if it's going to be an opportunity. 10 micros because I can take partials. I know if I'm going to compare 1 mini and 10 micros, 10 micros is not that really smart because commission is going to be higher. But I can take partials. That's important for me. Oh, you're very welcome. No problem. Let's see if it's going to be an opportunity for me. Not quite sure for exact setup on NQ yet because he still did not confirm short. But probably inversion here can be good entry. But I would like to get confirmation on ES as well. Because how many times you saw when ES is extremely bullish but NQ offered reversal setup? And how many times it failed? 9 of 10 times. Seriously. So sometimes we will see ES offered sweep and Q failed. We call this SMT, which is nice. Like, yeah, we don't really need to have a sweep on NQ at this point, right? Come on, give me the trade. I'm ready to short. Probably 10 micros. So first obvious level on NQ is here. Next one, SMT, smart money technique tool. So basically, when we're looking for SMT between like similar asset, so-called similar asset. Let's say one of asset instrument created higher high, another one created lower high. So at this point we have SMT because one failed to offer higher high, create higher high as well, right? Did we get the closure? Oh my god. Where's my closure? Where's my closure? No closure yet. Yeah, it's going to be around like 2R. Yeah, SMT divergence. Yes. Would like to get the closure, probably short back to partial here because we have flat candles, wickless candles, and then 7,005 is another TP. First TP on SPX 6971. Not going to lie, 6956 is too much to ask. I'm going to be patient, I'm going to wait for setup. I'm going to wait for the closure, but I'm going to engage as well. Stop loss around like 4 points. 10 micros is $200 only. Yeah, it's for ICT. It's ICT stuff. Doesn't look bad for short, but I would like to get the closure. We even got inversion here, exactly what I want to see on NQ. Just going to wait. Give me the closure. I know it's going to be around like... Let's say we got the closure. I will put my stop loss, I know, somewhere here. If it's going to offer the closure, and maybe this one. That's my plan for now. Let's see if it's going to play out. It's 3-minute chart. Oh, it's 5-minute chart. Okay. Give me the closure, please. Stop playing games. I'd like to get the closure probably here as well, or at least below this level. So far, see, I cannot short this, you know, guys, because we didn't get the closure. I'm just going to be patient. But so far, trade idea is here. If it's going to close, probably something like this. I will delete for now since I'm not in this trade yet. Flash golden. Stop it. Long entry activated. You mean on ES or NQ? Because we're gold. Because I'm confused right now. Oh, you mean probably gold. And yes, we don't have shorts yet. Just saying. Yes, short will be below this level. Amazing with me. I got it. Here's once again example when ES does not want to provide bullish shifting structure yet, while NQ already offer it. So I call this like they are not in sync yet. For me to short. Okay, looks good. 5 minutes left on this 50-minute candle on sorry guys. 5 minutes left on this 50-minute candle on silver. Let's see if it's going to close, because closure will mean we got wallet low. Wallet low should deliver us back to deep premium. At least it will try to take these highs again. Let's see if it's going to invert fair value gap here. Once again, both offered nice reaction from 10 AM open. I would say brilliant reaction from 10 open here and from here. Pretty much exactly what I want to see. I'm still flat. Yes. Idea is if on 15-minute chart it will close, we'll back to 56.100, around so. Back to this level. That's what I think is going to happen. If it's actually, I can try to long as well here. Like, it's not a problem for me. Because it will validate move higher. It's going to be valid low here. Closure above this level on 15-minute chart. Okay, less than 4 minutes left. Let's see. I'm gonna check something. What a check. Not here, okay. Or intermediate products. That's what I was looking for. SAL. No. Was trying to see where I can trade micro silver. Where I can trade micro silver? That's a great question. That's the problem. Sometimes I really want to trade some setup, but my base hit, and right now I just thinking about like I cannot trade micro silver and like anywhere because base hit. I just want to follow this. Really, I don't even have a vows to try. That's painful. See? Parallel to close, reversal. That's fine. That's why, guys, we don't need to be in rush. Wait for a setup. Wait for your level to be broken and wait for the closure. Below swing low, above swing high. Wait for this closure. Still flat. One minute left. Oil, can you please pump to 60.1? Yeah, I'm just tired to ask since like beginning of December. This micro silver, SIL, but most firms don't allow to trade this, unfortunately. I traded personal today, live, but issue is I don't want to trade them anymore because base hit. Because I can, for example, risk base hit is $500 usually. I can risk around $200. I know even with one micro, my stop loss is going to be bigger than $200, so I cannot trade this again. It's all about discipline, guys. But at least I will check if it's going to play out or not. I mean, if I will see setup or not. Na, 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 na. Yes. SIL, SIL. I still forgot the closure. Because I can trade a mini contract, of course. It's not a problem. It's a problem because it's huge stop loss, but we can trade this on the vol. But we are not that brave yet. Here's the miniature. Okay. Yeah, you cannot trade, unfortunately. That's a problem. I would pass my select plan like long time ago. But instead, we are going to wait for ES trade. It's fine. It's fine. No complaints. Nothing here yet for me. Okay, guys, my ideal question for you. Do you usually use economic calendar for your trade? I mean, sometimes you are not going to have news. Is it important for you to have news during the day or like whatever? Like, I don't really care about news. For me personally, I don't really care about news, honestly, guys. When we don't have news, we just have like lower volume. But setup is setup. It's going to be exactly the same, just range is going to be smaller. So that's my question, like, for you. Do you usually use news? Like, seriously, it's important for you or not? Because probably so many times when we don't have news, like Twitter influencers saying, it's like no news day. Don't trade tomorrow. Because it's no news day. But I don't care. Seriously, guys. If setup is here, setup is here. So it's just going to be a smaller range. But you can trade more contracts if you want to make same exact. Like your base hit, for example. News offers volatility, but saying like we don't have news, I'm not going to trade because of this. It's like, yeah, you can trade news on Tradeify, just on your own risk, because it's easy to blow account, it's just crazy volatility. Sometimes orders not going to be filled, sometimes your stop loss is not going to be filled as well. because of volatility. You need to be ready for this, and don't blame Tradeify for blowing accounts. I don't recommend to trade news, but it's up to you. SIL going higher, but looks so good. Unfortunately, I'm not in this trade. See? Perfect example I mentioned before, where NQ offers bearish setup, but ES fails. This means most likely 9 of 10 times NQ will fail as well. Here's perfect example of this. I'm going to leave exactly the same level. If it's going to break below this level and close, I will short. It's only a plan I have. I don't have any other plans. Just this one. It's okay. How big range right now? Like, seriously. I just realized this, guys. But since 1 p.m., so basically almost for 90 minutes, ES was trading inside 4 points range. Wow. That's a lot. But once again, we don't have shift and structure to short yet. Guys, when we have bullish trend, let me bring this closer. When we have bullish trend or bearish trend, whatever, when we have trend day, shorts and just picking the high, it's extremely stupid idea. What you want to do, you want to wait for the breakers and structure. That's why I said if it's going to close, I will try to short. It swept, I said I'm not going to short this. I'm trading for almost 4 years already. 4 years. Is it a lot? My long from today, I already broke this down. I'm not sure if you watched this because I posted on my YouTube about this trade. I'm going to send the link again. Because actually it was reversal, not really continuation. Here's a, yeah, it's okay, don't worry about this. Here's this link, guys. If you want to watch a recap on this trade, I posted this on my YouTube. Just watch this. Don't survive more than 2 years? Wow. I was unprofitable for almost 3 years. Seriously. Okay, 2 years, not 3 years, 2 years. My trade idea remains the same. Closure below this level, I'm shorting. At least trying to short. Yeah, Supreme Court on Wednesday. What do you think about this? What will happen? Around 2? Oh, I'm going to stream this, so we are going to watch this together. Okay. What we have on gold? Nothing yet. Seriously, setup that we saw together was really here. Nothing else. Right at 1. Like right at 1 p.m. Nothing else was presented here. Whoa. You know, nothing surprised me anymore. Seriously. So guys, let's talk about Asia plan, I guess. I hate on gold. Silver, no, not on gold. Not on indices as well. If I will look for setup on a gold during Asia, I'm just thinking about what I expect to get, like overall from charts right now. Looking at this price action today, we got pretty much straight move up. We have lots of failure swings, so basically trying to respect trend line, right? I will look for short. 100% I will look for short if we are going to get the break below 50% of 15-minute order block. This one. Not from here, but from here to here. If we are going to get the closure on 15-minute chart below this level, guys, I will try to short Asia down to London low and New York midnight open. That's going to be my plan. I'm not going to plan anything for indices because I don't trade indices in Asia, but for gold, for silver also no, nothing, guys. I don't trade silver as well, but my plan probably is going to be 15-minute candle closure below 46.13. I'm shorting down with TP at London low and at New York midnight open. I don't want to long probably because I'm not sure which level I want to aim for. It's really hard to say for sure because all-time high. Not sure about longs, but if it's going to happen, I will try to short. At least I will have obvious level for target. For longs, I don't know yet, but probably it's going to be something like projections. Maybe. So that's the only plan I have. For indices, maybe short. If it's going to break 7,013, short down to 7,005, 7,003 area. So like 7-10 points short. I know it's not a lot, but considering current range, it's a lot. So ideally, of course, I want to see SPX retracing down to 50% of today's move up, but I'm asking seriously too much. So not going to expect this. But if it's going to initial plan, if it's going to break this level, some shorts down. Just scalp, quick short. That's the only plan I have, guys. What is your plan on gold for tonight? Share with me, guys, what targets you have higher. I'm going to put them as well. Which projections you used. So tell me because I don't have any. Maybe you can help me with this. I'm going to put some projections, but I'm not sure if it's really important to have them. Oh yeah, look at this, 2 and 2.5. I would like to see the tracing back to New York midnight open. 4,900. 90 on silver tonight. Oh, interesting. If I was market maker, you know what I would do? This one. If I was market maker, I would trade into this floor for a value gap and long from there to aim for forcing division 4,700. What do you have at 4,650? It's projection level? What I'm missing? Where did you pull your projection, or what level we have there? If not going to happen like tonight, I will look for move higher, short down, same long. Something like this. I like this idea. That's the only plan I have. I think so. I just like side the frame analysis, I guess. A CL oil would like to see 60 so bad. Oil normally does not move after 2 p.m, but seems like I guess it's final move for today. Maybe pre-market tomorrow will pump to 60. Maybe. I hope so. So yeah, that's my plan. It's Russian accent. It's Russian accent. It's okay. Don't worry. Just if you want to ask something about accents, ask. I'm fine with this. So guys, you got my plan for pretty much everything. I'm just not sure about silver for tonight, but would like to see silver higher. As said before, if I could trade this long, I would enter this long. I just don't have accounts for silver, micro silver, unfortunately. Don't want to risk entire account to trade mini contract. But you got my plan. It was exactly what I expect to get happened here. Perfect setup. So guys, oh, it's my time already, but it's still light here. Okay. Guys, you got plan for everything I have on my charts. I guess so. I will see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. I wish you good luck, guys. Don't make stupid mistakes, and thank you for watching. Bye, guys.
At Tradeify, we believe traders deserve a better way to trade. No endless evaluations, no unnecessary barriers, just a direct path to capital. Built for real traders who want to focus on what matters most, the next trade. With instant funding, you're not waiting weeks to prove yourself. You're working to get payouts from day one. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you can trade, you deserve real opportunity. We built Tradeify to give traders funded capital without the delays, complications, or fine print. Our advanced trading journal tracks every detail of your performance, giving you the insights you need to consistently improve. When you trade with us, you control your profits. We take on the risk that holds most traders back, because that's how funded trading should work. Trading is hard enough. You need a partner who provides the structure, the speed, and the support so you can stay focused on execution. Confidence comes from knowing you have capital behind you and a firm that moves as fast as you do. This is Tradeify, funded trading built for real traders.
You want to learn more about trading but scared to risk your own money? What if I told you there was a way to trade with someone else's capital while you learn? Welcome to Tradeify. This series explains everything about the funded trading world.
The reality is, gambling is random. Professional trading is calculated risk management.
We're pulling back the curtain so you can make an informed decision about whether this path is right for you.
The reality is, you don't need to know everything. The traditional barriers don't apply here.
Without the proper education or support, this is going to happen. But this is exactly why Tradeify exists.
And that is exactly why programs like ours exist, to give you structure.
We provide the structure and capital
while you develop your skills.
Without risking your own money while you learn.
You don't need to know everything. You need to start with the basics and keep learning.
Whether it's concert tickets, sneakers, if you've ever bought something and sold it for more money, congratulations, you're already a trader.
Once you understand this language, trading becomes 10 times clearer.
This series will show you everything that you need to know.
Check out the whole Futures Foundation series over on our YouTube to learn more.
My name is Asanka Wiratunga and I'm from London, UK. financial institution visited my university and they were looking for physicists. As a scientist, speaks German and managed to get a decent job at a bank. I actually started on a foreign exchange desk. So my first ever trade was dollar South African rand because I spent some time in South Africa playing rugby. My favorite markets to trade generally the London session, so European indices. I very much like to cook. That's actually probably my meditation from trading. Pre-trading, I'll always make sure I have already had a cup of tea. My earliest mistake was to assume that I could trade financial markets simply on the back of mathematics and not take a holistic approach. I'd say my trading style is calculated. I like to apply analysis to any decision made. It's calm. I'm always making sure I'm not too overexcited and consistent. I think a consistent application is key.
Welcome back, bitches. It's your boy, DJ Nick, with the Stream Deck. We're riding. Rebecca's not here yet, but she will be in 10 minutes. So let's jump into it. How's everybody feeling? Let me hear it in the chat since I can't ask Rebecca today. I'm sure she'll explain when she gets on, but a little family thing had to take care of. Everything's all right, though. And I'm sure she will come on and tell us that her live account is at $100,000. Or you know what I mean, after she's traded Asia. Although what she had to deal with last night, she didn't get the trade, I don't think, because I got the levels really late. So we'll see what she says when she comes in. But we're ready to ride. I got the Stream Deck. I'm feeling good. By the way, guess what I watched this weekend? If you could take a guess at what I watched, we'll do a giveaway right now. Big Tick, DJ and Nick. We're back. We're back and ready. DLL to the tick, so freaking annoying. Real Chris, I was gonna go over it, but yeah, those two fundeds I had, which I just took a payout on last week, or I actually took two of them, they're gone. I tried going after silver, and I've never been up like $3,000 and down like 4 that fast ever. Yeah, I watched Demon Hunter. He got it right. Oh, I've seen Saving Private Ryan. Pluribus is fire. Have not seen Greenland 2. That sounds good. Friends and Neighbors is fire. I did also watch the Bears kick the Packers' ass. But no, I watched Demon Hunter, and it was surprisingly good. It was a little weird for me watching that kind of show or movie on the plane. So I had my brightness a little bit turned down a little bit. But it was really good. So gambling. Well, I did gamble on the Bears. I put 500 on the Bears to win. So I did that. You guys are checking off a lot of boxes. Yeah, dude, the sound was the music was actually great. I'm sitting there like I'm vibing on the plane. I'm getting rocked around in turbulence. No, it was good. We did not take anything other than the two accounts that I toasted. So starting off, second week of January, we've got 4 new accounts. These are evals, select accounts. Goal, obviously, is to pass them. But the real goal for me is to not blow these quickly. So I want to hold on to these. So we're gonna stay on MNQ. I'm not touching NQ. I'm also not touching silver, so nobody even try to tempt me. The Bears still suck. Yeah, but the Bears are playing the Rams next weekend, and the Packers are home holding their thumbs. Ryan. Yeah, you're right. We're going to do a giveaway because of you guys guessing Demon Hunter, but it's also only responsible that we do a Bears giveaway. And I won't specifically call out the Packers. So it's okay. We're going to spam the Bears, please, for a giveaway. 10 points on gold. Let's see what gold is doing. I can't really trade gold without Rebecca, though, so it kind of feels like blasphemy if I were to try it. However, I wouldn't be opposed to a short here. But gold does not necessarily move. You know what I'm going after is RTY. I'm gunning after RTY. I have a passion to get it right. Tell Brett to give us micro silver. Yeah, if I had micro silver, then I would try it. But dude, wait, hold on. It was here. I had long silver. Like, I can't even show you on the accounts because they're deleted because I was so pissed that I couldn't look at them. But I longed silver on this bull flag in the morning, and I was up literally thousands, like actual thousands. And I wasn't watching that closely because this was pre-market. Like, I didn't think it was going to move that much. And then I came back to this candle, or I think it was like basically 2 1-minute candles. Wait, it was 3 1-minute candles. I was up. I actually don't even know how much I was up. I had literally long down here at the bull flag break. I was up mega. And then it was literally just gone. And I wasn't even mad. So I was just like, I have never seen a P&L go from so green to so red so fast. Like, I had the Tradeify app on my phone. So I got back from the gym. I took a shower. I entered the trade. I was making a protein shake. And then I had Tradeify on my phone. I literally make my protein shake. I then look down and see that it's in like thousands up. And I'm like, fuck yeah, we're going to let that ride for another like 30 seconds. Mix the protein shake, slam it, clean up like the area, check my phone, and it was just gone. So you're lucky I like watching you, Bear Lover. Hell yeah, brother. What can I say? What can I say? Caleb is him. He's quite literally him. Paint your nails all you want. All right, we got 84 entries and way too many people in here to only have 84. So let's go ahead. Hit it up, please. But checking out the market today, obviously the only thing NQ has done is gone up. If you caught the long at the beginning, congrats. If you bought a very small dip and held, congrats. If you tried shorting this, I mean, I probably would have tried it too after we swept this high. But it literally just didn't stop going up. So stonks only go up. But honestly, I think all this is likely a result of really just news. I think we're really news driven right now. I think most stocks opened a little bit weaker, drifted, and then I think everybody's trading a little cautiously heading into CPI tomorrow. But I don't know. I don't know if this is like pricing in CPI or who knows. Degens Unite. MOC short. Yeah, we still got that account. I don't touch that thing. Listen, I am one to admit, I take no shame in telling you that, I experience FOMO and I will chase. And if I lose an account, I sometimes will just go right to the next one and continue losing accounts. But the one that I cannot and will not touch other than MOC is our POC account. I cannot touch it. This is for the boys and the girls. I have to keep that safe. Called it Friday, Silver Spanks people. Yeah, it really did. Well, first it made me feel really good, and then it said psych and took it out. So 107 entries on that giveaway. So I'm gonna wait to do that. So yeah, no silver trades for me anymore. With NQ, with NQ, not sure what we're looking at. Not really sure also what I want to do. But what's interesting with why we spiked is why I don't understand why we spiked is hello.
Hi.
How we doing?
I'm okay.
Doing all right?
Yeah, sorry for being late, everyone.
Now you were 12 minutes. It's even worse.
I do have to say though, I am the girl who showed up with coffee even though I was late. But I had a really rough night, so I needed to get the coffee. Hi, everyone.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Everything go good?
Yeah. So the chat knows that we're not talking in code. It's just my daughter had a little like emergency, and so we were at the ER pretty late last night. But she's okay. She's totally okay. It's just one of those things that like your body is just in this like state of stress, and then when you like come down from it, I'm like, oh, I'm sore, and like I feel like I just like can't, like my nervous system's really shot. So as a result, my like $1 million challenge account, I did take a bigger loss than I wanted to. So instead of taking like a $200 loss, I took a $400 loss. So that kind of sucks, but at least I stopped, and then I'm up on my funded accounts, which is fine. But I was like, literally didn't even mean to trade, but I had my limit orders like set, and then the like incident happened, and then I like got tagged into it like in the hospital waiting room, and I was like, what the frick? And so like doctors were talking to me, and like people are talking to me. I'm like, I can't even see what's going on. So it was like a bit stressful, but you just got to put that to the side, and it didn't really matter in the moment. But then afterwards I was like, oh my gosh, like I was just one of those things. You didn't even have time to like go and cancel your orders or like manage your trades at all. So yeah, she's okay. She's okay. She's definitely okay. It's just one of those things as a parent, you're like,
Stressful time.
yeah. So, and I didn't even see it happen. Like I saw the face of another mom who saw it happen, and she looked like horrified. And so then I was like imagining the absolute worst case scenario, which it wasn't, but it was just like a cut, but she's okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. So you've been gambling. Got it. No, actually, I do. That's funny. I do a really deep analysis of the market, and then I set my limit orders, and usually I can manage them once they get hit, or I don't. You can ask Nick. The trades that he's taken for my levels have been bangers. So
I was really looking forward to that one last night, and I was like, uh-oh, something's going on. I didn't get my levels.
I know. I didn't respond to you. That's how you know.
Yep.
It was not good. But I did end up taking, let me show you my chart here. Sorry, Colin, I'm not sharing my screen again.
I'm actually going to take a gold long here.
Are you? Oh my gosh, let me look at it before you, actually no, just get into it. So funny story is I actually took a long by accident. I was trying to set a limit order like on the very first candle open, and I took a long, and I was like, oh no, that's not what I want. That is exactly what I wanted. Clearly, looking back, that would have been great if I held that. But I did have an order. I had an order in here at the median range. Obviously, got absolutely smoked, which is fine. That was what was like when everything was happening. That happened.
Oh yeah.
And then like when everything was fine and whatever, I hit a little tilty tilt, and I got into a long here. So as like price was respecting this level here, I got into a long right here at 88. And then it went up, and I was like, great. Then it came back down, and I just like, when you're at the point where you're like, you've taken a loss, you shouldn't take another trade, and then you take that trade, and then as that trade like comes against you, it's still very valid, but now you're like very high alert, and you're like almost panicky as it comes against you, even though it's totally a valid trade. So I took another loss like as it came against me, and it ended up like on my funded accounts, I stayed in it. It ended up being fine. Like it ended up being a good entry, and it just kept going higher from there. So that's like obviously sucks, but it is what it is. So you're in a long here.
Yep. I got to stop at 21.10. Is below a 15-minute fair value gap. I'm basically taking this like bull flag breakout that we've been kind of forming and breaking out of, but hopefully I didn't pop wicket.
Let's see. Chris says he was worried about me shorting overnight. Thank you. I have stops in place.
I also just want to take this bull flag break on NQ because it literally is just going up the whole day.
What is wrong with this straw? I came prepared though. I grabbed multiple straws on the way out the door because I was like, these straws suck. Someone asked if I got coffee for the chat. I do, and I'm sorry. It's exactly the same order. Like I just can't change it at this point. But it's got 4 shots in it. Extra shot today.
Now we're talking. I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah, I'm taking like a scalpy short on it, or scalpy long on NQ.
Okay. So was De Bears a giveaway that you were doing and I missed?
Oh yeah, we're still waiting for people to enter. There's only 119 entries with 290 people.
What
Just
the
type
heck?
the Bears once, you guys.
When I'm not.
And did you watch that game? I really hope you did.
I did not. I don't watch sports.
You know I'm a Bears fan. You know Matt's Packers fan. You had to watch.
That I do know. That I do know. And I'm sorry. Who won?
The Bears.
Okay. I don't know. I was a bit preoccupied. But I do
yeah,
I did wake up. I was not preoccupied. I was fine. I do have to say though, I logged on to my my Yahoo finances this morning, and my single stock that I'm invested in is up 14.5%.
Oh God, huge.
In a single day. I was like, do I sell something?
Wild.
Right? Good thing I didn't listen to Schrodinger, who was like, sell a little bit.
Yeah,
so I
who'd
still
listen to
haven't
that
sold.
guy?
Yeah, honestly. What does he know what he's talking about? He doesn't know. I know. He doesn't know.
I know.
So anywho, right? Any schways. That's good. That's a lot of money today that I'm up on that. I think if it hits $2, I'll sell a little bit.
And what's it at?
It hit 131. It's sitting at 128. I started scaling in at 18 cents.
Oh, I don't know why I thought 131, and I was gonna just absolutely go nuts and be like,
I wouldn't even be here. I'd be on a beach.
Yeah, fair. like I want to be on this beach too. I'm like, you got to bring the whole TTV fam if that happens.
I would actually be able to afford it if it hit $131, especially 131 US. I'd be like, I'm buying us all houses on the beach. Not even like a vacation. Purchasing. What was I going to say? I was going to say that there was a really nice level that I was too slow. And I actually don't really trade NQ, but there was a really, really nice level in NQ that I wanted to long off of. But again, like my mind, and even now still, like my mind is so far removed from like actually placing trades because my nervous system just feels so shot that I'm like, I'm not in a good mind space to place any trades. But I did go back and look at the levels. And if you look at NQ, are you on NQ right now?
No, I just got stopped out of my goal, but so I'm back on NQ.
Okay. If you look at NQ, I was looking at, where is it? 25,647 as the long.
Oh shit.
I know. And I just was like,
I'm like, where even is that?
Wait, hold on. And I was a little bit busy, so I didn't, but it was a really good level to long off of it. It was in drawdown for like, I don't know, 14 points.
Wait, what the hell?
What?
Oh, for some reason, like it still had me in gold. Get out of there.
You were talking about how you sometimes have FOMO. Did something happen? Did you lose your accounts?
Yeah. So it was really dumb.
Okay, that's okay.
The two fundeds that I had that got some payouts on last week for, so obviously we talked about how silver pisses me off, and so this morning I traded silver, and I was long on this bull flag right here, and I got back from the gym and I took it, and then I took a shower and I made a protein shake, and I had it open on my Tradeify mobile so I could see one of the accounts. And in this, while I had it on the counter when I was making a protein shake, and I had mixed my protein, looked down, saw that I was up like 1,200, 1,300. So it must have been like during this, or maybe I don't know, wherever it was. And then it was like 2,000 to 3,000, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be sick when I come out later. I'm gonna be up like $5,000. And then I chugged my protein shake, clean the cup because I figured it was just going to keep going. Like that was just really
yeah, as you do. It's like got momentum, right?
Yeah, I was like, there's no way it's going to turn around. And then I cleaned my cup and I was like looking down and I saw it was like minus 500. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then went from like minus 500 to infinity in, I think it was like 2 minutes. Yeah. This is like the consecutive 3 minutes because I was definitely minus 500 around here.
No.
And then it just absolutely smoked the accounts. So that was really fun.
So they're gone.
Yeah.
So then I'm texting you and I'm like,
and it's gone.
Yeah, that's you. And I'm like, I'm gonna be late. And you're probably like, this bitch. You're like in such a bad mood.
I wasn't even like mad at that point. I was just like, you know what, that's the like I shouldn't even touch silver, but that's the only it's the only thing I've ever traded that can actually put you down or up then down that fast. So I will get it back. I will get silver back.
My if you want, so the little like crew that I'm in that does the like quant analysis has started doing it for silver if you want the levels for silver.
It might be a little too dangerous for me.
Think about it, maybe.
Aim the silver. This is like a personal vendetta right now. Aim the silver beast, brother. I'm gonna just watch. Literally just watch and wait. I'm going to tame silver. I'm going to do it here. I'm going to wait for the perfect opportunity. It's so range bound too. I'm going to get it.
Got it. Okay. You get it. So I just want to let the chat know I'm answering the question about which stock it is. It's Liberty Stream Infrastructures. They are the only, I think that's the official name of it. Hold on, because I've been holding it literally for 3 years and it's changed names. So let me just quickly look. Liberty Stream Infrastructure Partners. Okay, let me write that properly. They're the only in-field lithium extractor in the world, I think, that can do it in like 30 minutes instead of like an hour like they do in China. And historically from like pond methods. So anyways, it's like a really sweet buy. I think it's like finally like hedge funds are noticing it and stuff. And so it's still, I say it's still a good buy. Like
it sounds like a freaking like shell company in like the Middle East or something.
I know.
Liberty Streams Infrastructure.
It's not. You should look it up. It's not.
Everybody's about to get rug pulled from Rebecca.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? It's me. It's like a meme.
Not gonna lie, if
not
you
financial
would
advice.
tell me that before you did it and let me get in first, I'd be so mad. I'd commend it. 100%.
I would never do that to you. I've told you to buy it. I haven't which is not financial advice. I'm just like, maybe. And when I told you, it was like
this financial advice.
Yeah. And when I told you about it, it was like 90 cents and now it's $1.30. Ew, did you see that? It's a piece of strawberry. Oh, it looked really gross.
Oh, no. Oh God, do I want to take? I kind of like this little dip buy in silver as we test this level.
Oh my
again.
gosh, guys, Nick has learned nothing.
I have. I said I was gonna get. I did say earlier today I wasn't gonna touch it, but I'm kind of gonna touch it.
You're like the kid who sees like the big red button and it's like do not touch. You're like just a little. I want chat to know that I texted Nick this weekend. And I won't say the whole conversation, but I texted him and I was like, I think that my calf is broken in half. And because I did a workout that Nick gave me. And like, even 2 days later, I was like, I feel fine. And then on the third day I woke up, I was like, I think my calf muscle is split in half. So I texted him, I was like, I'm pretty sure my calf is broken. And I was like, SOS. And then he responds like, I don't know, however long later. And he was like, oh my gosh, like, I legitimately thought there was an emergency just to see you complaining about your calf hurting. Bye.
I genuinely did. I saw the SOS. I'm like, oh my God, what is happening?
And it was just my calf being broken. It still hurts. Just my left one though. Are you going to jump into it?
Silver's going to pump. Oh, I'm in it. It's currently red, but it's.
That's fine. How much are you in?
Just one contract, because like literally $750 is nothing. Like it would toast my account if I just let it ride. Oh yeah. Also, let's run this giveaway for
Oh yeah.
anybody gets upset. Oh, Schrodinger! Let's go! Holy shit! That's huge, brother.
Happened. I missed it.
Schrodinger won the giveaway.
Oh, Schrodinger won!
Wow. That is
Hello there.
wild. Not right.
Yeah. Oh, my watch is like, hello? Because I was like, hello there. And it's like, hello.
All right, NQ, let's get this massive break. The dog's having like a sneezing attack behind me. She's like rolling around like sneezing.
I love dogs and their sneezing attacks. And they're like, what's it called? Zoomies.
I do love the zoomies.
Oh, right? I wish I got the zoomies every once in a while. Like,
oh, dude.
Maybe I'd be in better shape if occasionally I got the zoomies and just like went for a run.
All right, M&Q's kind of getting a little pumpy McPump. Let's go. Pump it up.
So I honestly just have not even really looked at the charts since like Friday. But with Powell, did you watch the video did you talk about this already?
No, I was just reading the news though, but I did not watch the video, which is kind of crazy.
I didn't watch the video either. Hold on one second.
All right, Schrodinger, do you want double or nothing this thing? You will provide the opportunity. And then Q's pumping. Let's go. What am I even targeting? Timeout.
Okay, I'm just gonna watch the video one sec.
Houses. Wait, holy shit. Timeout.
Right.
I gotta go all the way out to the daily chart to see. Oh, give me 26,135. Well, actually, we'll fill this gap up to 36. Yeah. And then I might start to scale out here. We're going to 136 for sure. No one try to convince me. Let's go. Silver, what the hell? How does double or nothing again? He's got to win black or red on roulette. All right. Schrodinger, would you like the chat to decide your fate, or you want to call it? MOC buddy's gift. All right, and Q's like failing to break out and sustain past 26,020. ES doing the same thing. ES is making
a run for
it.
it.
Just all-time highs. Yep.
Yeah.
7,024.
I'm not going to touch. I would potentially look at selling ES at like 7039.50.
I like it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to touch this right now.
All right, Schrodinger wants to double or nothing. Chat decides, and he'll give it away. What a kind man. Come on, NQ, let's go. Don't just tap a high and come back down. Like, I know we're probably stop loss hunting up. So, Silver's doing fuck all.
Oh, I lost my monitor. There we go. We're good.
Zempic's comment. Oh, dear heavens.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Zempic, you're so funny.
No, Silver. Oh my gosh. I hate this damn.
Dr. Bob Elliott, why do you think that this is the top for ES? There's a level just up. Oh, I guess there's a 702,750 is the level right above where we are that it could touch.
All right. Everybody's going black.
Once you go.
Silver's going to stop me out. My max risk is definitely 750. Maybe 1,000. Oh no, that was a bad move, Silver. What the hell? All right, Silver is
You
just
long,
absolutely
Silver?
destroying me. Yeah, and it destroyed me.
So how long is this Silver thing gonna last?
Until I can consistently win.
Oh no, that sounds like a really bad idea.
Could be. It very well could be.
Or you master it and become a billionaire.
Yeah, that's one or the other is going to happen. And see, like the hard part is like with Silver, I'd like to long, or I'd like to be in the trade longer. You just can't because it's
because there's
like,
no micros.
Yeah, like the levels I just can't hold. Like,
So you really gotta let me see. Let me look at the levels here. You really gotta like nail it. You can't just like
yeah, you really do.
sit
Like,
through
I
it.
almost might
Okay.
take a GP bounce. Maybe that's Silver's.
Let me look. I'm gonna look at the levels here for Silver. I mean, we're just kind of like no, there's nothing because we're just in an outlier situation, which means that like we're seeing extreme moves based on, like we said, the news about Powell, right? It's like the market. So the news came out about Powell, the market tanked, and then the actual market opened and then we rebounded huge. It's like I was making jokes with my friends like the economy hates Powell. Like the market hates Powell. So when that came out, it was like, yeah, sweet. And then like you said, we're just kind of like now that we've had a huge move, we're just going to bounce around probably until CPI tomorrow. Who's trading CPI
It respects the GP. Yeah, it is tomorrow. It respects the GP quite a bit though. So I kind of like after the morning, it typically respects it intraday GP. And I think that might be what I try for the time that we come on. I won't try it in the morning. I'll just try it like in the afternoon during power hour.
Okay. And yes, sorry, there are Silver micros, but they are not tradable with Tradeify. We only have mini contracts available to trade. That's what I meant. I know that they are available to trade.
It's true. All right, everybody's going black. Here's Schrodinger's double or nothing. For the chat, someone from the chat to also win. Let's see. Could be. Boom! 11 black. Huge. Double or nothing. Schrodinger won, and he's donated to the chat.
Oh, that's so nice.
What a G. So everybody type in this keyword one time. And we will do a giveaway. Triple or nothing. Relax. Maybe.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Nah.
I don't know.
It's a Monday.
If I hit this silver long and it pops up, then yes. I was one tick away from getting stopped, man. Huge. Man, I am just getting wrecked.
Gold went down a bit too.
Oh, thank
So looking at how gold's reaction, like if gold and silver are going to react the same, gold still has quite like, I'd say it has 30 more points, 20 more points here. 20 more points that it could drop.
Okay, this could be a super risky trade. These are evals, by the way. I don't know if I'll trade silver on the fundeds. I think my fundeds, I will stay away from silver unless there's a micro that I can play. I will paper trade it. And I will call out what a potential trade would look like, but I do not want to touch these on. That should have been I should have learned that lesson last week and not touch them.
Yeah, that's okay.
Not the best at learning lessons.
You know, who is? Who is? Did you have a good weekend?
I did. The Bears won, and that made my whole weekend. But
Really? You like spent your whole weekend with your family and you're like, whatever, the Bears won. So that made my whole weekend.
Yeah, we all got to watch it together. And we were all miserable for the first half when they were getting their ass kicked. And then they came back for one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history.
What was the playoffs? I know nothing.
Yeah, it was the playoffs. It was a big
That's
game.
exciting.
We sent the Packers home.
Okay, so, oh, really?
Yeah, they're done.
So Matt is sad and you're happy. Okay.
Matt is most definitely sad. And I am most definitely very happy.
Nice. Not nice to Matt. Sorry, Matt, but nice that you're happy. So tell me when the Super Bowl's on and I will watch.
Well, we got to get there first. We got to.
When is that? How much longer do we have?
2 more games. We've got this week, next week, and then the Super Bowl would be February
8th. Okay.
Yeah, if that's second Sunday of February.
Oh my gosh, sorry. Just looking at the chart on ES from January 2nd, it's just like higher high and higher low since then on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah. Just been cooking.
Yeah, it has.
All right, let's go. Tap me in, Silver. Let's battle it out today. Give me a nice little tap. It bought the pro actually.
Are you back
now?
in?
I don't know if I want this because it tapped into the GP. I was just looking for the 707 because every point is just ridiculous, and now I'm a little concerned that we don't really bounce out of this.
Let's see.
All right, let's roll this giveaway here. This is the extra winner. FX Trader EU. You are the winner of another 50K growth. Thank you to Schrodinger.
Heck yeah, Schrodinger, the man of the people.
Heck yeah.
Man of the people. You're overthinking it. Red Candle says you're overthinking it. What should he do then?
I don't know. I don't like taking GPs when we don't. If we get a bounce, like here, if we look at this GP, which it literally bounced right off of. I guess it did go a little bit past the 707 before it. Oh no, wait, don't get filled. No, that's not what I wanted to see.
Did it fit? Oh, the bounce, and you didn't get in.
Oh, there's no way. Come on, please just tap. Just give me the most respectful, loving tap ever. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Are we still talking trading?
Kinda.
Sure,
I'm putting
I
it
am
right
what I am.
on 707.
I am what I am. I love yams.
Shoot, this totally depends on where you want to draw this.
I love how you're so into it right now because I'm probably not going to take a trade and I'm just going to let you self-destruct.
It's going to be the Monday blues for your boy.
I think one of my favorite transitions is Lumi signing off and being like, well, don't take any more trades. Just be done trading. Let's go. And then you hop on. You're like, let's go, mother. Let's take some trades. It's like this amazing transition.
Give me this. We're going in on silver. I'm taking this GP bounce to literally Valhalla.
So you're in.
And I'm winning silver. I'm sorry.
Okay. On what timeline do you take? Oh, my light died. Do you take the GP bounce? Let me plug in my light.
For super short scalps, you could do minutes, but usually 5 to 15 minute, and just take a recent swing high to swing low.
Okay.
Intraday. Oh man, please.
And that's what Brett does.
I just don't do it like Brett, unfortunately.
Why?
Well, clearly. Well, he just somehow he's got the knack and intuition. Yeah, he's actually good at it.
He can actually trade.
I'm like the student that he just smacks in the back of the head. And he's like, "What are you doing?"
You're like, exactly what you told me.
I'm trying.
So what you're saying is the student is not becoming the master?
Student
complete
is
opposite
not
degen.
becoming the
That's so
master.
funny.
Oh,
So who's in short? On
nobody
ES.
better be short in silver. No, it's one silver contract. Relax. I would have already lost the account. It's one per account. I'm
gonna put a sell limit in on ES, just FYI. And if it gets hit, it gets hit. And if it doesn't, well, say Livy.
Let's see near high of day.
Rebecca the goat. That's me. My sell limit for ES is in at 0725. Actually, it's in at 50, and I need to adjust that. 25.
Yeah, we might have to stay on Rebecca's screen depending on how silver does here.
Someone said long gold. Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't be in long gold. I would, if I were to get in long gold, my limit would be at 93.7. But it might. I mean, it did make a lower high and a lower low, which is not really what you want to see when you're going in for a long. But also, just to note that like gold is kind of shit in New York, especially like this in the last hour of New York. It doesn't usually, we don't see moves that are worth trading. However, we have had obviously an unusual day. We do have a lot of like news driven movement. So who knows? We might, but it's that's not. I'm not going to get in along there myself personally.
Fair. Oh,
you quit gold for obvious
ma'am.
reasons. Sorry. I'm just reading what Red Candle said. I quit gold for obvious reasons. I actually started I started trading gold like 4x years, and I had no idea what I was doing, and I got absolutely smoked. But on the days that I did well, it was like, ooh, right? But I got smoked. And so I was really nervous and scared of it for a long time. And then actually I started streaming with Dasha back in September, and she was quite confident with her gold. And I was like, well, I'm going to give this a go. And so I did. And it literally like my trading career was like, do gold. So for me, it was a good move.
Okie dokie.
Flash Golden. Hey, if you want to get, I might be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, just so you know. I'm wrong a lot. Like my trading stats, my trade win is like 52.8%. My daily win is 82%, 81.82. So my daily win is good, but my trade win is like half and half. So I very well could be wrong. Just so you know. If you want to get in long, get in long. Do it.
Do it.
You're seeing a bit
Not
of
financial advice.
No, not financial advice. But if you want to get in long,
your heart
go
says
ahead.
long, baby, long.
Long net.
Oh yeah, Mexican dance on Friday too. Yeah, that was after some pool drinks. Probably should have touched on it.
What are you talking about?
Don't even know.
So someone said this isn't actually a horrible gamble to long gold here, but I wouldn't do it. There you go.
There you go.
There you are. All right, let's see.
This would be the second time that gold has bounced off the GP for the day too. So I don't like taking double bounces.
No, hey, like retesting. Interesting.
No, not on GPs at least.
And honestly, when gold, like for myself too, when gold double tests and stuff, I don't want to take it either. ES will test the level like multiple times and respect it. Gold, not so much.
That red
I have like
silver is gold's evil twin sister.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Big sister.
Evil big sister.
There you go.
Evil. Diabolically evil.
Evil. So I want to say
tameable.
But tameable. I want to say that back in when was it? Was it my New Year's goal? No, I don't think so. I think it was like back in August, maybe, or September. I was like, my goal is to make my wins, which sounds dumb. Like it sounds dumb, but to make my wins significantly bigger than my losses. Because I had losses that just would wipe me out. And now, since kind of getting back into the swing of things, since December 26th, my average win is $916 and my average loss is $377. So like almost 3 times. 2.43 is my profit factor, my ratio. Isn't that good?
That's pretty damn good. I like that a lot.
Tap on the old back.
Tap on the old back.
When you're going off volume profile for entry. Great. I like that. Do it. If you want, not financial advice.
I mean, NQ is literally bouncing off of this damn trend line again. So I don't know. It's probably a buy the dip. It's going to go higher. I honestly think we just keep going higher into CPI, and then CPI is going to take it even higher. And if I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't put it past us that we go to all-time highs tomorrow.
On NQ.
Yeah, it's on NQ, Silver is just playing with my heart right now. Silver gonna be a big move here. It is not looking good. I just never long the bottom. Like in my head, I can't. Or not long about him, short about him.
Silver still dropping?
Yeah, it's like it's holding like this lower range here, but it's not getting any follow through on a bounce. So it does not really look good. And this might be lesson number 1 or lesson number 999. And it is probably about to be lesson 999.
But every lesson we learn from, right? Even though you said you're not good. Wow, there it goes. What's it doing?
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh my gosh.
Might have to load up some resets on this bad dog.
What's it do? Okay, hold on. It's not making a lower low. Hold on.
And then I will never, ever, ever touch it again.
Don't say that because you totally will.
Not until I get these funded, get a payout from them, and then maybe I will. But if I torch a whole round right here, then I need to block silver out of my whatever you call this.
Your brain. Okay, chat, let's make Nick feel better and share the best part of your weekend. So you can read happy thoughts.
Yeah, let me read some people's happy thoughts. Let's see some like maybe payouts or something cool.
Did it take you out?
No, but it probably will. So we're just gonna delete the tab right now.
Yeah, just don't look at it. It's like my credit card bill. I'm like, just don't look at it. It
No, I can no longer see silver, and just gonna hide those accounts down there.
Right.
And just look at the POC account.
So ES is doing all right for that drop there.
I wonder if NQ is gonna start to crash and burn, or if we're gonna just keep popping up here.
Do you really suspect like a crash and burn before CPI? Like, do you really suspect?
Oh, not really like a crash
big?
and burn, but
Just like a,
I mean,
like 40 points or something.
I don't know. I honestly don't think we come down far at all in NQ.
Nah.
I agree. Like what you said, maybe 40 points, and then we bounce again. Because the hourly is just way too bullish. Like we're retesting Friday's high right now. Actually, we just bounced right off of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I honestly really think we rally into tomorrow. And I think CPI is just a moonshot. And then we literally every single month we have CPI, and then the market goes up the entirety of the day. So if we have a 100 to 200 point CPI move, and then maybe like a 50 point retrace, and then the market opens and we start rallying, I literally do not doubt we see all-time highs. And that might be a crazy take, but I've had crazier, like that silver.
Yes.
I have. Yes, we did break over NQ's previous weekly level.
I'm going to read a bit of the chat. Mexican Dance did $11,000 on the market open yesterday.
Holy
dang. Did you short it? What did you trade? Trading for Keeps said I taught my 7-year-old son and my 2-year-old daughter the Macarena and made a video. That sounds like a great weekend.
Hell yeah.
Oh, 3-year-old daughter. Okay. Yes, and NQ got a hit lower. Oh, Johan says, I think I passed the giveaway account today. Yay! W's in the chat
Oh,
for
let's
Johan.
go.
Way to go.
That's sick.
Ozempic said I had a great existential crisis this weekend. I can tell you all about it. Tell us.
You tell. Please tell.
Oh, you rode gold and silver on the market open. Shit. Good job.
Wow.
That's insane. I should have just stayed in my long.
You got to adopt my mindset sometimes. Be like, all right, sitting in this.
Well, I meant to place a limit and then I was in a trade. I was like, what the frick? Like literally getting into the pool with my family. And I was like, what's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening? Okay, Tuesday CPI, Wednesday PPI and retail sales, Thursday manufacturing and jobs data, Friday, industrial activity checks, so not a ton.
Checks that shit.
No one looks at
I'm very curious to see what unemployment looks like. CPI and unemployment. I really care about PPI. Does anybody actually care about PPI?
Nah.
Like news-wise?
Like
I'm sure all the metals right now are pumping because everybody's like seeking like a literal safe haven with market uncertainty. Like gold just popping. Silver apparently is not popping. Oh wait, so you watched that video on Jerome Powell, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right,
Let
give us
me
the details.
hold on.
I
There's
just saw it was
lot-
a criminal investigation. And
Yes. And so he released a statement saying basically that it was a result of like the government. Hold on. They're threatening. I'm just going to read this, okay? Because it's easier than me talking about it. The DOJ served the Federal Reserve with a grand jury subpoena threatening a criminal indictment. It stems from his testimony before the Senate Banking Committee in June regarding a multi-year $2.5 billion renovation project of the Fed's headquarter buildings in Washington. So he described the investigation as unprecedented and argued that the stated reasons are mere pretexts. So he explicitly linked it to broader political pressure from the administration under President Trump to influence the Fed's interest rate decisions, insisting the real issue is the Fed's independence.
Okay.
So to quote him, the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president.
Damn. All right.
Yikes. So he will be around for much longer.
Yeah, probably not.
No. So obviously it went viral, and then when that happened, so when they announced that they were serving them with an indictment, which was on Friday, the market overnight went down, and then when the market opened, it shot up.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I wondered if anything was going to come from this. They're like very vocally at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Since it's very clear that Trump wants the interest rates to be lowered and Powell is claiming to do it based on their best assessment, and they have just like not seen eye to eye like ever, I don't think.
No. Literally at all.
Yeah, so it's
I didn't think that was going to end up ever happening. Like, I don't know if we've ever even seen it where we have the Department of Justice probing into the Fed chair right before CPI, right before a week of news, and then we're literally in my head, I think like the market's pricing in what interest rate expectations would look like, and then boom, they're launching an investigation into JP, and I don't know. Nobody likes uncertainty in the market. I just
No.
don't know why that resulted in a pump. Because typically they can be a little choppy or dumpy.
I don't know either. Again, like the general consensus is that the market hates Powell. And that's what you
so
could say.
funny. I mean, it's like
I
so
know.
sad, but it's so funny that like the entire United States economy just pumps on the idea that Powell's gonna get fired.
They're like, yes. But when it originally happened, like months ago, the market dumped. When his original like whispers of him being fired or replaced, the market was like, so it's interesting. And Wild Deuces says it's very hard not to talk about this without it getting political. I will say that's true, but for me, since I'm like non-American, I feel like I can talk about these things, and I for me, it's not a political. I don't get political.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's. Yeah, so Schrodinger said the consensus is already that Jay Powell has cut rates for the last time during his term, so it's kind of a moot point. So then why even bring it up? Like, why even? It's just like, is it a power trip? Is it like I don't understand. Yeah. Yes, I'm not American yet. Rebecca. That's right.
Yeah. Rebecca.
So in other serious news, have you ever tried asking ChatGPT how many R's are in the word strawberry?
No.
Do it.
Not.
Do it with your
All right.
vocal. Do it on audio. No, I'm not American. I'm Canadian. Sam, stop it.
Let's see.
Who's Miss Georgia?
Hello. How many R's are in the word strawberry?
Word strawberry has R's, one in the middle and one near the end.
Nope.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, you're wrong.
Oh, my apologies. You're absolutely right to call me out. There's just one R in strawberry.
Whoa! Time out, dude. There's 3.
That again. There are indeed 3 R's in strawberry. Thanks for your patience.
Spell it for me.
Of course. The word is spelled STRAWBERRY. So yes, there are 3 R's.
Now tell me again, how many R's are in strawberry?
All right. Third time's the charm. There are indeed 3 R's in the word strawberry.
What the fuck? Why did you say there was only 2?
And then
I'm
one.
like genuinely confused. And then
I totally get the frustration. Sometimes I slip up. Initially, I just miscounted, but I'm here to make it right now. I appreciate you keeping me on track.
Tell her that there are 4
There's
and see what she
something going on.
says.
There are actually 4 R's in strawberry. How are you fucking this up that bad?
I appreciate you pointing that out. Let's break it down carefully. STRAWBERRY. In fact, there are only 3 R's. If it felt confusing, I'm glad we clarified it now.
Can you just explain why you thought that there were only 2? Like, how is that even possible?
It was just a hasty mistake in counting. I was thinking too quickly. It overlooked one of them.
But you're AI. You don't think quickly. Like, you just know.
That's a fair point. I aim to be accurate every time, but I'm not immune to the occasion.
That's not possible because you're trained on data. So what data fed you, or it, that there were 2?
I appreciate the thoughtful question. It wasn't from data. It was simply a human-like mistake in the moment. I generate answers on the spot, and sometimes I just
What the
miss
fuck
out.
is
But
happening?
rest assured, I'm here to correct myself.
But you're not human, are you?
You're absolutely right. I'm not human. I just try to communicate in a natural way. I don't have thoughts or feelings. I'm a model generating responses based on patterns. So when I miscounted, it was just a small pattern slip. But I'm here to keep learning from each interaction.
How many A's are in banana?
In banana, there are 3 A's. They appear at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th position.
Weird, dude. I'm creeped out. I need to like launch an entire investigation of this shit.
Yeah, watch Rake Trades when he's like, hey, ChatGPT. And then ChatGPT starts responding and he just goes like, shut up. How many R's are in strawberry? And it's just like 1. And he's like, no, you're wrong. The same thing. And they go back and forth, but his ChatGPT never changes its stance and insists that there's only 1. Watch it. Go to his page. Yeah.
Nick's gonna take it on a date. That's funny. No, she pisses me off.
Switch to Claude. You guys are crazy.
You're gonna wake up Skynet. They're gonna come after me. Silver juicing pog. Am I getting trolled?
Oh no, silver's up. Did you close or are you still in?
I don't know. The fuck is going? Why is your Tradeify? Why do you have to reset the chart settings every time?
That's so annoying.
What account was this even on? Oh shit, we're up. We need to come up a lot. I'm closing it again.
No, it's on a rebound.
Oh, I don't
It's
want
the GP. Oh, you're just gonna not watch me. You're gonna keep.
Yeah, I'm
the
just not
trade.
gonna watch it.
Okay,
Somebody just tell me if it hits to like, I don't know, near high a day or yeah.
I'll tell you.
I'd rather just have nothing. I'd rather not.
Oh, just kidding.
Make you bite your nails when you're not in a trade. Trying to learn everyone's tells. If we have a poker tournament, no, I just have a hangnail and it's pissing me off. I actually never bite my nails. I have really very well kept nails.
I have a question for the chat. When you were growing up and you had a hangnail, were you told? Probably not, because I'm one of the very few girls in this chat. But were you told to put like lip chap or lip gloss on your hangnail?
What the hell?
I know. I just want to know because I'm
getting clippers.
That's
This
the
is
way.
pissing me off. Be right back.
Go get it. Nick's having a hard day. It's only Monday, guys. But yes, I was told if you put lip gloss on it, it just would make it better. So I was just always lip gloss. Never. Okay. So this is just me. I did need a moment. Like I had to have a moment like Nick where I lived my whole life as a lie with something that someone told me. And then I was brought back down to earth with reality. And that's okay. Okay. So I have not been tagged into my ES short, which is fine. Gold. Just kind of bouncing. Looks like it might want to come down a bit here. Let's see. Silver is down a tiny bit from when Nick was in it, but that's okay. Just like I really hope that silver pumps just for Nick's sake, you know? Wow, Deuces, you're so funny. What do you got to do? Get on the choo-choo. I think you follow me on Twitter, don't you? Just send me a message. I can send you the deets. It's a Rebecca thing. Shit. Okay. Yes, it's like Nick with the sneeze came from his toes. Yes. You have some serious influencer vibes. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Thank you. Not thank you. I never intended on being that way. I just shared my journey. And it just got me places, which is nice. So if gold can hold 4,600 through the close, that would set the tone for higher highs tomorrow, right? You know what? Not necessarily. However, I said last week that I was expecting like bullish moves on gold all throughout the week and into this week. And I don't know, like this system has made me quite confident in your back. Nice. On trading my levels through news. So like I'm not really like shaken out by news as I used to be. I used to be really anxious and I would always get on my trades before news and blah, 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 blah. But these levels really do hold true through news usually. So I will hold if I'm in a trade through news. But I can't say like looking, if it closes above here, it's going to continue up higher. That's not necessarily the case. However, we did see a lot of bullish movement on gold, which I expected last week. There's no point to trade the last 30 minutes unless you're a scalper trader. Nick is definitely leans more towards a scalper trader than I am. Not necessarily like in general, but than I am. Like I'll hold my trades for hours. So agreed with that statement. Someone said I had some serious influencer vibes, and I said, I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but thank you? Question mark.
If that's a compliment, why the hell am I not getting that?
You weren't here.
Actually, I posted a trader meme on my Instagram.
Did you?
I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I have to post on my Instagram that I took a big loss on my $1 million account, and it makes me sad.
Yeah, see, like I don't want to do any of that serious stuff. I'm just gonna like post like workouts, some memes, maybe
fair.
maybe the occasional payout, but like I also don't even feel like doing that. So I'd rather just, I don't know.
I mean, that's
post a
fair.
picture, like, hey guys.
Hey guys, my calf is broken in half. Thanks, Chris.
Brighter than the sun.
So silver's up.
Is it worth me looking up or like
no?
Not you remember I was down.
What's your entry?
Not bad. Don't know.
You don't
low. Or
okay.
Medium? It's at the GP, wherever that is. Just draw the GP.
Medium. Okay.
I'm still like stressed about this whole ChatGPT thing. Also, I cut my hand I cut my finger trying to get this hangnail because I was in a rush. So then I got a Mountain Dew because I figured that would cheer me up a little bit.
Oh my gosh. A Mountain Dew. Ooh.
Diet Mountain Dew.
Ooh.
Cheers.
Cheers. I ordered food to the emergency room yesterday at the hospital, which just felt like so weird.
I mean, this quite literally is the best drink that I've ever had in my entire life.
Even better than those pineapple margaritas in Miami.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That we had at the first restaurant that we went to, the like smoky pineapple.
Yes.
Those are good.
Good.
I literally can't even remember the last time I had a Mountain Dew.
Seriously? I could put a 2-liter Mountain Dew down in probably like 30 seconds.
Keep in mind though, if I drink like soda, I could go into a coma.
Oh, that's fair. Well, you gotta stick with diet.
Yeah.
Look at
but I haven't. I'll get one. I'll get one. I'll have it. If I can find one between now and tomorrow, I'll drink it on stream.
Hell yeah.
And we can cheers each other.
Yes.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna make a goal for 2026 that I can trade. Yes. That one I really give a shit about. But
I thought you were saying yes. Yes.
Yes. No, I will never beat the allegations if I start saying that shit.
No, I thought that's what you were saying. Sorry, continue.
Yes, low priority. RTY, gold, and silver. Okay. And actually, now that I think about it, I want to trade a silly stock, like cattle or soybeans or corn.
I can help you with cattle if you want to trade cattle.
Actually.
Yes, actually.
Right.
Okay.
We discussed post MOC structure scalp possibilities. I mean,
that's a you.
Are you
question.
saying like you want to scalp MOC? Is that what you mean?
No, post.
Oh wow. Shit! That came from my toes. Damn. Oh. My toesies are still a little like tingly after that.
You do. Is it the Mountain Dew or the sneeze?
Probably both.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
a combo
that's so funny.
right there.
Uh-oh. Silver's coming back down. Gold is... Did I not say? Look at gold. That's why I said, let's not get into a long here. Okay.
I've never seen anyone turn so red from a sneeze. Dude, I don't know what it is, but oh shit, gold is... gold going
Nick's
down.
just kind of like a tint red in general.
Well, I got a little... I think I got a little color, so like a little burn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh shit, I did.
Oh.
I think one of the first things I said to Nick when I met him in real life, I was like, why are you so tanned? I was like, are you always this tanned? What a weird thing to say.
Yeah, a little red.
When you first meet somebody, it's just weird. I say a lot of weird things, though.
I gotta be tan for Mexico.
Right? Sam says, can you please post your levels on your YouTube channel? Yeah, the thing is that it's hard for me to do it beforehand. And, are we profitable traders?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Just kidding. I was hesitating for cinematic effect.
Yeah, I don't know why you hesitated for so long on that.
Because I was debating on like how sassy I was going to be with my response, but the answer is
fair.
Yes, the answer is yes. So the levels, I just want to say to Sam, okay, the levels. I would say like 70 to 80% of the time they hold true from the beginning, like from the close of gold until the next close of the next like market session. So they'll hold true. There are occasions where the movement of the market will move some of the levels and their importance, I guess you can say. So like for me to come on and say, like, for example, in my chats with Nick, I'll be like, okay, I'm looking at a long from, I'm just saying like 500. And then like 20 minutes later, I'm like, oh, actually, I'm going to move that down to like 450 or whatever. And they move. So I just don't want people to like freaking come after me with pitchforks if I say certain levels. And then the reality is that would work like 70% of the time.
It's fair.
Yeah. I'm happy to show how I get them though. They're derived from my levels or derived purely from gold options. So there's that. Yes. So are you in van? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Are you both playing the CPI news tomorrow?
I am not going to.
No.
I could get some more accounts here. No. I said, what's so.
You can't. What do you mean? But even with the select, like it's a 40% consistency. Would you just do it for the 40%?
Yeah, I was just going to go like for 40%.
Okay.
But that seems a little too degen-y, and I don't want to. The best thing about this first set of evals I got is I literally came on and said, all right, my only goal with these is not to blow them fast, and we're going to take our time and stick to micros. And then I entered a silver trade.
And the rest is
so I can't let that cascade into porting them on CPI tomorrow. So I will not be touching CPI. I'm going to take the next set. Like, I'm going to be a new man.
So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah. So I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes, it's one phase. I would say all futures chat evals are one phase. I don't think that there's a single two phase.
We don't have any.
I don't think anyone does. Yeah, we don't though.
There's a sec too.
No. Remember like
utilize the GP chat.
Oh, let's look at gold. Let's just look at gold for 1 second.
Yeah, what's that? Holy moly. I bet it's at the GP.
I don't want to say I told you so, but
kind of is. Yeah. I mean, this is a good example though of GP. Like, you just draw it from a recent swing high to a recent swing low. And it can, this is where Brett is really good at it because it can be arbitrary. Like if you go here from this swing high to swing low, that was the GP on the hourly. I like using the hourly for like overall bias of where I think the market's going to go. And then I like to go down to the 5 minute, but you can see here from this swing high to swing low, it bounced right off, well, like right before the 618 and then rocketed. And so if we take that as our new swing low, next swing high, we're at the actual GP right now. So, or if you want to take it from this swing low to this swing high, like depending again where you want to draw it, it was just below the GP. So it really depends. Sometimes they're a lot cleaner than others, I think. And that's where like Brett's intuition comes into play. Like this one's much cleaner here. It actually did go off the GP. And it almost, can I zoom in any further? It almost did, like a couple, literally a point above. So a lot of intuition on it, but just swing high to swing low, and then vice versa for shorts. And it does work both ways most of the time.
Yeah.
Did I miss MOC on Friday, by the way? Was that?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, so you had 2 minutes.
Oh, man.
Set it up.
Oh, yeah, you're right. All right, so we're going long. We are going long. We're going long.
AXQ, my favorite symbol to trade is gold.
Mine would be NQ. Actually, it's silver.
Mexican dance, you're in Burnaby. Oh, cool. We're very close to each other. Your level played out. Mm-hmm.
Porish Patel, new prop firm today. I don't know if I would necessarily just jump into a new prop firm, but we have straight to fundeds. Oh, we do have consistency. I see. Wow. That sounds, I'm not going to make any direct. Yeah. Okay. Let's just be direct. That sounds way.
Oh, we're not allowed to be. But I think, well, you know what? Like we're how do I say this? I think that that's how it goes in life though. Like if things are seemingly too good to be true, like just, I don't know, go make your own decisions, but be cautionary.
Agreed. We're gonna have to pump this shit up. Let's go. We're long, baby. Oh, we got 4 seconds. 3, 2. Wow. That is.
Why?
Are you down?
So today's MOC was a direct loss. It was a fat loss, and it was a quick loss. We'll get tomorrow, guys, but today that is so unfortunate.
I'm sorry.
Sans did say short. Listen, Sans, I don't want to hear that I told you so's. I know, it didn't even wait for the countdown to end. Man, chat failed me. We had 60% long, 40% short. Unbelievable. What is our win rate on this garbage?
Yes, like hardly moved.
50%. Oh my gosh. We have gotten a couple payouts on this, but we are at 50%. How many did we take on this one?
I also voted short.
We've taken out 3 bandos on this account so far.
Good for you.
Got to keep it going. Can't let this get to us, guys. Oh, you guys were both short? I didn't know that. Oh my gosh, I suck. I shouldn't even have done the poll. Arrgh. Angry Nicholas. Oh gosh. This Mountain Dew is the only thing keeping me happy right now.
It's rude. I'm right here.
Rebecca.
Right. What am I? Chopped liver? I was hoping that my limit would get hit and then plummet down, but didn't happen.
Were you limiting a short?
Yeah, I still have it in. It's up at 27.25.
Keep breathing. I can't. I'm just gonna stop breathing right now. How long can you hold your breath for?
Me? I don't know, like 12 seconds. But yes.
Let's see. Let's see how long we can hold our breath for.
Okay.
Whoa.
When are we starting?
Hold on. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous too. All right. Ready? Lock in.
Yeah.
All right. 3. We're gonna do 3, 2, 1. Then deep breath and hold.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Bro, No, you took like 3 fucking deep breaths before we started.
No, I blew out
timer.
and then I blew in. I blew out and then I blew in.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. I thought maybe it would help me, and then I just started laughing. Okay, I'm gonna blow out and then I'm gonna breathe in. Okay.
Okay. All right. Locked in. On 3.
Okay. I'm gonna close my eyes. So don't laugh.
Yeah, don't laugh. 3, 2, 1.
I laughed. I feel like I could really do it again without laughing, but I couldn't help myself.
Fuck. Woo!
Okay.
40 seconds is a long time.
That's not that
Jeez.
long. Let's do it again. I'm not gonna laugh. Let's do it again.
No, Chris, everyone's not okay.
Okay.
Can I breathe now? No. No one else can breathe.
Oh, and to think I used to
You're holding
freaking
your breath.
competitively swim. Okay. Let's do it again.
1 minute for healthy lungs. Oh, God.
And I'm not gonna. Wow,
Really?
we're fucked.
I have horrible lungs then.
Okay. I'm not gonna laugh. Okay. I'm gonna take out these. Let's do it again. I'm gonna take out my ear. We're doing it again.
All right, we have to plug
Go.
our nose because I almost cheated.
And I'm gonna mute you.
Okay, I'm gonna take my headphones off.
Cheated. Okay. Just count me down
Can
like
you still
this.
see me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Fuck! You're still going? That's bullshit. You're breathing through your nose. I know it. You mother. There's no way. I literally thought I was gonna start seeing stars in a second.
I could have kept going, and then you made me laugh. You were so loud. My headphones were on my desk, and I could hear you.
Shit.
I could have kept going.
Whew. That is hard.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody's definitely dead in the water.
Not me.
66. 48.
Well, if you had made
Dude,
me
I
laugh,
opened my eyes and I
no,
saw
wasn't
like
cheating.
a
I wasn't cheating.
44.
Miss you. I was a backstroke specialist, and I was backstroking as well.
I don't know why I started to do this challenge, but I started doing like dead hangs where you hold like the bar as long as you can, like just hanging.
Okay.
And I just hit a minute today, which is like the longest that I've ever been able to hold. That is very difficult. But now I have to hold my breath longer so I can get to a minute.
Someone said that you win because you held your nose. No, screw that.
Yep. Thank you.
We're doing it
World Trades I'm still holding from the first time.
No, we're doing it again. Take out my headphones. Count us down.
I'm dead after 67 seconds.
Okay, I'm plugging my nose. We're doing it again. I have to prove.
What? Oh
Yeah,
man, my lungs are
funny.
like.
I did other strokes,
God.
Patrick. I was just the best at backstroke. Okay, I'm taking my earplugs out. We're going again. I'm plugging my nose. Go. Count us down.
All right, hold on.
Okay, chat. I know backstroke means my nose is out of water. I also swam other strokes. No, not enough. No, I have to prove it now that I was not cheating. Okay.
Whew. Oh, I gotta get like a nice deep breath. I gotta get a nice deep breath. Like
You're okay.
My diaphragm feels like it's tight right now.
It's probably not a good
Do I know how to swim? I do know how to swim. I've just never had to like hold my breath in like a fight or flight response. A 10 to 14 day progression plan? Yes, the longest I can hold is 48 seconds. All right. We'll try it again.
Okay, I'm taking these out. Count us down.
Short-term goal in 2 weeks is a minute and a half to a minute.
I can't hear
45.
you. I can still see you.
Hi.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Being cooked. She's cheating. Still cheating. Cheating! I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I was not. I had my mouth like that. Cap.
I'm so competitive. I'm gonna freaking kill myself.
You can't
like,
cover your
absolutely
mouth.
not.
I gotta be able to
Why?
see it. Because I go like this.
Dude, I know. I almost burst into tears laughing because I look up and you're just like, wow, that was hard. Now I feel the burn. That was tough. I freaking killed it. We'll do this again. Then we'll
I'm gonna
vote.
get better at this.
We'll do a vote. And if the chat votes right, they get a giveaway.
Yeah, I was trying to pop my nose. I didn't want anyone to think that I was cheating, so I was like, I opened my lips and then I was plugging my nose.
I was not breathing through my mouth. I wasn't breathing at all. I promise you.
All I'm saying, I couldn't see it.
Could you hear it though?
Can you hear me breathing right now?
No, but breathe out of your mouth. Loudly. Because I was this close. If I was breathing out of my mouth. Can you hear
No,
that?
you had. All right, tell me if I'm breathing. Here, I'll do this.
No, you're not breathing.
I'm breathing.
Oh, am I?
I don't know. You got your mouth covered. She was breathing through her ears.
No, Luke. I am your father.
Wait, we got to see where the hell Silver's at.
Someone said don't forget to cancel your MES orders. Yeah, they cancel by end of day anyways, but yes, you're right. Yeah, why would I lie?
Mm-hmm.
My chest hurts so bad. My like freaking lungs. This is bad. We need to practice. We need to get better.
Yeah, we need to get on this. All right, Silver just absolutely destroying me. I think I'm just going to close it and cry.
Ashishme said that they heard air leakage. Come on.
Yeah, I was hearing some air leakage as well. What account is even on
Is it
this
just
thing?
yourself talking?
All right. We closed Silver. We got smoked.
Here's the real challenge. A duel between hosts. Pass an account while holding their breath. Hold when the trade is opened. Close during out breath. No oxygen-fueled trades allowed.
Fine. I'll literally pass this account right now. I'm going to... And Q
Oh, you
looks
do
like
it
a
right
great
now?
sport, to be honest. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, fuck. Wait.
Your freaking sounds. You have to close. You have to close.
What a
You have to close.
rush.
You have to close. I'd lost $94. Ozempic, you can send it to my PayPal.
All right, breathing. You have to add.
Yeah.
All right. Nobody call Brad on this.
Did you add? Oh my gosh. The market is closed. This is stupid. Someone take a screenshot, please. Take a screenshot, somebody, please. How red can Nick's nose go?
I can't keep adding.
Dude, you were breathing out your nose. It wasn't fully closed. Like, squeeze that nose. Come on, I can see your nostrils. Can't have traders dying on stream. Well, to pass an account? Are they trying to get themselves fired? I feel like it would take more.
I can't. I'm really dying. I think my lungs are gonna like explode.
Your price, yeah, my price moved like one tick, so not worth it. Nick's trade is the same color as his face.
Wait, I like you guys. Good job, y'all. If I didn't know better, I thought this was a diving channel.
We are professionals.
All right, everybody, prep up. We're going to Turks and Caicos next week to put our test to the, or our practicing to the test. We'll be doing a 50-meter dive. Pretty standard stuff here. We've been training for a few months. As long as everybody's, dive time is well over 15 minutes, holding their breath, you should be okay.
We'll be fine.
You can't hold your breath that much longer, probably die. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. We'll see you all there next week. We are hunting for a great white shark. If we do end up getting lucky, maybe the Kraken will show up. So everybody be ready. It should be easy. Easy job, easy in and out.
I hope so.
Nick, do a backflip on stream. I'd probably break my neck.
Oh, do it.
I'll do it.
You promise you'll break your neck? I'm just kidding. Someone said, come on, Rebecca, remember when he tried to get you fired? Yeah, I do remember that. That was rude. I have to put on some numbing cream because I'm getting a tattoo removed in an hour.
We are. The whole breathing trading thing is not the best call. So tomorrow, these new accounts will be taken very seriously.
With full breaths, full lungs.
With full lungs. We're gonna do the damn thing.
We're gonna do that. Hold on. Ugh. Hold up. I cannot forget to put this on because last time I forgot and it really hurt.
What's that?
I just said I've got to put on numbing cream because I'm getting a tattoo removed in an hour.
Oh.
And I have to do it an hour in advance. So sorry, everyone, but what's going on?
It's going on.
Like lidocaine. Ugh, skinning on my clothes. Ugh, that freak. Ugh, that's such a gross feeling. Ugh.
Ugh.
Ugh. It's on my sweater. It's fine. There we go.
Who said that? TradeX investing. Listen, I just got cooked on silver. I gotta buy resets. I lost on MOC. I'm not necessarily in a very giving mood.
It'll make you feel better.
I have to
Giving
buy
always
myself
makes you feel better. Ugh. I'm gonna do this so it doesn't hit my shirt.
We gotta see the tat.
No. I will.
No.
How about we give away an account if anyone can guess what it says?
Love.
No.
Profit Gang V2 is about to be Profit Gang V3. I don't know what it is, Wild Uses, actually. Choose. Oh, wait, that's right.
It does have something to do. I can't say these things. I need to cancel when it literally has nothing to do with that, but it looks like it has something to do with that. Doesn't say.
Do you have a child with starts with their name starts with a J?
No. The swastika. Oh my gosh, it is not. Oh
What
my
could you
gosh.
mixed up for J.
Ex-boyfriend's name. That's so funny. I'll tell you what I will think of tonight's gold session. Give me a sec. I can tell you. Just cut it off. Why am I getting it removed? Because it bled really bad, like the ink. It's a lot bigger than I wanted it to be. And it doesn't look like it says what it was supposed to say anymore.
All right, we gotta know what it is.
I can't.
Pretty please.
I can tell you.
All right, tell me.
I'm not going to tell the chat, though. But just 1 second, because I'm going to bring up the stuff for gold. Hold on. I actually don't know if I can switch to see. It is a religious tattoo.
I got it now.
I'll tell you.
Get the
Can I
gold level.
share-
Send it over.
No, hold on. Colin, can I share like my whole screen? Okay, let's do that. You're going to see the chat. You're going to see the whole chat. So the entire, because I don't think I can show, I might be able to show this window. I'll just show the screen. Can you put it on? Oh, hold on. Is it sharing that one? Whoops, wrong one. Hold on. We wanted to share that one. Okay, sure. Can you see? Yeah, it says brown butter cookie latte, oat milk. Hold on. This is like.
I just share the application.
I don't know how. When I was, because it's for a Mac, it's for a Windows, and this is a Mac. When I was, so I have to open it in like a special thing. When I was learning this, it's gonna be slow. For the first time, I was like, why do I feel like I'm on Paint? Like
Yeah, it does look like you're on Paint.
So this might be. This
It's a
might
Windows
need a bit
app
more
on
time.
Mac.
Yeah, I had to download like a thing to run it.
Huh.
Okay. It's running. I'll type it. I haven't forgot about you. I just saw your message. Okay. So, so what I do here is now I've got my options levels, And in order to translate them, oh, don't look. It's my email. Go away. In order to translate them onto my chart. Here, hold on. Hold on a second. What I do is, it's like the most educational I've ever been. Bring up gold, regular trading hours, and then I'll bring up the gold options. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. And we need them on regular trading hours, both of them. So what I do here is I take the price. Why is it still moving? Is it still running? Why is it still running? Isn't it closed?
Huh.
Isn't it supposed to be closed? Like 14 minutes ago?
What?
The market?
It doesn't close till 4. I mean, retail's closed, yes.
I think it goes by the retail. So maybe it's because I do this later on in the day, but whatever. I can just tell you what. So what I do is I get the price of gold options, and then I get the price of gold futures at the close. So I just put out regular trading hours, and then I divide the price of gold futures by the price of gold options, and that gives me a ratio. Usually it's like 10 point something. So then when I have that, what I do is I come into here and then I multiply all these numbers by that number. So like 429.36 times whatever that ratio is. That will give me the ceiling, the overnight ceiling of gold. Then I get the floor of gold, which has moved up quite significantly, the floor of gold. Then I get like this here is called a dead zone. So that is simply for myself. It's just I won't trade when price is in between that. I put it as like a yellow rectangle. It just means that like it's a pivot zone and price is trying to decide where it wants to go. So that's not a place that I want to trade. And then this is called, the PML is called the peak money line, which for me, the simplest way to think about it is like the amount of money that market makers are willing to give out. So once it gets to that certain price, I look for a reversion. And then this is going to seem like just makes no sense, but that's okay. So I want to just give me 1 second here. Okay. So then coming in here, this is where I get the levels from my walls. So we can see here that like this level, this number right here, 42710, I'll times that by the ratio to get the wall long. And then I'll times 416.56 by that ratio to get the wall short. And that's where like 75% of volatility is captured. So when we kind of get to those levels, I look for quite a mean reversion. Today we didn't get one. Because even though there's a high percentage of it happening, there's still a percentage that it might not happen. Then we see our median long. So 424.92, I times that. 421, I times that. And we usually get about a 50% chance of a reaction / reversal on those levels as well. So I mark those down. And then I like to look here and look at the odds graph. And that kind of tells me the likelihood of what we're looking at for tomorrow. So just briefly looking at this, it looks like crazy, but I'm kind of used to looking at it at this point. And to me, from the last price here, which is this green line that goes straight across, you can see that the arrow to the downside is a lot bigger than the arrow to the upside, which means the likelihood of seeing a downside day is more likely than an upside day. But it doesn't always play out. Just to be clear, this is not financial advice. Okay. I see someone in my Discord messaging me. It might be them telling me, you said all this wrong. So anywho, that's that. That's how I get all that stuff.
Bangers.
Yeah. It makes me look a lot smarter than I actually am. Oh, Globix closes in. Yeah, that's why. I usually do it at like 5. So that would be why. Thanks, Rick. I learned a lot. I know you're joking. It sounds confusing, but basically that software, what it does is it spits out options levels. And then in order to figure out how to translate them from options onto gold, just like you can translate SPY onto ES and QQQ onto NQ, you can translate the levels directly at an exact replica, I guess you can say, onto gold charts. You need to figure out the ratio in which you're multiplying the gold options numbers to get them exactly correct on your gold futures charts. That's the only part that seems confusing, because then you're just taking the levels that software gives you for options and then figuring out where they go on your gold futures chart. That's all. Is it better than spot gamma? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Maybe one day I'll convert to that.
That'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
No, I guess that would be kind of fun, actually.
It would be. It would be. Thank you, Michael, head realtor. I was super confused. I have been looking at this for about 5 months before it like kind of started to make a little bit of sense. So, yes. Yeah. So the software gives you the levels for options. Yes. Fractal software. Yes. How did I learn? I paid for one-on-one coaching. Software is called the Fractal software. Yeah.
Do a video Rebecca converts Nick out of the degen ways. Oh gosh.
I mean, it is really hard to degen. No, I would even say it's almost easier to degen with these because the levels are so precise and often work that you're like, oh, I can size up because the likelihood of this working out for me is really high. But then in reality, something still that's 75% of the time, or let's say 80% of the time, if you have 10 fingers and you take away 2 fingers, like you'd still really feel that effect. Like you still have to think about it that there's never 100% chance. So if you degen and it doesn't work, it's like a big, big loss. I said to the person who taught me how to do all this, I was like, this is almost like a bit dangerous of a method for me because anything less than like max profits for my consistency on the day feels like a failure. Because I'd say like 4 out of 5 days, I'm hitting my max profits for the consistency. And it was like, yep, that's exactly it. Like it gets you in this dangerous mindset that when you do lose, you're like, hold on a second. That can't be right. So there is degen-ness.
I'm somehow still in the silver trade. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm in NQ. I don't know why I thought I was still in silver.
I just have to say Ozempic's comment is really funny.
Never tell me the odds. Yeah.
No, the other one.
Rebecca's ever sent it to me. Yeah, you guys got a lot to measure up to.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Someone said my win rate is pretty good. I can show you. There you go. There you go. That's my stat since December 26th. It's not bad.
Huge.
Not bad.
Very good. Wouldn't even say not bad.
Yeah, not bad. So then I'm doing this for my $1 million challenge account as well. All right. Should we call it?
Yeah, I don't think this NQ trade's going anywhere. And gonna have to either reset these or
Red candles, you didn't really mismatch. I was just saying that the software that I use, it gives me levels for options, and I just showed how I convert those into levels that I can plot on my gold futures chart. You didn't really miss too much. And then I use like a graph to kind of help me understand the likelihood of either price being bullish or bearish. And looking at tomorrow, it looks like it's leaning more bearish, but once all the data updates at actual true Globex close, then it gives me a better idea.
Sick.
Yes, that trade screens all options levels trades. Yep, exactly. So a lot of people use it for cattle, soybeans, corn, ES and Q. I don't really touch it with like SPY and QQQ, but a lot of people do. But yes. When are you opening your course again? That's funny. I am not. Can we see gold? What do you want to see? Yeah, I don't have a video, but I'll tell you. I'll write it right here. Okay, so you take gold, take closing price of gold. Oh, my typing is terrible. Gold futures. So you can say like GC, and then you divide it by the closing price of gold options. So GLD. Did I miss anything of that? Let's see. I wrote it down because myself, I wanted to remember. No, that's it. You take GC and you divide it by GLD. And then that's the ratio that you multiply the options levels by. I don't even know if there is a link. Like I would just Google like fractal software. It's proprietary, so I think it's kind of hard to find, which is annoying. But if you message me on Twitter, I can try and help you navigate that. So the options chains that it looks at is like, so today's the 12th, and so gold is every 3 days. There's no like ODTE, is that how you say it? I don't even know. I'm not like a huge options nerd, but so it's every 3 days. So then for today, the options chain that you'd be looking at is the one for Wednesday. So the 14th. You're always looking at the one ahead. That's probably not the exact correct value for SPY to SPX conversion. I do SPY. Yeah, I don't know about for SPY. Like, I don't know if that's the correct what you do for SPY, but that's what you do for gold. I'm just strictly talking about gold. Yeah, it's definitely not a cheap software by any means. Not by any means, but can you imagine if I was trying to freaking figure that out on my own without a software doing it for me? Like,
oh
no.
shit.
No. And I personally have never not been able to pay for the software with my trades. So worth it. Yeah, Schrodinger. So for the true conversion, you're probably right. That's why when I do the options levels are super accurate, and like literally to the tick. You can even ask Nick. Like sometimes to the tick we get those like levels, but I often will do like 0.2 or something above the levels that I'm looking at, just to factor in any of that might be happening. Abo, I don't know if it's lifetime. I honestly don't know. I just do month to month. I should look, because if it is lifetime, I would do that. Like I personally would do that because I'd probably save you money. Yeah. Anywho, this is a good conversation. We can talk about it more tomorrow if we want.
I need to look into it so I can add to it when I master it.
Right. So this is saying, so now this isn't moving anymore. So what I would do, this is very technical. This isn't moving anymore. Let's do the 15 minutes. It's not going to change anything. But so I have these levels open here, if you can still see. And so I would do, see, I have to even like look at my notes because I just doubt myself. So GC divided by GLD. So 4602.5. Oops, not 4,000. 4602.5 divided by 422.23 equals So the number is 10.900457097. And so what I would do is I would take those levels that I got from the software and divide it by that entire number, every single one of them, to get the levels to put on my chart. And I'll do that after my tattoo removal appointment. Doesn't take me long. It takes me like 5 minutes. But understanding like the price action, the forward looking price action and price movement of gold and what to expect, that takes more time and practice and chart time for sure. Getting the actual levels on your chart does not take that long. Not that hard. All right. I really have to go to the bathroom.
Huge.
Nice holding breath with you today.
Yeah. I'm literally going to practice so hard to get better at that.
We see you tomorrow. You're like, I'm ready. You have like an oxygen tank, like freaking ready.
I literally will.
All right. I honestly don't think there's a website, Sam. I don't know. I was like I messaged someone who set me up with it. So message me. Okay. Everyone, right. You are so lovely. We're going to end this. We're going to close it out. Thanks for tuning in. If you've been here since the very beginning of the day, we salute you. Thank you. OGs. You guys are all great. And it was just Monday. So if you had a rough day today, you have all week. Okay. So tomorrow's a fresh new day. Ask Nick. Okay. Tomorrow's a brand new day.
That's amazing.
We don't carry our P&L from today into tomorrow. So have a good sleep, everyone, and we will see you all tomorrow. Nick, any closing words?
I'm coming back for blood tomorrow. That's it.
That's it.
Sleep well, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Peace.